Chapter 1, at the beginning of the journey. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Why can't you move? Hey! Come here! Let me out! 4 generations of Hokage, if you don't want your child to die, then leave here. 4 generations of Naruto? What? What is this? Why can't you speak up? Kang! So dizzy, don't turn it anymore. Can't see anything? Ha ha ha! Come out, 9 tails! Ah 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 ah! 9 tails? What? Screams? Why is it so miserable? Soul Dan, I will never let you go. Spiral pill. Boom. What is this again? Why is the vibration so violent? Spiral pill? Why are you so familiar? Damn 4 generations of Hokage, do you still underestimate you? Don't you want to run away? Escape? Why are you running away? Who is going to run away? What happened? No. What do you want? Ah! It hurts, it looks like something is coming in. What happened? Why am I still unable to move? Why is it so dark? Get out! I want to go out. Let me out. Does it have to be like this? Sorry, for the village and Naruto. Trust our children. Naruto? 4 generations of Naruto? 9 tails? Could it be? It's painful. So sad. What the is this? Is it Kyuubi? No, this? No way. Let me out. It seems to be the most original shock deep in my heart. It was like a space that was torn apart in an instant, and a bright brilliance flashed in the sky instantly. Dispel the shady. The scene in front of you. At the moment. The intense scene of gold and blood intertwined. It's like the sky fixed in that moment forever. It was just a momentary trance. Another huge force struck, and the renewed darkness once again enveloped the entire sky. He left a low whine. Sorry, Naruto. But also at the moment when he fell into darkness again. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have come to a rather incredible world. Dividing line. Fire Country, Konoha Village, Konoha 53 years, this is the most central location in the whole continent. As the only shinobu village in the most prosperous country, Konoha Shinobu is the head of Shinobu Village at this stage. After 3 wars in the world of ninja and many other incidents, Konoha Shinobu's strength has been extremely weakened. However, thanks to its deep heritage and the continuous support of the world's largest country, the country of fire, it still remains. Let the current Konoha village at least nominally occupy the top of the 5 ninja villages. And in this extremely peaceful country. But there is such a figure incompatible with it. A blonde boy who was only about 5 years old bowed his head and walked down the most prosperous street in Konoha village, while other residents of Konoha village who met this teenager along the way avoided one after another, and everyone returned. He looked at the blonde boy with extreme disgust, horror, and even a faintly murderous look. But the blonde boy did not move at all. He seemed to be used to it a long time ago. He just lowered his head and made small steps towards his goal. After turning a corner, he came to the door of a very business hotel. After smelling the aroma from inside, the blonde man's stomach screamed in despair. The boy crouched out the window, looking at the various dishes inside, his pupils showed a very longing look uncontrollably. Just at this time, it seems that the owner of the restaurant noticed the blonde boy, and a faint murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes at this moment. The next second, he waved his hand. There was a scar on his left face and his face was extremely the ferocious middle-aged man walked out carrying a lunchbox. Humph, this is for you, take it, just get out of here. It was a lunchbox that was thrown the blonde boy. The lunchbox opened in an instant, and the rice and dishes poured out from it. The blonde boy immediately squatted down, hurriedly dialed back the spilled rice and dishes, and then carefully covered the lunchbox. At this moment, the middle-aged man watching the blonde boy's behavior appeared in his pupils. There was a very direct and obvious look of disgust and resentment. If it hadn't been ordered by someone in the village, he would have to distribute food to the blonde boy on time. This middle-aged man would have wanted to slaughter the blonde boy a long time ago, let alone distribute food to the boy. The faint murderous aura emanating from up and down is not a joke, but a real existence. Damn monster! Why didn't you die sooner? The seemingly whispered words were actually enough to make the blonde boy hear the tone. The boy trembled uncontrollably a few times, biting his lips tightly. The blonde boy still lowered his head. After finishing the lunch box, he took the lunch box in both hands, turned and left the restaurant, and walked along the shadowed corner of the street. Paced away in the other direction. The blonde boy tried to avoid crowded places as much as possible along the way. Winding around, passing some very remote paths, the blonde boy came to a rundown apartment building. Here is the blonde boy's residence. The boy lived on the 3rd floor. Originally there were other residents here, but when after the blonde boy was arranged to live here by 3 generations of Hokage 5 years ago, the residents here moved out of the apartment building one after another. So in fact, in this apartment building, only the blonde boy lives alone. After the blonde boy returned to his room on the 3rd floor, he came to his kitchen with ease, then stood on a small bench, and distributed the rice and side dishes in the lunch box very carefully. Jump out the rice and side dishes that have just been stained with dust, clean it up with clean water, then pick out the obvious rotten parts, and then return the remaining food to the pot and reheat it skillfully. It's really a terrible place. Has it been 5 years since I came to this world? Uzumaki Naruto? It's really a mocking name. The blonde boy looked at the food that was gradually heating up in front of him. His face showed a mocking look that was obviously not suitable for his age, and he whispered. That's right, the name of this blonde boy is Naruto Uzumaki. It's just that the current Naruto Uzumaki is no longer a simple 5-year-old. It is a child who is mixed with the soul of another world for more than 20 years. Of course, what kind of world is the previous life, and what is the identity of the previous life? For the blonde boy, it doesn't matter at all. On that night 5 years ago, when I came into this world, I immediately realized what kind of existence I became. Uzumaki Naruto. The world of Naruto. When Naruto fully understands what a cold-blooded and cruel world he has come to, especially after realizing how bad the environment he is in, he can't even laugh out a fake smile, but Naruto happens to be in many moments. You must also act as a very innocent child. The feeling of putting on a mask. The surrounding environment is harsh, and almost everyone is hostile. And there are those who constantly monitor themselves and their surroundings. It is even more so that Naruto has to bear great pressure mentally over the past 5 years. Although I was reading the original in my previous life, Naruto has understood that the childhood life of the Lord is extremely miserable. But the original book didn't mention it in detail. Chapter 2, on the self-cultivation of actors. Naruto also felt that at the most, he was isolated and alienated, and then life was a little more difficult. In any case, the master is the orphan of the 4th generation of Hokage, right? Even for certain factors, Naruto's identity cannot be announced, but there must be a lot of people at the top who know his identity. The Konoha village ninja who has been taken care of by 4 generations of Naruto is not 1 or 2. He is 4. The son of Dai Hokage, and now he is still the 9-tailed Manzulai. It is similar to the only designated nuclear weapon of a certain big country in the previous life. No matter what, life should be good. Isn't it going to be very miserable? However, Naruto was disappointed. In the past 5 years of life, everything was far beyond Naruto's own expectations. In this village of Konoha, where even an orphan from outside the village can enjoy the warmth of a family as long as he can be sure that he is not a spy, at least it is very warm on the bright side. Naruto has suffered inhuman treatment. Being hated, isolated, and lacking a normal and stable life supply, Naruto even has to go to the mountain forest to the east of Konoha village to pick wild vegetables and fish and shrimp in the stream to barely fill his stomach. You can know how difficult Naruto's life has been in the past 5 years. Naruto almost doubted whether these high-level leaders in Konoha village were all pretty funny. Let alone Naruto's 4th generation Naruto orphan status. Just Guang Naruto is the 9-tailed man Zhu Li. If Konoha village does this way, is it not afraid that Naruto will hold a grudge and take revenge on Konoha in the future? And there is one thing to say. Put aside these for the time being. After experiencing such a childhood, Naruto couldn't imagine how the original master in the original book grew up, and still a bite. I want to inherit the will of fire, I want to become Hokage, I want to protect everyone in the village of Konoha, I want others to recognize my own words. This seems to be a huge joke made by God. Change to the normal thinking of any normal person, don't you have this kind of thinking? At that moment, Naruto really doubted whether the master in the original book had a funny head. There are 205 like this? To say that the master is silly, white, and sweet is considered light. Of course, Naruto in this life doesn't care whether the Lord in the original book is really a saint, the virgin, or because he was influenced by the Ashura Chakra heritage, or simply because he was hidden behind Uchiha by the old man Shimura. After the genocide, use the kaleidoscope exclusive pupil technique of stopping water other gods to control it. The current Ming talent will not foolishly say that he wants to be recognized by others, become Hokage, and protect Konoha village or something. That was a big joke for Naruto. Live. Then revenge. This is what Naruto wants to achieve most. Not just outside the village, but even some people in the village are also Naruto's targets. It's just that Naruto is also very clear that before he has the real ability to protect himself, these things are all floating clouds, and he can't even show even a trace of such intentions and emotions. Because once it is noticed, Naruto believes that there is no need for the insidious Danzang scum to take action. Even the seemingly gentle and kind 3 generations of Naruto Abe Tori / will ruthlessly get rid of Naruto, for the so-called righteousness and considering the overall interests and peace of Konoha village. This old man can do anything, any sacrifice, even if Naruto is the orphan of the 4th generation of Hokage, the 3rd generation of Hokage will not hesitate to kill him, and he must protect himself. The existence of Konoha village is above all else in the eyes of this 3rd generation Hokage. There is nothing comparable and can be replaced. Therefore, Naruto knows very well that he must learn to pretend to be himself. Perhaps some aspects of the pace can be taken a little faster, but in terms of character, dreams, and thoughts, it is better to stay larger than in the original book. Degree of fit. Don't say that the 3rd generation of Hokage will come to visit and caring for himself from time to time. Just watch the Dark Part members around him at this moment. Naruto knows very well that he must maintain the cultivation he should have as an actor at all times. As for why Naruto can find those dark parts, perhaps it is also because of the trace of welfare brought by the crossing. Since childhood, Naruto found that his perception is very strong, especially for the perception of malicious sight. After he was able to refine the chakra, this perception became extremely clear. Of course, it is still very limited by Naruto himself. Weak strength, this perception is not only the range, especially the accuracy is very poor, but because Naruto is only a 5-year-old child, those dark parts do not use how deep concealment skills when monitoring. This is also one of the reasons Naruto will find out. Even if he found out, Naruto still had to pretend to be business as usual. He must not be able to expose any strange breath and movement. Only the stubborn 3 generations of Hokage can protect himself before he grows up. On this point, Naruto knows better than anyone else. In the original book, Naruto seems to have officially become a ninja, and the 3 generations of Naruto have evacuated the Anbu who monitored Naruto. Of course, Kakashi became Naruto's guide to Shinobu, but it is also because of the 12 years past. Observation: the 3 generations of Hokage finally reassure Naruto that this important reason is in it. Therefore, until you become a ninja, and even before you have the ability to protect yourself, you must maintain the lowest profile posture. As for the future road, Naruto also has a very clear plan. Just wait until the necessary moment to execute it, now. It's just to lay your foundation slowly, step by step. While eating today's lunch, Naruto was thinking about his own plan for the next period of time in his heart. In the first 2 or 3 years, when Naruto can act on his own, his top priority is to exercise his body. Then how to better fill your stomach and ensure your own nutrition. Thanks to the people in Konoha village, Naruto's diet since childhood is not only about the quality, but also the quantity is far from enough. This is also forcing Naruto to have to self-reliance, whether it is picking wild vegetables or fishing fish and shrimp. Naruto has done the most in the past 5 years to supplement himself with the necessary nutrients. Why is Naruto in the original book so short? It's not because of inadequate nutrition since childhood. The body of the ninja is the source of his strength. At this point, Naruto knew it clearly by himself. And now that he has just reached 5 years old, Naruto can finally say that he has taken in the necessary nutrients. The next priority is to start real ninja training. Not long ago, Naruto had just successfully extracted chakra. This means that Naruto has already taken the most solid first step as a ninja. Next, let's start training. After lunch, I cleaned up briefly. Naruto pushed open the door and walked along the street path again towards the eastern forest of the village. For the previous 2 or 3 years, Naruto was there to pick wild vegetables, wild fruits, and fish and shrimps, because of the ferocious beasts, the average villager would not get close there. Although Naruto said that he hadn't extracted chakra before, he was just a normal child, but he knew that he had Naruto watched by the dark part, and he didn't need to worry about it. Chapter 3, Start of Basic Training. As a 9-tailed manzulai, and still an orphan of 4 generations. Although these Anbis are monitoring Naruto, they are more for the purpose of protection. If the 9 tails die, the 9 tails in the body will also disappear. Let alone the time required for the rebirth of the 9 tails, Konoha village it takes a lot of manpower, material resources, and energy to search for the 9 tails again. It takes a lot of manpower, material resources, and energy to capture the 9 tails. Just considering the threats and coveting of the outer village, the 3 generations of Hokage, including the Shimura Danzo, will not allow Naruto, the 9-tailed man, to appear any problem. This is one of the reasons why Shimura Danzo proposed to bring Naruto to the root training. Of course, it is more of his own selfishness. As long as he successfully brainwashes Naruto, Danzo thinks he can directly ascend the Naruto throne. Since he has the secret protection. Not to mention this forest where only ordinary beasts live, even if Naruto himself wants to play in the Death Forest, there is no danger. Today, Naruto of Chakra has been successfully extracted. This area is not only the source of my life materials, but also the most important place for my cultivation in the next few years. As for such an upright cultivation, it will be easily observed by Anbi, and then reported to the 3rd generation of Hokage whether there will be any problems. Naruto is not worried at all, although the 3rd generation of Hokage will not take much care of him, but Naruto is even more aware that as long as he doesn't do anything extraordinary, the 3rd generation of Hokage will definitely not interfere. Just extract the chakra, and then start to practice this kind of thing on its own. It's not a big deal at all. Naruto doesn't need to worry about this at all. In fact, before Naruto had just extracted the chakra moments, the 3 generations of Naruto had already known it. After knowing that no outsiders had been in contact with Naruto through the Anbi report, the 3 generations of Naruto did not do anything more. Put one's ore in. And no one else taught that he refined the chakra ahead of time. This kind of thing is not so strange to the people living in Shinobu village. Chakra refinement is the foundation of the ninja foundation. Almost anyone who has been in contact with ninjas knows how to extract chakras as long as they live in this world. The difference lies in whether they can extract chakras. The latter is the most essential difference. There is no reason for the major ninja villages to deliberately conceal chakras extraction methods. Especially in your own ninja village, you must know that even if it is just a ninja, one more ninja will increase the strength of the ninja village by 1 point, even if this ninja is the worst cannon fodder. Becoming a ninja requires talent. It does not mean that you can become a ninja if you know the chakra refinement. Otherwise, the number of ninjas will not be so scarce. Excluding the 5 major villages, look at the other ninja villages. How many ninjas are there? What is the ratio of upper, middle, and lower ninja? The chakra refinement, and even some of the basic chakra cultivation, are things that are widely circulated in the outside world, otherwise there will not be so many wandering ninjas. Naruto knows how chakra is refined. It's not a weird thing to extract chakra by himself. It should be said that in Konoha village, people who don't know how to refine chakra are the minority, even though no one is taught. It is indeed worthy of attention to be able to extract the chakra by oneself, but as long as it is not malicious incorporation of other external factors. Plus, in any case, Naruto is ultimately the orphan of the 4th generation of Hokage. As long as there are no major disputes concerning the core interests of the village, such as the safety of the village, with the character of 3 generations of Hokage, will allow Naruto to a certain extent. Naruto would naturally not be aware of these thoughts of the 3rd generation of Hokage, but roughly guessed something, and there is no problem. Very good, let's start tree climbing training today. After arriving in the forest he was familiar with, Naruto easily found an extremely large tree in it. He raised his head and looked up, with a satisfied look on his small face, and nodded lightly. Said, "The refinement of chakras, the control of chakras, the growth of chakras. This is the most basic way for a ninja to become strong." In Naruto's previous lives, although the original work was not read very carefully, the main content can probably be remembered more clearly. It's like the chakra control training of a ninja. Climbing trees and treading water is the most basic and most direct and effective way. By attaching the chakras to the soles of the feet, adjusting the amount of chakras released, and stability to improve their chakra control. In the original book, the master had personally shown it to hundreds of millions of Naruto fans. For the current Naruto, through such chakra training, the most important thing is to further consolidate one's foundation, but also to make one's lifestyle easier. Whether it is picking wild fruits, wild vegetables, or fishing fish and shrimp, this is much simpler and more efficient than ever. Although there is still the influence of 9-tailed chakras, Naruto knows that it is much more difficult for him to train chakras than ordinary people, but because of this, Naruto thinks that he can change his chakra control. It has to be more delicate. Wait until I have a chance to see Kyuubi in the future. The influence of the 9-tailed chakra has been eliminated. Your own strength will grow visible to the naked eye. Recalling some skills and necessary points about chakras movement and control training in the original book, Naruto quickly sealed the seal, carefully mobilizing the chakra inside his body, attaching it to the soles of his feet, neither too much nor too little. Otherwise, there will be failure to step on, or the result of stepping on the rotted trees directly. Yo-xi, let's take the first step. Reach the moment of almost the amount of control you think. Call. Naruto took a deep breath, showing a look of determination on his face, and stepped forward towards the tree. Crack. Sure enough, when he had no experience at all, and there were 9-tailed chakras in his body that were always interfering with Naruto's control of his chakras, this first attempt was the result of Naruto stepping on the trunk in front of him. The center of gravity that sank in that moment. Naruto's body shook slightly. Naruto, who reacted quickly, took a step, gently turned over, and landed on the ground again. Is it too heavy? Naruto, who fell directly because of fear of too little chakra attachment, caused the stepping to be unstable, but he consciously increased the amount of chakra attached to him just now. In the case of excessive chakra attachment, he just stepped on the trunk of the tree. The first failure. Naruto didn't feel discouraged, which was expected in itself. How difficult is the cultivation of the ninja? Naruto is very clear. Regardless of the protagonists in the original book, even if the halo shines, it still takes a lot of time and hard work, even if it is Naruto's own chakra nature change practice in the later stage. If there is no shadow clone, this bug ninjutsu existence, its progress cannot be so smooth. Everything needs one step at a time. Chapter 4, Yu Shijuan. The amount of chakras just now is a little bit higher, so now the adhesion of chakras is slightly reduced, especially the balance aspect needs to be paid attention to. With closed eyes, Naruto recalled the feeling of just stepping on the first foot in his mind. Then, the eyes slowly opened. Well, this time should be fine, right? According to the feeling just now, fine-tune the output of the chakra. Naruto once again took the first step towards the big tree in front of him. This time, in the first step, Naruto steadily stepped on the tree trunk, before a ray of joy appeared in the corner of Naruto's eyes. Next moment. Crack! That was the second step that followed immediately. Tree trunk that cracked open again. Naruto's face changed slightly, and the figure swiftly reversed force again. Patter. Easily fall back to the surface. Is it a little harder again? You have to maintain a balanced output anytime, anywhere, hey. It seems that it is a bit difficult to complete this training in a short time. Naruto took a deep breath, shook his head with a wry smile, and said softly. Even if you take the first step, chakra's output is no problem and you can step on it smoothly, but as long as the subsequent output is not stable enough, too large or insufficient, then it will definitely step on the trunk or fall directly. Needs are constant training, using experience to make up for it. Naruto shook his arm, and after a little thought, Naruto once again mobilized the chakra in his body, attached it to the soles of his feet, and stepped out again toward the big tree in front of him. Cultivation is boring. But it is what the ninja must experience. In the words of the lascivious fairy in the original book, a person who knows how to endure and can endure. To be called a ninja. This not only refers to the tolerance of the environment, but also the tolerance of one's own emotions. Especially for Naruto. The next 6 or 7 years. This is the most important period of time. Can you live in this cruel world and then achieve your goals? I have to see where I can reach in the next 6 or 7 years. Naruto, who was immersed in cultivation, did not notice the passage of time. In his previous life, Naruto was already deeply interested in this kind of power that only exists in different dimensions, and now there are real factors. Force. Practice. Become stronger. This is almost the only choice for Naruto. Although Naruto still has the existence of the Kyuubi cheat device, it is a pity that Naruto has not been able to communicate with the Kyuubi in his body at this stage. Naruto has tried every method that he can think of, so Naruto can the only thing he relied on was himself. Moreover, when his goal was the pinnacle of the ninja world, Kyuubi could only serve as his own support after all, and his own strength was what he could really rely on. Don't you see, the big guys in the original book all kept Kyuubi as a pet in captivity. At this point, Naruto himself was very clear. Climb trees, tread water. As a ninja, the most basic and effective chakra control training. Getting started is the most difficult step. Especially for Naruto, when he still has the influence of nine-tailed chakra in his body, he can't control it freely. Almost all of his practice on the first day ended in failure, or chakra was overdone. Or just too little. Even though Naruto himself had an early warning, after repeated failures, he still had several experiences of falling abruptly from a tree. This is the current life. If you change to the body of the previous life, you have to fall a few times, and you can't go directly to the doctor. Especially at the height of the last fall, you can go directly to God in the previous life. Hey, come here first today. Until the sky gradually darkened, the fatigue accumulated in the body also made Naruto feel some unbearable moments. Naruto also stopped practicing at the right time. Naruto shook his little head, with golden hair, blooming with a touch of more beautiful colors in the afterglow of the setting sun. After that, Naruto picked up the bamboo basket beside him and looked at it, which was filled with the wild vegetables and fruits that he picked today while practicing. Naruto's little nose was slightly wrinkled, revealing a light touch. Smile. Well, I can have an extra meal today. Immediately after that, the figure that turned and left, under the shining of the setting sun, stretched into a long shadow, slowly moving towards the location down the mountain. It returned to the quiet forest again, leaving only the tree trunks with traces of satisfaction. The juvenile's gears of destiny really turned around at this moment. Climbing trees, treading water, and some additional basic physical exercises. Naruto, who is immersed in these trainings, will hardly feel bored. That fast passing time. Half a year's time is fleeting in a blink of an eye. Naruto is also about to celebrate his 6th birthday. Of course, in this world, no one will remember Naruto's birthday, including the 3-generation Hokage, who looks very kind, or it should be said that even if they know, this is an existence that must be eliminated. Because Naruto's birthday means the 9-tailed riot. It means the sacrifice of the 4 generations of Hokage and his wife. That day was also the day when many Konoha ninjas and villagers died. No one wants to mention that day. Including 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage never appeared on Naruto's birthday. To be fair, when the 4th generation of Hokage's Minato was sacrificed in the Kyuubi rebellion 6 years ago, Konoha village, which finally got a little better, once again appeared in decline, and once again took over the position of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage are busier than they used to be, and this busyness is not only for the outside, but also for the inside. In the past 6 years, Sarutobi Ryusuke was able to take time to visit, also regarded as a kind of surveillance and investigation, Naruto, which is already a rare thing. Of course, this rare thing is the last thing Naruto wants to encounter in the past 6 years, because meeting the 3rd generation Naruto has tested his acting skills too much. On several occasions, Naruto almost felt that I'm going to be seen through, but fortunately certain elements have become Naruto's best cover color. Moreover, even if the 3 generations of Hokage say that they observe Naruto, they only care about whether Naruto hates Konoha village. Other aspects of the attention is not very high, which makes Naruto has not really revealed his feat so far. This is naturally also due to the good image disguised by Naruto. I want to be Hokage, I want everyone to recognize myself. Anyway, how noble words, how innocent and romantic words, Naruto took them all. Anyway, the self in the original book said so and did so. Naruto shouldn't be too simple to learn. Of course, the simplicity is simple. Every time when facing the 3-generation Hokage alone, Naruto is a little nervous every time, for fear that he will be seen through all of a sudden. This is the most challenging moment of acting. Fortunately, these 6 years, Naruto passed away safely. Chapter 5, I met Iruka for the first time. It was also not long after Naruto had just passed his 6th birthday. Someday, when Naruto finished his day of practice and food replenishment, he returned to his den. It was unexpectedly discovered that the 3rd generation of Hokage appeared in his home again. It's just that this kind of thing is not once or twice. Naruto is very fast and naturally reveals a very happy look. Hey? 3 generations of Grandpa. An instant change of mentality. Why did you come here today? Naruto ran straight to the 3rd generation of Hokage, looked up at the 3rd generation of Hokage very familiarly, with a very happy, and a little surprised expression. I came here today because I haven't seen Naruto for a long time, and there is good news to tell Naruto. The 3rd generation of Hokage leaned forward slightly, and the outstretched right hand gently touched Naruto's small head, with a very kind look, and said with a chuckle. Hey? Good news. At this moment, it was not a pretense, but it was true that Naruto himself was slightly taken aback, showing a confused expression. For the current self, what good news is there? Yes, didn't Naruto always say that he wanted to be a great ninja? Then, learning is an indispensable thing. 3 generations of Hokage gently patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said Wen Sheng. 3 generations of Grandpa, what do you mean? This is not fake, but real excitement. Although he didn't say it, but the 3 generations of Hokage's words were in and out of meaning. Naruto can hear it all at once. Yes, you are 6 years old. Starting next week, Naruto, you should go to ninja school to study. Only in this way can you become a great ninja in the future. The 3rd generation of Hokage said with a faint smile. After all, Naruto is a 9-tailed manzuli and the orphan of the 4th generation of Hokage. Especially the 6 years of getting along. Let the 3 generations of Hokage confirm that Naruto will not endanger the safety of the village. Well, at its 6-year-old moment, arranging him to enter the shinobi school is a certain event. Really? 3 generations of Grandpa, I can enter ninja school to study. A gleam of brilliance burst out from Naruto's blue pupils, and he asked loudly with a clear expression of excitement. Well, that's right, in a few days, there will be a teacher from Shinobu school to bring you Naruto to sign up. Then, Naruto, should you listen to the teacher? Yes. Shinobi. Can I finally enter ninja school? Naruto's hands clenched slightly, and there was a look of excitement in his pupils. At this moment, it was the only moment when there was no need to pretend, because this was Naruto's most true emotional expression. Of course, it was more than just because I can finally enter the ninja school and conduct regular ninja studies, and even more so, since the 3 generations of Naruto agreed to arrange for them to enter the ninja school, it means that their last trace of guard is released, and then their own plans are okay. Smoother execution continues. And looking at Naruto, who was so excited, the expression on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage has also become softer and softer. Whether it was the Kyuubi rebellion 6 years ago, or Naruto now, he knew that he owed the 4 generations of Hokage too much, too much. Although for some reasons, it is impossible for the 3rd generation of Naruto to take care of Naruto too much, but the 3rd generation of Hokage will not easily give up on some things that should be insisted on. After all, in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage, it is the will of fire, he thinks he needs to persist. That night, the 3 generations of Hokage did not stay too much. After explaining some of Naruto's precautions for shinobi school, they paced and left the apartment where Naruto lived. And then wait until the 3 generations of Hokage leave. Naruto's excitement hadn't stopped yet. This is an emotion that does not need to be disguised. Because Naruto is really looking forward to the next ninja school career, where will he take a solid second step in this world? A week later. On the morning of the enrollment day set by ninja school. Boom boom boom. Naruto ushered in the teacher of the shinobi school mentioned by the 3 generations of Naruto. Push the door open. The figure caught Naruto's eyes. The more slender figure, wearing Konoha Kanobu-style vest clothing, and the extremely conspicuous horizontal scar on the bridge of the nose, although it is the first time I saw the young man in front of me, it was also the moment I saw it. Naruto was the young man he recognized. Domino Ilika. Naruto said softly inwardly. That's right. At this moment, the existence in front of Naruto, who had a great influence on Naruto in the original work, was not only the first to believe in and recognize Naruto, but also became in Naruto's gloomy childhood life the only light. If it is understandable that Naruto has a hatred of the other people in Konoha village, including the 3 generations of Hokage, the high-level people, then Umino Irika is an existence that Naruto cannot hate anyway. Of course, that's how it is said. What will happen in the future? Naruto can only believe in his own eyes and his own judgment. Original? After all, it can only be used as a reference. It's Naruto-kun? I'm the teacher of Shinobu School. My name is Umino Irika. You can call me Irika teacher. Naruto-sama should have told you about it. Today is the day of enrollment. The teacher is today. I came here to take you to sign up. Looking at the blonde boy in front of him, Umino Irika's pupils flashed a complex emotion, but he immediately converged, slightly bowed body, extended right hand, gently rubbing Naruto's small head, when said the voice. The different color that passed away in that instant did not escape Naruto's eyes. Naruto also knows why Irika has such a mood swing. It is only 6 years since Irika's parents died, and the cause of death was precisely because of the 9 tails in his body. If there is nothing unusual, that would be the strangest and most terrifying reaction. Yes, teacher Irika. A very hearty smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he said with a smile. And at the moment when he saw Naruto's smile, Umino Irika's expression was also slightly startled, and then he nodded gently, and the outstretched right hand gently held Naruto's small hand. Let's go, Naruto-kun. Yes. The most spacious street, the street leading to the center of Konoha village, where ninja school is located, is a bustling scene today. As a day of admission to ninja school once a year, anyone who lives in Konoha village will definitely bring their own school-age children to the ninja school. Whether they can become a ninja depends on the results of the entrance test. Although the survival rate of ninjas is not very high, don't look at it. Konoha village is the first of the 5 ninja villages, but in the first 3 ninja world wars, Konoha village was almost always besieged. In the past few years, the 9 Tails Rebellion just broke out. The ninjas in Konoha village have suffered heavy casualties. But even so, many people still hope that their children can become ninjas, because in this world, ninjas mean power, status, and everything. It is the same as before, in the era of the samurai. This is the age of ninjas. What's more, here is also the country of fire, in Konoha village. The meaning of being Konoha's ninja is even more different. Naturally, in this school day, there are so many parents who bring their children to sign up. Chapter 6, Ninja School's Enrollment Day. The closer you are to the school, the more parents you can see carrying their children, and the moment those parents see Naruto, their facial expressions are slightly changed, although it is taken from the presence of Irika. Existence, these people did not act excessively, nor did they show any obvious strange expressions, but in the sight of Naruto, there was an extremely vague look of disgust and fear. This sight is certainly extremely. It was pale, but Naruto was still keenly perceiving it. Any child who looked at Naruto curiously, their parents would immediately pull their children away, turn their heads, and whispered to their children in a very serious tone, not to allow any contact with the blonde child, even if they were looking at each other. Full of malice. Naruto, who was surrounded, there was a hint of agitated emotions for a moment. Naruto was unable to control Irika's right hand with a little force. In just a moment, Naruto was calm again. Irika really felt the tremors. Although it is only Zongnan, Irika is not qualified to know the exact identity of Naruto, 4th generation of Naruto orphans. But as a ninja, he still has a certain understanding of such things as tail beasts and human pillars. Naruto is Naruto, and Kyuubi is Kyuubi. Naruto is just a poor child of the 9-tailed container. I shouldn't have angered Naruto for the death of my parents. Naruto is just a 6-year-old kid. And it is also the ordinary orphan who lost his parents on the night of the Kyuubi rebellion. This is the surface data prepared by Konoha village for Naruto. But they have to be treated like monsters by everyone in the village. Rejected, hated. Just thought of this. The expression on Irika's face softened a little. Of course, Irika will never know that the reason Naruto's emotions were agitated just now, and the slight force on his right hand was not because of fear or other negative emotions. It was just that he could not control the trace of killing in his heart for a moment. No matter what, my mentality needs to be improved. Naruto lowered his head, thinking a little bit self-deprecating in his heart. These ordinary villagers? Well, if you want to say how much Naruto hates them, it is not necessarily. After all, they are not the direct cause of such difficulties in their own lives. They have 9 tails sealed in their bodies, and they don't know the ignorance of Renzhuli and the nature of tail beasts. Villagers regard themselves as Kyuubi, which is natural. Of course, no hatred does not mean that Naruto has a good impression of these people. If there is a chance in the future, Naruto doesn't mind treating Kinobora. These ignorant guys fell into the rock, and Naruto wanted to take the initiative to retaliate against the high-level Konoha who stood up for the so-called stability and the so-called righteousness of the village, especially the Shimura Danzo, the guy Naruto absolutely wants to kill. This has nothing to do with justice, it is just human vengeance. Not only for myself, but also for my parents who died. If Uchiha Dado is directly responsible, then Shimura Danzo's pot is not small. Naruto in this life won't be as stupid as the deity in the previous life, who wants to protect Konoha, and in the final battle, he actually wants to persuade Uchiha to take the soil, and finally makes this guy white. No matter what difficulties Uchiha has with the soil, no matter if he was deceived or not. This guy. It is also on Naruto's kill list. Uchiha is hateful, pitiful, and cute. But Uchiha Dado is the most existence. It's not like Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Mirror. The latter 3 are worthy of respect. Uchiha. The remaining Uchiha? Haha. Essay, here, Naruto. It's not a long distance, that is, about 10 minutes, Iruka took Naruto to the gate of ninja school. At this time, the entire ninja school was already affected by many parents and their children. Surrounded. Iruka led Naruto to a place with less crowds, bowed slightly, touched Naruto's head lightly, and said softly with a gentle smile. Naruto, the teacher will help you with the admission procedures first. You stay here and wait for the teacher, do you know? Yes, Teacher Iruka. Naruto raised his head slightly, with a bright smile on his face, nodded heavily, and said in response. Don't run around, the teacher will be back soon. Before leaving, Iruka still confessed very uneasy. To be honest, in the world of Naruto, especially the children who grew up in Ninja Village, they are basically precocious. In this world, children who become ninjas at a very young age are very common. Sir Heiji Kakashi graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Konoha ninja, and then became a ninja at the age of 12. Although Kakashi like a genius is rare, however, he became a ninja at the age of 7 or 8 and stepped into the battlefield. This was a common occurrence in major ninja villages a few years ago. But now? The situation of other Shinin villages is still unknown. Konoha village. In Naruto's eyes, it was becoming rotten. Ninja. It's not a playhouse. The Shinobu school in Konoha village advocates humane education. There is nothing wrong with this. Education like Wuren is abnormal and deformed. However, the education in Konoha village is too mild. Ninjas only started enrolling at the age of 6 and graduated from ninja school at the age of 12. And most importantly, during these 6 years, there was no blood. This is an extremely ridiculous existence in Naruto's eyes. Ninja sees no blood? Also called a ninja? The will of fire in Konoha village. To be honest, Naruto didn't think this was wrong, but it was obvious that by the 3rd generation of Hokage, the will of fire was completely changed. Moderation does not mean weakness, and restraint does not mean concession. Excessive pursuit of the so-called peace. It will only make the enemy more admirable. The 3 generations of Hokage did make an indelible contribution to the construction of Konoha village. But the same. This 3rd generation Hokage is also the biggest reason why Konoha village is gradually weakening. Just because of the infinite tolerance of the outside and the infinite tolerance of the inside, Shimura Danzo, and he was still able to obliterate the Ashimaru, and released the Ashimaru, which led to the Konoha collapse plan that followed. It can be seen how stupid this 3rd generation Hokage has become. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Naruto. He has no nostalgia for Konoha village. Even if his father is the 4th generation of Hokage, it will not change anything. Perhaps it was because he was worried that Naruto would be there alone. Less than 10 minutes. Ilika, who went to help Naruto go through the enrollment procedures, appeared in front of Naruto again and saw Naruto staying safe and sound. Ilika was quietly relieved. In fact, Ilika is indeed a little worried too much. Anyway, here are all shinobi schools in Konoha village. Even if those parents hate Naruto, they will not, dare not make any radical actions. Essay, come on, Naruto, the teacher will take you to the classroom. Yes. Naruto nodded, took Ilika's left hand again, followed by his side, and walked toward Shinobu School. Chapter 7, Fateful Meeting. Corridors and courtyards passing straight through. Go to the westernmost floor of Shinobu School. This is the place where new students gather every year. There is no difference from the original book. Naruto was taken by Iruka to the class he was in charge of. Obviously, in this class, it can be said that after gathering all the famous students of this year's freshmen, don't look at the children of ordinary people who seem to be part of it. A balanced distribution, but in fact, the class that Iruka is responsible for is the most important class for the freshmen this year. Naruto was also directly assigned to this classroom because of his unique identity. It was also the moment when Naruto followed Ilika to the classroom. There are already a lot of people inside. Looking around, those many figures are the most familiar existences of Naruto. This familiarity refers to the familiarity with the original work, and in this life, it is the first time that Naruto meets almost everyone in it. Except for that white shadow. In reality, Naruto was also the first spot to focus his sight after stepping into the classroom. His short hair, bright eyes, and a timid expression. The faint uneasy breath that came out inadvertently. The rich family of Konoha village and the princess of the Hyuga clan Hinata. Before this life, Naruto had a great affection for the princess of the Hyuga clan who didn't have the slightest squeamishness. Just in this life, the unexpected encounter more than a year ago. It was enough for Naruto to leave a deep impression on this pure white girl. Hinata. Looking at the girl's face that was almost the size of a slap, the look in Naruto's pupils was slightly softer. Because as a family of Hyuga, even if he hasn't opened his eyes yet, Hinata still has a deeper perception than ordinary people. It is almost that Naruto's gaze freezes on Hinata for half a second, and Hinata immediately noticed Naruto's gaze. When the head that was raised subconsciously met Naruto's eyes, Hinata's small eyes were also slightly widened, and his small face just showed a trace of consternation. Naruto nodded gently with a soft smile. Only this slight move. Hinata's cheeks blushed instantly, and his forehead seemed to have steam that was visible to the naked eye. The head drooping immediately, and the unconsciously flicked hair made the girl look more and more charming. This also made the look on Naruto's face more gentle. Naruto, you can sit down anywhere you like. This was just a few seconds of sight communication. Not only did the other students in the class fail to notice, even Iruka at the top did not notice the small interaction between Naruto and Hinata. He patted the table lightly to lower the noise in the class, then turned his head and whispered to Naruto beside him. Yes, Teacher Iruka. Naruto immediately replied, and immediately walked towards the innermost position of the class, along the passage on the side of the wall, walked straight to the back of the classroom, found a position by the window and sat down. There is no need for an excessive amount of contact and communication now. After all, his identity is very sensitive. I met by chance when I was young. A special contact. Konoha's senior management would ignore it. The Zone family on the side of Hyuga wouldn't particularly care. But if I want to get in touch with Hinata up close now, even if I really don't have any special thoughts, just want to get closer to Hinata, I will be caught by the senior Konoha and Hinata's father, Hyuga Hinata Zuetal interpret other meanings. In short, it is still a sentence, before he has no real self-protection ability. I have to be cautious in any of my actions. Be a good actor. This is what I need to do most. As he walked towards the last row of the classroom, Naruto flashed these thoughts quickly in his mind. Don't be too conspicuous. Step by step. Slowly improve your own strength in accordance with the established plan. Wait until the body is strengthened to a certain extent. I started to try to see if I could touch the 9 tails in my body. As long as you can reach the 9 tails. Naruto himself still has a certain degree of confidence that he can convince the arrogant 9 Lama to help him. After all, he is familiar with the advantages of the plot and allows Naruto to have a lot of space and leeway to manipulate. As for other things, it is not Naruto can consider now of. In this classroom, there are naturally many figures that Naruto is familiar with right now, including the 12 Xiaoqiang in the original book. After removing Naruto, there are 8 people in this classroom. These people are almost all the major ninja families in Konoha village. The core of the next generation. In the original book, in the true sense, it is a ninja born of a commoner. It is probably Haruno Sakura and Lee Look. Even if it seems to be Tian Tian who was born as a commoner, you look at that girl in which battle is not showing off her wealth? I know that this seemingly ordinary girl is by no means an ordinary person, otherwise, a ninja of an ordinary family, where would there be so much money to give her prodigal? Of course, these people have nothing to do with Naruto at present. Naruto doesn't plan to get in touch with those people as closely as in the original book. It should be said that Naruto not only wants to live, but also wants to get more companions. Some of these people may become his companions, but more of them may become enemies in the future. Naturally, at this stage, Naruto was even less interested in them. There are moments when just passing by the side of a black-haired teenager who looks cool on the outside, Naruto's footsteps and line of sight were given a slight pause. But it was only for a moment. Even the black-haired boy didn't notice. Naruto started again, walked straight to the last row, found a place far away from all the students in the classroom, and sat down quietly. Sasuke Uchiha did not say much. His expression didn't even change at all. The seemingly normal gaze shifting and drifting, only when passing the back of the black-haired teenager, there was a slight pause for a few tenths of a second on the fan-shaped logo behind the clothes, and it emerged from the depths of my heart. Such a name! Ilika in front of the podium underneath, naturally, did not notice Naruto's small actions. Just when I saw Naruto sitting in the most remote place in the classroom, Ilika's expression also changed slightly. And this emotional change is only a momentary thing. Next second, there was a smile on Ilika's face again. Papa clapped his hands lightly. Attract the attention of everyone in front of him. Everyone is here. Today is the first day you entered ninja school. I am your instructor, Domino Ilika. First, congratulations, and you will study here for the next 6 years. All knowledge about ninjas is not only actual combat, but also theory. If you want to be a good ninja, both are indispensable. I hope that in the next 6 years, each of you will learn and listen. With the guidance and arrangement of the teacher, after graduation, you will truly grow an excellent ninja. Domino Ilika glanced at the 30 or 40 children present with a relatively calm voice, and said softly. Chapter 8, The First Day of Shinobi School, Seeking Collection. P.S. The new book period is very important. Please collect and recommend it, please come to you. Yes, Teacher Ilika. When Irika's words fell, everyone in the classroom responded in unison with a relatively immature voice. After all, it was only the first day of entering ninja school. It is a more important thing to leave a good impression on your own instructor. Well, that's good, so let's introduce ourselves first. After all, you have to study together for 6 years. After graduation, you may also be assigned to a small team to perform tasks. Impressing each other is very important. Ilika smiled slightly, then pointed to the first child in the first row of his right hand and said softly. Just start with you, Ikuka-kun, just talk about your dreams and favorite things. Yes. My name is Ikuka Uedu, and my dream is to be a great ninja, something I like. Very user-friendly opening. Or it should be said. After so many years of change, Konoha's ninja school is no longer what it was in the period when the second generation of Naruto Senjukuma was established. It can even be said that the same group of ninja students were transferred to the period when the second generation of Naruto just established the ninja school. It is possible that you can't even enter the gate of ninja school. Of course, this is not to compare the advantages and disadvantages, but only to clarify the limitations of the times. And when these people continue to introduce themselves, Naruto is also silently observing these children who will become his nominal companions in the next 6 years. It should be said that among these people present in the future, most of them are just Konoha's cannon fodder, and there are very few who can become Zonran. Don't underestimate Zonran. You must know that Zonran is already the backbone of Shinin village and can be used as a team. The leader can prove the value and status of Zonran. Not to mention the supreme forbearance. Say the most straightforward words. No other world is more pedigree than Hokage. You must know that the world itself is a series of farce after conflicts within a family, let alone other people. Are ninjas of civilian origin qualified and potential to become great ninjas? Have. Such a probability still exists. Cannot obliterate the possibility of all civilian ninjas. But this is only a minority after all. Fight the age of ancestors. It is definitely not an empty talk in this Hokage world. Extending it is. Are you a ninja from the ninja family? Not absolute. However, it is universal. Most ninjas from the ninja family can become middle ninjas or even higher. Compared with ordinary people, they are established under the same objective conditions and achieve the same goals. The former only needs to consume the latter. Half or less time. Besides, this is not a race between the tortoise and the hare. People will not deliberately stop in place, waiting for the latter. People who are more talented than you, who can enjoy more resources than you. Not to mention working harder than you. Just say that you are as hard as you. What qualifications and opportunities do you have to surpass others? Do not. Not even qualified to move forward in sync. This is the reality in the world of Naruto. Efforts do not deceive people. As long as you pay, you will definitely become stronger, but that is only based on your personal point of view. Vertical comparison is no problem, but if you want horizontal comparison, sorry. Waiting for you will only be the cruelest reality. Naturally, the epitome is in this classroom now. For those of civilian origin, as long as the classmates who have barely appeared in the original work, Naruto will not care at all, and attention is still focused on the limited number of people from the ninja family. The so-called 8 small strong in the original book. Naturally, it was Naruto's first focus. Even if it's just a young age. The recognition of Ba Xiaoqiang is still quite high. Especially the pig, deer, and butterfly trio. Lazy Nara Shikamaru. Chudeo Ding Ci, which seems to be so nasty. And Yamanaka Ino, who looked towards Uchiha Sasuke with an idiotic look at the age of 6. Naruto has no doubt if it is not because of the pig deer butterfly characteristics. Maybe Ino, this girl can post directly next to that cold kid, right? Makes sense. In this classroom, almost 80% of young girls. That's right, it's the young girl. Only 6 years old. It's too much to say a girl. And it happens to be such a group of precocious young girls. All of them looked at Sasuke with admiration. Although this is the world of Naruto. But Naruto still couldn't help but complain inside. It's too precocious, these kids. Get rid of the pig deer butterfly. The remaining Yuzuno and Inyazuka are also very easy to recognize. Hinata and Sasuke will not say anything. Especially the latter. When introducing yourself, it's the simplest sentence. This is Suzuki Uchiha. That looks cool, but it's a 13-faced expression in fact. Detonate the entire classroom directly. The screams of the girls seem to penetrate the entire classroom. But the only time to be cool is the last less than a year, right? Looking at Sasuke's profile, Naruto's mind also flashed the plot in the original work of the previous life. The appearance did not seem to have changed, but in fact, he shook his head secretly in his heart, meditating. If I remember correctly, the Uchiha clan will be annihilated in about a year. By that time, this Uchiha Sasuke-kun, who looks very cold on the outside and a real child in his heart, will truly begin to plunge into darkness. The meaning of survival. There are two remaining words: revenge. Of course, these things have nothing to do with the current Naruto, or do not have the ability and qualifications to intervene. There is an inside story about annihilation. This is a matter of course, even if there is no memory of past lives, you will know that the inside story of these things is definitely not small if you just consider them logically. But what does it have to do with the current Naruto? Spent these 6 years in peace and stability. The most important thing is to improve your own strength as much as possible. The rest will be discussed later. With these familiar faces passing by, the last thing that catches Naruto's eyes from the 8 Xiaoqiang is Haruno Sakura, this heroine who has a polarizing evaluation in the original work of the previous life. From the perspective of the drama, she is really the first woman. Number. Not to mention disgust. Not to mention like it. Because the current Naruto is not the original Naruto. What kind of choice Haruno Sakura will make and what will be her opinion? It has nothing to do with Naruto now. As long as it does not affect yourself, Naruto won't even get involved. As for the last time, it was Naruto's turn to introduce himself. Although it had been expected, it was almost the moment Naruto stood up. More than 80% of the people looked at Naruto with a strange look. Of course, there is no disgust and rejection in the sight of these children like adults. Just because of being warned by the family, there is a hint of curiosity and doubt in it. Naruto naturally turned a blind eye, smiled, and sat down honestly after he introduced himself properly. Do not deliberately keep a low profile, and never show off a high profile. According to the normal rhythm, I spent my 6 years in this shinobi school. While constantly strengthening yourself, wait for the necessary opportunities. This is Naruto's most important and only core plan at the moment. Chapter 9, A Year of Rapid Growth. Everyone has introduced yourself. In the next 6 years, you have to get along well. Now you are classmates and you will be peers after graduation. Remember, a qualified ninja should pay attention to teamwork. Any task, especially those who are high difficult tasks, to be completed, can only be completed through teamwork. I hope you can remember this point. Do you understand? Domino Ilika put his hands on the podium in front of him, looked at the group of children underneath with a more solemn expression, and said in a deep voice. Yes. Although Irika's expression is very serious. But at this moment, it is impossible for most children to understand the meaning of Irika's words. Or it should be said, peace has been for too long. Especially in Konoha. The children cultivated in shinobi school are only mature in other ways. And the qualities that a ninja should have. But it is much worse than the group of children in the war years. After all, at that time, 6 or 7-year-old children are likely to step on the battlefield as a real ninja, so in this world, you must not underestimate any young child, because he may even have the power to kill you. Irika naturally knows that these words he said are too early for the children in front of them, but as an educator, many things must be told to these children in advance, and they need to be repeatedly taught. Especially as a ninja, these 6 years are the most critical period for them to lay a solid foundation, not only the body, but also the thinking. As an instructor of ninja school, Irika undoubtedly knows what a competent instructor should do. Very well, then, let's take the first class. To be a qualified ninja, we must understand what the nature of a ninja is and what conditions should be required to become a ninja. It must be said that you can become a teacher of shinobi school. Whether it is Ilika or other Zongnan. At least they have extremely rich theoretical knowledge and guidance in some details. Even more than the vast majority of Shangren. And this is one of the reasons why the 3 generations of Naruto will be arranged to serve as the instructor of ninja school. There is also the lack of strength, or simply injured in previous wars or missions, unable to continue a normal ninja career. And the class Naruto is in is the most special one among the freshmen in this class. Let alone the descendants of other famous ninjas. Just the existence of a 9-tailed man like Guang Naruto. It is enough to illustrate the particularity of this class. Ilika can be directly appointed as the instructor of this class by 3 generations of Hokage. There are only 2 reasons. 1. Ilika has such an ability. The second and most important point is to believe in Ilika's loyalty. As a native of Konoha, the Konoha ninja whose parents have died, sacrificed in the Kyuubi War 12 years ago. Domino Ilika is definitely under the 3 generations of Naruto's ruling philosophy. Inherit the so-called purest will of fire. Naruto himself knew this very well. Of course, whether it is Irika's background or the relationship at this stage, it will not affect Naruto's view of Irika. Or it should be said that it is not limited to Irika. After Naruto came to this world, especially after realizing that everything here is very different from what I once saw in the original book, Naruto made up his mind inside. Never believe 100% of the so-called description in the original book. Those so-called plots can only be used as references. The real answer. But you need to find it yourself. This is also one of the basic conditions Naruto himself believes must have to survive in this world. The first day of shinobi school. This is the second step in Naruto's next plan. It is different from Naruto who sleeps in class, slackens, and even skips class in the original book of the previous life. In this life, Naruto is absolutely to learn all the theoretical knowledge. No matter it is anything. Or any profession. A solid foundation is always the most important. This is the real beginning. Looking down at Irika, with both hands on the podium, taking classes very seriously. Naruto's eyes condensed, and he thought to himself. It also started from this day. Naruto's life has become more regular and rhythmic. 3 points in 1. Ninja School Home Mountain Forest. Except for the necessary rest time. The rest of the time, Naruto devoted all his efforts to high-intensity training and learning. Perhaps it is the welfare of the traversers? Anyway, Naruto found that his memory and comprehension ability was much better than his previous life. Any basic knowledge learned in shinobi school, Naruto can be remembered in a short time and absorbed for their own use. Basic knowledge learning and basic training in shinobi school. Outside the shinobi school. In daily life, Naruto even formulated a training schedule for himself to be strictly implemented. Day to day. There has never been a break. In such a simple and somewhat boring life model. 1 year passed quickly. In 55 years of Konoha, Konoha village, the northwest corner, is still the forest closest to the area where Naruto lives. One day, morning. This is a day off for Shinobu school. In a relatively open area of the forest, a golden figure with his upper body naked and trousers rolled up stood on the lake, staring at the bottom of the lake intently. This person is not someone else, but Naruto, who often comes here to practice. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Flicked his hands quickly. A few cold light appeared in an instant. The surface of the lake passing swiftly. Next second. Pouch with a sound. The sound of metal piercing through the skin of flesh and blood fell. What followed was the scarlet blood that spread on the lake. Naruto, standing on the surface of the water, smiled slightly. Pull with his right hand slightly. The kunao that was originally projected into the water by Naruto returned to Naruto's hands. And above each kunao is a fish that is still trembling, and under the radiance of the sun, the silk thread connecting the kunao is also looming. Well, I can have an extra meal today. Naruto slipped a few fresh fish in his hand, roughly estimated the weight, and nodded in satisfaction. I have said it before. Naruto's living environment in Konoha is extremely difficult. Necessary support payments? Sorry, you have to be able to buy things in Konoha. And the only thing that can receive food. Either lack of weight and less weight. Or there will be a special snack from the caring boss. Of course, starving to death is not enough. At least 3 generations of Hokage will not allow such a situation. But obviously, such food cannot meet Naruto's needs. Let alone Naruto as a quasi-ninja, daily training requires a lot of nutrition. Just what food is the most important stage of body growth at the moment? Chapter 10, Way of Practice. P.S. Ask for votes. Please vote for free recommendation votes to Xiao, and there is a free quota for investment. Please also order an investment. Thanks. Why is Naruto in the original book so short and thin? You can think of why with your toes. Insufficient nutrition. Or simply destroying the health of the body. Can grow smoothly. That is a weird thing. Konoha village can't expect it anymore. So if you want to be full, Naruto has to do it himself. And this forest has become Naruto's first choice. From the beginning, before he had the ability to protect himself, he was picking some wild vegetables and mountain fruits in the marginal area. To the back, Naruto refined his chakras for the first time, especially after entering the ninja school to learn, and after becoming stronger, the scope of collection can be expanded at once, including but not limited to the live fish, shrimps, and crabs in front of you, as well as certain beasts in the forest. All are the objects of Naruto hunting, even the slightly more brutal beasts. Now Naruto he can deal with it on his own. Even at the beginning, Naruto used these beasts as his object of sharpening. What's more, even if he couldn't beat them, to put it bluntly, there are dark parts stalking near him, and in the worst case, these dark parts are also there. In the bottom of the pocket, Naruto has no taboos at all. And it is precisely because there is such a way. Since this time, Naruto never worried about his food. This way, not only can you get food, you can also practice a certain degree. Why not? As for whether it will be restricted, Naruto said, put 10,000 hearts. This matter is not a problem at all. Those who monitor their own dark parts will definitely report everything to the 3rd generation of Hokage, plus that old man himself has a crystal ball that can monitor the entire Konoha. As long as there is no stopping at the beginning. It means that this is allowed behavior. Fresh fish caught. Naruto directly used it to make the soup. This is also the cooking method that best guarantees the freshness and nutrition of live fish. As for the taste, under such conditions, Naruto will never pick and choose. Everything is the most important goal of strengthening his own combat power. What method can best supplement nutrition and best satisfy his daily training, Naruto will which way to choose. As for the necessary equipment for ninja training, after Naruto entered ninja school to study, part of it can be obtained from ninja school. There is still a part. Even if Naruto can't buy it himself, it can also be obtained through Ilika. Even if the current Ilika faces Naruto, he still maintains 3 points of pity, 3 points of worry, 3 points of hatred, and 1 point of loss. But even more because of the 3 generations of Hokage's confession and his identity as a teacher, for the vast majority of Naruto, Irika is still very concerned. Just like, Ilika often leads Naruto to improve food. When I learned that Naruto needed some training equipment, they don't hesitate to pay for it and give it to Naruto. Even if Naruto says he can pay. All were rejected by Ilika with a smile. Although the current Naruto has not obtained the 9-tailed chakra and cannot acquire the ability to detect maliciousness, it is just this atmosphere, especially when Naruto and Iruka face each other, Naruto can feel the same name. For the feeling of warmth. This is also the location of the few traces of sunlight that is not covered by shadows in Naruto's heart now. Also benefit from this. Over the course of this year, Naruto's life became smoother. The training is even more steady. Even the days of studying at ninja school are much better than Naruto's previous expectations. At least those children in the school will not look at Naruto with fear or disgust. Of course, this is also because these children are not yet knowing the truth, plus Naruto in this life is not as naughty, quiet, and calm as in the original, with the golden hair, and in terms of learning, it is not the countdown crane tail in the original, although it is deliberately hidden in Naruto. I didn't directly get the first place in the class, but Naruto's comprehensive scores were ranked in the top 5 regardless of the theory test or the actual test, and the theoretical knowledge was even the first. This makes Naruto still quite popular among the little girls in school. The number 1 popularity value is naturally the young master of the Uchiha family. Not only because of his beauty, but also because no matter what the test, the second pillar has always been ranked first, plus he is the youngest son of the patriarch of the first ninja family in Konoha village, so it is only natural that he has received so many favors. Things are up. Naruto didn't care about the false name in the school at all. The reason to hide it a little bit. I don't want to make myself too high profile. Not afraid of anything. At this stage, there are 3 generations of Naruto in front of me. As long as I don't do anything extraordinary and I don't get the 3 generations of Naruto to see what I think in my heart, there will be no problems. The bandage man is even more impossible to wear. Go by yourself. As long as the 3 generations of Hokage are still alive. At this point, Naruto does want to thank the 3rd generation of Hokage a little bit. It's just thinking about it inwardly. Demonstrating the required grades and standards is also because he has always been diligent and studious. In addition, the 3 generations of Hokage also high altitude check their training from time to time. If this is not the result of the shot, then there is really a problem. A little bit of hiding, the problem is not big. Besides, people still habitually look at the first place, and the latter, unless it is the tail of the crane, otherwise in the eyes of ordinary people. There is a difference between the 2nd and the 10th place? No. Therefore, this year, not only in his own personal time, but also in the time of ninja school, the unexpected Naruto can still feel quite comfortable. Then, try it today too. Do it yourself. After eating an extremely rich lunch, Naruto started training this afternoon after a short rest. From the first tree climbing training to the subsequent treading water training, it is reasonable, Naruto's time not too much, not too little. According to the standard of a general ninja, this is an average standard value. Naruto in the original works of the previous life seems to learn very quickly, but in fact Naruto at that time already has a certain foundation. Look at the behavior of flying over the wall and getting into trouble in the original work during the study period in ninja school. The use of chakra already has a certain foundation, but it seems more casual and rough. Behind the tree climbing under the guidance of Kakashi, treading water under the guidance of the four-eyed boy. Naturally, learn faster. Be straightforward. No matter what Lengza Naruto studied in the original book, he relied on his physical instincts. And Naruto in this life learns. More depends on your own brain. Of course, there are natural instincts in the body, but it is a bit subconsciously dependent on the habits of the previous life, and more will use the brain to think. Without any guidance. Naruto's practice is naturally slower than in the original book. Chapter 11, 3-Body Technique. P.S. Please recommend and collect. This is very important for the new book. Thank you, Xiao. The first year of ninja school. Basically, it is the most basic theoretical knowledge learning, as well as some practical training on the external aspects of the body. Originally, it did not involve any learning of ninjutsu and illusion. Physical exercises were just laid out in advance and could enter the ninjutsu school to learn. Naturally, the children of this group have alternate ninjas who can extract chakra. It should be said that children who cannot extract chakra will be brushed off at the enrollment stage, and it is impossible to enter the ninja school. And these children, only a few people are from the ninja family. Long before they entered ninja school, almost all of them have successfully extracted their own chakras, and started practicing under the guidance of Zongren and even Shangren in their own family. Family secrets are even involved from the moment the chakras are extracted, according to normal theory. For these children, it is more suitable to practice in their own homes than in ninja school, but after the second generation of Naruto established the ninja school system, all the school-age children of the ninja family in Konoha village, not to mention other small and medium ninja families including Uchiha and Hyuga, the children of the two giants were sent to ninja school to study at the age of 5 or 6. The practice of these children. Naturally, it is not necessary for the teachers of ninja school to worry too much. In terms of past practice, ninja school is almost only training civilian ninjas, and some of these ninja families who do not enjoy the resource tilt. The difference in congenital conditions. The growth environment is different. This directly affects the pattern in ninja school, which is also very different. The most intuitive point is, almost all of these children from the ninja family have extracted chakras, and when they started to practice, the group of civilian children who have just entered the ninja school can only start with theoretical knowledge. It's okay if their parents are ninjas. It's just that the most common ninja can absorb and understand quickly under the influence of ears and eyes. The most difficult thing is the group of unfounded civilian children. The first year is their most important year. They must understand the ninjas, what is the essence, what is the chakra. The most important thing is how to extract the chakra, and how to use the chakra after the chakra is extracted. Among the 3 weapons used by ninjas: ninjutsu, illusion, physique. Naturally, physical exercises are the easiest to learn. And these children have not been able to fully understand what is called chakra. In other words, you can't move around freely and use the chakra in your body. The learning of ninjutsu and illusion, it must be put behind. Including Sanchenju, the most basic ninjutsu. Naruto, who has just entered school for more than a year, naturally cannot learn any ninjutsu and illusion-related content in the course of ninja school, but this is not difficult for Naruto at all, relying on more than the original book. Be well behaved and be smart. Naruto in this life has always been a very positive, cheerful, intelligent, and sensible child in Irika's heart. Although at the beginning, Naruto asked herself to learn the 3 Shinzen technique in advance during a day when Naruto was off in ninja school, Irika was a little bit hesitant, but later considered that Naruto's talent as a ninja was not lost to those. The ninja of the ninja family. In this period, Naruto was a Kyuubi ninja, which should be known to all ninjas in the village, but the orphan status of the 4 generations of Minato should only be the Konoha high level, and the village the real top-notch shinobu knows about it. In addition, Sanchenju is indeed the most basic ninjutsu. It doesn't seem to be a particularly big problem to teach Naruto in advance. Consider these. When Naruto begged for the second time, Irika was the one who taught Naruto the seal of the 3-body technique and some basic points along the way. Then, as in the original book, the strange thing happened. Transfiguration, substitute surgery. Naruto is almost ready to get started. The difference is only a matter of proficiency. But this is not important, as long as more practice, transformation, and substitution techniques, Naruto is confident that he can control more perfectly. But it happened to be a clone technique. In this original work, Naruto has failed to pass the ninjutsu until graduation, and even several times in a row. Naruto in this life also has no way to learn it smoothly. No, it's not even going to be smooth, but there is no way to control it at all. Obviously the main points are carried out in accordance with Ilika's guidance. Whether it's Juin or Chakra's call, there are hardly any problems. However, there will be problems. Learned the 3-body art from Ilika to the present. It has been a full 3 months. Stand-in surgery and transformation surgery. They are all under control within a day. The speed and efficiency will be continuously improved in the future. Clone technique. But until now, there is no way to use it smoothly. This directly affected Naruto's training plan during this period. According to the established goal, the next period of time should be to further strengthen his physical fitness, and then see if he can get 1 or 2 from Irika in advance. Ninjutsu, illusion. After all, Ilika is a middle-level ninjutsu anyhow, A-level, B-level ninjutsu, and illusion do not want, C-level ninjutsu and illusion, there should always be 1 or 2. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The card level of avatar technique. It was also Ling Naruto's stubborn temper that came up directly. He really doesn't believe it. He can't control the avatar technique smoothly, even if it's a ninjutsu that doesn't seem to have any practical effect, but in Naruto's view, since the 3 ninja technique is called the most basic ninjutsu, then, you should be in control. Today, the morning is the usual physical exercises. In the afternoon, after eating lunch, Naruto intends to directly practice the 3 Shenzhen technique. It took a little time to consolidate the previous 2 triples, especially the surrogacy, timing, speed, and necessary inducement of the surrogate. In Naruto's view, the surrogacy should be the most practical of the triple surrogacy, even if ninjutsu that can be used in shadow battles. The rest of the time, the focus of Naruto's practice is still on the clone technique. Clone technique. Puff. White smoke burst out of thin air. When blowing away, what was left was Naruto standing in the center. And that looks like Naruto, but actually it is 2 unknown creatures that are paralyzed on the surface, especially that seems to be a little trembling, and it seems to be disgusting and perverted. Naruto was also looking at the 2 foreign objects, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Solution. He sighed softly. Naruto nodded the seal again and solved the avatar technique. Puff. A soft sound. Those 2 unknown objects disappeared. Where is the problem? Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground. Today this has failed again n times. The order of not printing. Chakras transfer. This was originally the most basic ninjutsu, very simple. Everything comes in order. Why is it just not working? Chapter 12, Initial. Is it a chakra control problem? Or is it a quantity problem? Naruto scratched the back of his head, muttering very depressed. This is really a bit unclear. You have to say that it is a chakra control problem. That doesn't make sense. The same as 3-body technique. There is no reason why the control of your clone technique is more difficult than the duplication technique and the transformation technique, right? Even Naruto still feels that surrogacy is the most difficult thing to control in the 3-body technique. The objects to be replaced and the timing of replacement are all issues that ninjas must consider when using surrogacy. There is no reason for the avatar technique to be more complicated than the avatar technique. This in itself is a clone without any entity. Not to mention, Naruto also completed the chakra control practice of climbing trees and treading water. As for the amount of chakra, that's even more incredible. Whether it's a previous life or this life, Naruto hasn't heard of the 3 Shenzhen technique that still needs the amount of chakra to effect control. It is not the kind of high-level ninjutsu. Chakra cannot be released if it is not enough. The trivial 3 Shen technique is not so good. Besides, take 10,000 steps to consider. Naruto has not tried it before. Control chakra's output and output rate, no matter it is more or less. I tried it if possible, and I also deliberately asked Irika, and I still came to the conclusion that the picture in front of me is still extremely an awkward situation. Irika, who saw Naruto using the avatar technique with his own eyes, was also at a loss. It was obvious that both the avatar technique and the transformation technique could be used so normally. Does the avatar technique do not work? Ilika, who is also not very knowledgeable, has no way to say why. Can only comfort Naruto. Just keep working hard. After all, it's only the second grade. There is still more than 4 years before the graduation exam, so there is no need to worry. Oh, but you can't distinguish even objects then at the beginning, but now it's a little bit human. Can it be considered an improvement, right? The clone technique released again. Looking at the Naruto who could barely be identified as his clone, he sighed helplessly. Naruto who can't find the reason. It can only be attributed to the so-called bug. Forget it, come here first today. Looking at the gradually dimming scenery, Naruto's pupils flickered slightly, he moved his neck and stood up again. After packing up his various utensils and the wild vegetables and fruits that he picked today, Naruto stretched out, carrying something and walking towards the edge of the forest, preparing to return to his home. There is still a need to change the training plan. During this time, you can still spend a little time practicing the clone technique, but you can't waste too much time. The focus should still be on strengthening the physical quality. The kunao that I took before is almost finished. Let's get a little from teacher Irika tomorrow. Ah, so tired. The sun sinking in the west, the last trace of dusk poured on the earth, reflecting the long shadow of Naruto. At night, Naruto, who returned home, simply took a break after finishing the dinner. He sat directly in front of the desk and opened the textbooks placed on the desk. Practice during the day. Study at night. This is the established law of life for Naruto this year. It's not just the content learned in class. Including the books related to ninja, ninjutsu, illusion, and physique stored in ninja school, Naruto has a plan to borrow one by one to read. At this point, because of Irika, Naruto still has many conveniences can be used. Of course, it is also because of age and because I have only been in school for more than a year. I still have to restrict Naruto to some extent. It does not mean that Naruto is not allowed to watch, but is standing in Ilika. From a perspective, I don't want Naruto to have a low eye and a low hand, to be too greedy and not to chew. This is what Irika has said the most to Naruto in this year or so. Naruto is so studious, Irika is naturally very happy. It's because of frequent contact and getting along with Naruto. Naruto looking at such sunshine. Ilika's defense is gradually letting go. It does not mean forgetting the tragic death of his parents, but being able to face the existence of Naruto. 9 tails are 9 tails and Naruto is Naruto. The two are not a unified existence, more so because Naruto became Joe Ren's Huli, he was disgusted and rejected by more than 99% of the people in the village, and felt even more pity for Naruto. The two get along more and more harmoniously. Irika naturally values Naruto's future more. He hoped that Naruto could become a great ninja just like he himself said, so that everyone would recognize him. Irika is paying more attention to Naruto's practice and learning than it was a year ago. Although Naruto's learning progress far exceeds Ilika's imagination. Naruto can learn a lot of knowledge in one go. But also because Naruto himself is somewhat clumsy. Irika's cognitive judgment of Naruto will definitely be biased. Naruto himself didn't particularly care. Repetitive learning of certain content is also beneficial, it will deepen the memory. At this point, Naruto has continued his personal habits in his previous life very well. Ah, is this time already? Naruto who is addicted to learning. Because of the pain in my neck, I straightened my body and moved my neck slightly, just to see the time displayed by the clock on the desktop. Naruto yawned and said with a trace of sleepiness. I have to get up early tomorrow and go to bed. Naruto shook his head, closed the book in front of him, stood up, moved his hands and feet, and walked straight to the bathroom. After washing up, Naruto went straight to bed. In less than a minute. Because of the accumulated fatigue, Naruto soon fell into deep sleep. But originally, like any day before, she fell asleep peacefully until the night of dawn. Today. But there was a great accident. Boom! Suddenly, the explosion sounded over the entire Konoha, soaring into the sky. That burning cloud shining in the entire sky. Let the cold and quiet Konoha village suddenly become noisy at this moment. Those are already Naruto, who has fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened. The ear-piercing and sharp roar, and the vague sound of fighting. Naruto immediately got up from the bed. Quickly ran to the window. Looking at the huge fire in the northwest corner of Konoha, and the Konoha ninja who was constantly shining from all around and approaching the past, Naruto's pupils flashed with an extremely horrified look. That direction, if you guessed it correctly, is the residence of the Uchiha clan? Such a fire? Is it possible that it is the plot of the Night of the Clan? After the calculation, the time is right. Naruto nodded lightly and murmured. Not long after Urshiozi entered the school, the Uchiha clan was indeed annihilated. But it's not right? Although speaking of the details of the plot, Naruto can't remember clearly. Chapter 13, Genocide Night. However, Naruto is still somewhat impressed by the general plot, including the plot of Uchiha's clan night. There is no such a big noise in the original work, right? No, strictly speaking, there was no movement at all, and no commotion was caused. That is, in that one night, Nyode and Uchiha, only 3 people were left, and the rest was wiped out, and still quietly slaughtered to death. At least, in Konoha village that night, none of the residents found that Uchiha was annihilated. The layout of the high level, the participation of the inner ghost. If this can still cause waves, then it is a ghost. Therefore, in the original book, everyone in the entire Konoha village learned that Uchiha was annihilated by one person the next day, except for the person involved. Cause, process, result. Naruto, of course, only remembers a rough idea, but the only thing that can be clearly remembered and confirmed is the night of Uchiha's clan extermination. It was a deal between Uchiha Itachi and Konoha's high-level officials to exchange the lives of Uchiha's clan for peace and his own brother. For this reason, Uchiha Itachi can even start with his biological parents. The extermination was probably done by Uchiha Itachi alone. But Naruto can definitely be sure that before Uchiha Itachi started, there must be a lot of dark parts ambushing around the entire Uchiha station, or root members monitoring, and even setting up the enchantment. Only in this way can the movement be kept to a minimum. In order not to attract the attention and panic of the whole village, so that the Uchiha clan died quietly. However, the scene in front of him far exceeded Naruto's expectations. This seems to be very different from the established plot trend. Could it be that someone in the Uchiha clan discovered the Konoha high-level conspiracy? Started to fight back. Naruto's heart was shocked, and he thought of another possibility. After all, this is Konoha, or even the largest family in the ninja world. Shouldn't everyone be stupid? With some clues. Now that it is a little strange, so as to organize a rebellion in advance, there is also such a probability, right? However, such an idea. It was just a moment in Naruto's mind. After all, there are still too many things that cannot be explained. Looking at the huge fire not far away that seemed to be unable to be extinguished, and the Konoha shinobu village that had already become extremely noisy, Naruto's brows became tighter and tighter, and after only a short period of time, Naruto's brows were quietly loosened. No matter what the reason is, and no matter what the result is, what does this have to do with me now? Let's go to sleep. Naruto laughed mockingly, shook his head, then closed the curtains and returned to his bed. The spreading firelight, and the vaguely slaying sound that followed the sound of the wind, it seemed that Naruto could hear the screams and screams coming from that distant area vaguely. However, at this time, Naruto can only be a bystander after all. Even such a bystander, Naruto didn't want to do it. Whether it was because of his own strength or his own position, the demise of the Uchiha clan had nothing to do with Naruto. On a night, in this world, the biggest original sin is lack of power. Naruto shook his head. Finally, through the curtains, he took a deep look at the sky of fire, then got back into the bed and closed his eyes slowly. Tomorrow, for Konoha, it can even be said that for the country of fire, it is really another scene. The genocide of the biggest giants. This is the most realistic portrayal of the gradual decline of a Darren village. Dividing line. The next day, news of the destruction of the Uchiha clan quickly spread throughout the village. The hustle and bustle of last night spread moments. The ordinary people in the whole village are guessing what happened. The smell of gunpowder smoke, the roar of explosions, the vague killings and screams, and the light of the sky. It should be said that anyone has not noticed that it is a strange thing, and even some people are still speculating. Did foreign enemies invade yesterday? Or is it simply that a new round of ninja war is about to break out? And it was before these speculations spread throughout the village. The Konoha executives headed by the 3 generations of Hokage quickly announced what happened last night. The content being announced. As Naruto had expected. Uchiha Itachi, the most talented ninja of the Uchiha clan, united with foreign enemies to rebel in an attempt to destroy Konoha village. He was discovered by his clan, which caused Uchiha Itachi to directly kill the entire Uchiha clan and was driven by the Konoha ninja. Repel. Uchiha Itachi, who defected from the village. Now recognized as the S-rank rebel of Konoha village. And when the news spread throughout Konoha village, everyone in Konoha village was in an uproar. Those Konoha ninjas and ordinary people who didn't know the truth were all knowing the news. He came with an unbelievable expression for a moment. The genius of the Uchiha clan who graduated from Shinobu school at the age of 7 and was promoted to Nakanobu at the age of 10 actually rebelled with foreign enemies? Trying to destroy Konoha village? The original news was already shocking. And the next Uchiha clan was almost completely wiped out, except for one Uchiha Sasuke. The whole Konoha shook 3 times. You know, the Uchiha clan has an extremely important position and significance in the entire Konoha village. As one of the 2 ninja families that founded Konoha village, it is also the most powerful in the entire Konoha village and even the entire ninja world at this stage. The ninja family was actually destroyed so easily. It's not that I don't believe it, but it's hard to believe. Such a news. Not only in Konoha village. What is more predictable is that after today, this news came out from Konoha village. The whole country of fire. Even the entire ninja world will be shaken by it. In the same way, the destruction of the Uchiha clan will attract the prying eyes of the other 4 ninja villages. What is the truth in it? Is Konoha's combat power damaged? These are the things that are most concerned by the 4 ninja villages, Sand Ninja, Mist Ninja, Rock Ninja, and Cloud Ninja. And as Naruto, who is familiar with the general plot, naturally, he will not be deceived by the truth announced by Konoha's senior management. Even the so-called truth. Naruto still wants to laugh. What is the truth? What role did the senior Konoha, namely the 3 generations of Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and those 2 consultants play in this truth? Naruto knows better than anyone else. After all, in this matter, of course, the Uchiha clan has its own self-inflicted reasons. But the 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo are also not authentic enough. And, in Naruto's view, just forget it if it's not authentic. Anyway, as a high-level villager, it would not be a big deal to be thicker and cruel for the benefit of the whole village. But the key is, the Uchiha clan was destroyed. Especially about the 2 people of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Naruto thought that Konoha's top executives were really stupid. Naruto did not conceal his malicious speculation in his heart. If the 1st and 2nd generations of Hokage knew that their descendants were so stupid, it is estimated that the coffin board would not be able to hold them down, right? Chapter 14, The Passing Time. Regardless of the 3 generations of Hokage, it seems that they have always been moderate representatives. The 2 consultants seem to be biased, but in reality, these 3 high-level personalities played no better roles in the event of the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Wherever the cruel and hardline representative Shimura Danzang goes, they are all shameless characters who can't make it to the table. Moreover, this time the night of the genocide is obviously different from the plot in the original work of the previous life, and cannot be 100% determined, but Naruto believes that in the high probability situation, it must be Uchiha Itachi exposed a little clue before he did it. The hardliners who originally wanted to rebel found out, and then some Uchiha people rioted without being able to contact, otherwise there was no way to explain why there was such a huge commotion last night. Moreover, it must be a riot of some people before it was quickly suppressed. If not, it is also unable to explain the development of the latter. After all, Konoha's senior management still generously announced that the Uchiha clan had been destroyed, and only the news of the rebellious Uchiha Itachi and the surviving Uchiha Sasuke were left. This can be believed. In other words, Uchiha, the result of the extinction of a family, is still the same as in the original work, so the above conclusion can be easily derived. After all, you must know that the Uchiha clan is the largest clan in the ninja world. If it weren't for some ethnic riots, it is the words of the whole family rebellion in the true sense. Regardless of whether it can be suppressed all, even if it can, it will definitely not be that easy. God knows how many ninjas in the Uchiha clan? How many forbearance? In addition, with the blessing of the first pupil technique in the ninja world Shōlunyun, even if Kinabamura can kill all Uchiha ninjas as in the original book, the process will definitely be more difficult, and the riots caused are definitely not. Yesterday seemed so noisy, but in fact it was still peaceful. Of course, these things just turned around twice in Naruto's own heart. Naruto will not pay more attention. There is no time and mind to pay attention. Or it should be said, now Naruto does not have the capital and qualifications to pay attention to. Living your life as always is the most important thing. Dividing line. Even if something like that happened last night, Shinobu School still goes to school as usual. Only when Naruto came to school. Not surprisingly, Sasuke Uchiha was not found. Even Naruto can completely guess that this Uchiha orphan will not appear in Shinobu School for the time being, not only because of the impact of the genocide incident last night. If Naruto remembers correctly, yesterday it's probably the first time Uchiha Itachi has used monthly reading on the second pillar. This is the earliest in the original book, and even for a long time the illusion ceiling exists. Even if Uchiha Itachi will control the power a little bit, but anyway. Now the Urshose is just a young child who exists at the same age as Naruto, especially after witnessing the killing of all his clan members, and the scene of his dearest brother killing his parents in front of him. The impact of monthly reading. After the two are added together. This trauma on the spiritual level. It cannot be cured in a short time. Even with the special care of 3 generations of Hokage. Allow Urshose to enjoy the best medical conditions. But such a trauma. It is not just relying on treatment, but it takes time to calm down. And it did not exceed Naruto's expectations. Counted from the day of the night of the extermination. After a whole month has passed. Ming Talent once again saw Urshose in class. And this time, the second pillar that returned to ninja school was covered with a layer of icy aura. It was not the pretendingly cold atmosphere in the past, but the real sense of coldness as if falling into darkness. It was also the moment when I saw the second pillar. Naruto's heart also twitched slightly. Because Naruto understood that the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him was no longer the one who seemed a little cold before, but was actually a simple and a little arrogant child. Instead, he became an avenger with only blood in his eyes. That day, there had always been the group of girls around the second pillar before. It is also very rare to become extremely quiet. After all, although they are idiots. Not stupid. In the case that the Uchiha clan was just destroyed. He even got in. That really exposes IQ. What a poor guy. Looking at that expressionless face, even the pupils are still somewhat dull. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto shook his head slightly in private. In a sense. Sasuke and Naruto have many similarities. Perhaps, this guy can be an important help in the plan in the future. Naruto looked at the side face he was sitting on, and the scene of Uchiha Sasuke defecting from the back of the original book appeared in his mind, as well as his actions after learning the truth about Uchiha Itachi and the night of the genocide. Naruto couldn't help feeling like this in his heart. Think. One says one. In this world, there is no simpler family than Uchiha. Moreover, this simplicity is still a tradition since ancient times. Including the oldest 6 Dao immortals, the eldest son of Otsuki Ui, the same goes for Indra, and the number 1 Uchiha Madara that can be queued later, and then to the Uchiha belt soiled during the Third World War, and then to the present one. Sasuke Uchiha is simply the one in the legend that anyone can fool and succeed, even if they seem to be very sensible and have their own subjective views. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, in Naruto's opinion, are synonymous with a little stupid meaning. Of course, this is a very personal subjective view. Only from these Uchiha. Naruto really felt that these people were too foolish. Especially the 2 pillars. Throughout the entire Naruto original work, Urshisa has never had his own subjective consciousness and opinions. He got up early and was fooled by his dear brother Uchiha Itachi, and later was fooled by Uchiha's belt soil. In the last wave, although Ashimaru, it is said that I want to see how the wind named Uchiha Sasuke will blow, but actually, isn't it the same as being fooled? So, in summary, the second pillar can be fooled. Not to mention, Naruto also has a huge bargaining chip in his hands, the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. I dare not say 100%. But Naruto is very sure. You can use this to convince Sasuke to be your own help in the future. Naruto thought inwardly. Of course, at this stage, this is only a temporary plan after all. When to say, how to make Sasuke believe in himself, and some other pros and cons, Naruto must carefully consider one by one. Of a plan for the future. It has gradually formed in Naruto's heart. In this world, Naruto will surely walk out of his own path of a different brilliant ninja. The future. Looking at the bustling scenery outside the window, Naruto's blue pupils flashed a pale golden halo. What we need to do now is to constantly strengthen ourselves. In this case, the future self. Only qualified to move the big game of ninja world. But also in such a situation. 5 years have passed quickly. Chapter 15, Before Graduation. P.S. Please order a free investment. If you reach 100, Xiao will get free promotion opportunities for the website. Please make an investment and vote for recommendations. This is very important for the new book. Thanks. In the past 5 years, Naruto has always lived his very fulfilling life step by step, and Konoha village also entered a period of real peace after the Uchiha clan was destroyed. The 4 major ninja villages, Yunin and Iwanan. I didn't really know the actual situation of the night of Uchiha's extermination. In addition, Konoha still has the illusion of his previous name, and the major ninja villages have not really recovered from the Third Ninja World War. The Fourth Ninja World War that might break out was also forcibly suppressed. During this rare peaceful time, Naruto is also truly able to do whatever the outside world does. Live a 3-point fixed life every day. Ninja school, home in the forest training ground. Naruto never spent time on other things, but focused on his own practice, constantly adding various knowledge to strengthen himself. And in these 5 years, Naruto could obviously perceive the Anbu who had been monitoring him withdraw one by one. Perhaps it is because he is about to graduate from ninja school to become a real Konoha ninja, or it may be because in the past few years, Naruto's honest attitude has completely relieved the 3 generations of Naruto. In short, a year ago, Naruto could no longer feel the feeling of being watched in his daily life. At the moment when the feeling of needles in felt completely disappeared, Naruto almost didn't hold back the cheering. Get up, after all, there is only this way, Ming can slowly implement his plan instead of pretending to be counseling. Everything is so smooth. Now as long as you honestly wait for graduation and sorting, you can start the next step of your plan. At this juncture, Naruto had forgotten an important thing. That is, ninja school graduation pass exam. And it was until the day when the graduation pass exam arrived. In the assessment classroom. The sequence of the turn. Clone technique. Pang. Familiar golden figure. That calm voice. Responding to the white waves of air that seemed to burst out with great momentum. Just. Next second. White smoke dispersed. There were no two clones that appeared as expected. Instead, the two lumps of unknown objects in orange collapsed on the surface as usual. Well, yes, they are the unknown objects in orange. Compared to a few years ago, if I really want to say, Naruto's clone technique has improved. At any rate, you can now see the color and a general human shape, if you want to admit it. It's just that this situation is now. It's a scene that really can't be laughed out of. This is the assessment classroom of ninja school. It is 60 years of Konoha, and Naruto is 12 years old. The grades have always been the top 5 in the class, and the theoretical knowledge is even the top 3. Naruto, who occasionally takes the first place, failed again in the graduation assessment and the avatar technique required. Even Naruto, at this moment, looking at the two objects beside him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although this is an established matter that has been known for a long time. But I really saw that I couldn't master the clone technique for 5 years. Naruto didn't know what to say to himself. Especially when I saw Iruka's so strong and violent posture not far away, Naruto couldn't help but shrink his head. With a sullen expression on his face, Naruto scratched. The back of his head opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, while Iruka had an expression of impossibility. Obviously this kid is fast no matter what he learns. The substitution technique and transformation technique and the three-body technique are quickly learned in just a few days. Other theoretical knowledge and physical training have always been extremely excellent performances. The comprehensive results are ranked in the entire class. The foremost existence, even 3 years ago, he was softly and hardly soaked by Naruto, and he taught him a sea-level wind escape ninjutsu. Naruto was controlled in a very short period of time. Chakra attributes. 2-3 years ago, Naruto pretended to casually mention that Iruka gave Naruto a test. Because it was a wind attribute, he gave Naruto a sea-level wind escape ninjutsu, although Iruka himself is not a wind attributes, but things like ninjutsu do not mean that you can't use them if you don't have this attribute. It's just that the chakra and the final power that are consumed will be fundamentally different. As a veteran Zongnin, Iruka will be 1 or 2. It's not a weird thing to be a sea-level Fengden ninjutsu. However, it happens to be such a clone technique. No matter what method is used. This kid just can't learn. This makes Iruka wonder if this kid is born with this horoscope, but the graduation exam is basically a test of avatar, so I will let this kid try it. Okay, it turns out. As expected. Where is this avatar? It's just a clump when it's clear. Cough. Iruka didn't know what to say at this moment. Ugh. Iruka sighed silently in her heart, and immediately stern, looked at Naruto not far away, and said with a serious expression. Unqualified. Although Iruka also wants Naruto to graduate, the system is the system. The graduation assessment of Shinobu School is a very reasonable arrangement. Those who pass can become a shinobu. If they fail to pass, they must go back and study again. In this regard, Iruka still has a little confession. And the words that uttered softly made Naruto's face a cross. Isn't it? If this is really impossible to graduate. Isn't that the fun? Go back to the stove and redo it. Naruto doesn't have this time and thoughts. Of course, although it is mentioned in the original book that the deity seems to have passed several graduation tests, but Naruto in this life is very suspicious of the authenticity of this matter. Ninja School Assessment is an annual set event. Of course, everyone all apply for the right to graduate in advance, but generally speaking, it was in the previous war years, and it depends on the approval of Ninja School, but it's not you who said that if you want to graduate early, you will definitely be allowed to take the graduation exam. Ninja School only if you agree to the graduation exam will be arranged for you separately, so in the original book, the deity took the graduation exam several times. This is simply the biggest bug. Don't mention future things. Naruto doesn't want to be delayed in graduation. It has been 60 years since Konoha. To put it bluntly, it is the beginning of the plot. Every next step is very important. Naruto has no time to waste here. If you don't know how to do this, you can't do it. Anyway, you can learn other entity clones in the future. Teacher Iruka, that, I think I can. Only. Naruto's words are not finished yet. Iruka waved his hand and interrupted directly. No, Naruto, unqualified means unqualified. This is a rule, and even more a system. The reason why ninja school graduates is to set up an assessment to consider your comprehensive ability in all aspects. The 3 Shen technique is the basis, and even the 3 Shen technique is impossible. If you are in control, you are not qualified to be a ninja. Iruka put her hands on the table and said with a solemn expression looking at Naruto. Chapter 16, the first plot event. Although strictly speaking, Naruto is already better than most of the graduates in this class. The overall score is ranked in the top 5. This is not an imaginary number, but a very actual numerical performance, but not only because of the regulations, but also because of the 6. After getting along in the next year, Iruka has truly regarded Naruto as his family. What kind of profession a ninja is, Iruka, who can be promoted to Zongnin, is naturally very clear. Don't look at it now. Only serving as a teacher in ninja school, in fact, Iruka is also a real ninja, not only B-level missions, but A-level missions. As a team member, I have also assisted in the execution. In this world, the ninja is the most important. Noble existence is also the profession with the highest risk factor. Iruka was also a little worried about Naruto. Naturally, this time in the graduation assessment, Iruka not only followed the assessment principles, but also because of his concern for Naruto and other reasons. What is not allowed is not allowed. Naruto just spoke. Iruka knew what this kid was going to say, and cut off Naruto's thoughts in advance. This was the most suitable choice that Iruka thought. Naruto's identity is also very special. It may not be bad to go back to school and study for a year. Presumably the 3 generations of Hokage will agree to their own approach. Iruka thought to himself inwardly. But, Mr. Iruka. Seeing Iruka's extremely solemn and serious expression. As Naruto who is very familiar with Iruka's character, it is natural that there is nothing false in what Iruka said. If he says that he will not be allowed to graduate, then he will definitely not be allowed to graduate, but if this is the case, then it is not. Is it bad? The thing that says no is no. Naruto, you failed the graduation exam and you have to go back and study for another year. When you have successfully mastered the doppelganger technique, come and participate in the assessment. At that time, you will definitely be able to graduate. With an unwavering look on Iruka's face, he said very firmly. And looking at Iruka with such a decisive expression, Naruto has a feeling of suffocation. Isn't it? Really want this? Do you really want to graduate? Same as in the original? Naruto's eyes widened, and he felt overwhelmed if he couldn't graduate. Amount. And many more? Same as the original? Can't graduate? It seems that something very important happened to my graduation in the original book, right? Just thought of this. There was a certain figure in Naruto's mind, the raised head, the gaze shifted slightly to the left, the figure in the imagination that came into his eyes. Teacher Iruka, I think we should let Naruto graduate. Although this clone is not qualified, it is barely separated. Moreover, in the past 6 years, Naruto has been tested in theory or in practice. In the test, they are all in the top 5, and the other 2 of the 3 body technique can also be mastered perfectly. I think he can graduate. And the gentle expression on his face, coupled with a hearty smile, at first glance, the atmosphere of the big brother next door, people will have a very warm feeling when they look at it and listen to it, suddenly attracted Naruto's attention. No. Teacher Mizuki, the rules are the rules, but Naruto performed very well during the ninja school. Theoretical scores and practical assessments have always been in the forefront. However, the graduation test of the ninja school requires these graduates to be able to use them proficiently. 3. Shinology, this is an established qualification. If Naruto does not meet this requirement, then he will not be able to graduate. This is the most correct. As the master examiner, we cannot indulge at this point. Ilika still stubbornly shook his head, and said firmly. Mizuki. That's right, this one sitting next to Ilika, like the chief examiner in the image of a warm brother next door, is the first villain in the original plot that Naruto fans are very familiar with. Quite a bit of the villain represented by Yanyi school. He is also the most critical person for Naruto to successfully take the first step to become a ninja. I almost forgot this important event. Naruto was still ignorant on the surface. He looked at Ilika with eager eyes, but his brain was spinning quickly, and he was already calculating the next thing in his heart. The sealed book event. That's right. It was the moment I saw Mizuki. In Naruto's mind, the first story in the original story emerged. Originally as early as a few years ago. The sealed book is one of Naruto's plan goals. There may only be one chance to get the Book of Seal in such a fair manner. The most important is, the deity in the original work of the previous life only learned the art of multiple shadow clones. In Naruto's view, this is really a waste of resources. In this life, I should make good use of this opportunity. Naruto thought to himself inwardly. And Ilika at the first place naturally didn't know the thoughts of the brat in front of him. Seeing Naruto still looking at him with pitiful eyes, staying in the assessment classroom and not leaving, I thought Naruto was unwilling. Although I can't bear it in my heart. But on the surface, Irika still had a cold face, watching Naruto say so. Things that are not good are no good, Naruto, go back and practice hard, and wait until the next assessment. Although Naruto had a plan in his heart. But on the surface, he still pretended to be extremely disappointed. The expression that ended, it can be said to be 3 minutes into the woods. After coming into this world, Naruto not only strengthened his own strength, but at the very least in terms of acting. They all meet the basic standards that an ordinary actor should have, and possess the basic qualities that an actor should have. Yes, I understand. There was a feeble response, the head hanging down. Naruto slowly turned around, dragging the seemingly heavy pace, slowly opened the door and left. The very lonely back did not almost make Irika call out Naruto, but the persistence deep in her heart still made Irika firm her approach. Rules are rules. On this point, destruction is not tolerated. And as I said before, from Irika's perspective, this is also for Naruto's good. Naruto, I hope you can forgive me, you will understand in the future. Looking at the passing Naruto, Ilika's eyes flickered, and she thought silently in her heart. Next, Harano Sakura. Yes. Then wait until after Naruto's figure disappears. Ilika quickly picked up his mood again and continued the next graduation assessment. Irika didn't notice Mizuki beside him, watching the direction Naruto was leaving. A strange light flashed in his pupils, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a strange smile was looming. Immediately afterwards, it quickly grabbed it, and even Ilika on the side did not notice. Naruto Uzumaki? Hehe, this is a very good opportunity, kid, it is your honor to be able to contribute to the uncle's aspirations. The pure ambition deep in Mizuki's heart, at this moment, quickly multiplied and reached an uncontrollable point. Chapter 17, Exploitation and Anti-Exploitation. It's just that Mizuki didn't know it. Naruto, who had just left, was also at the moment of turning around. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a faint sarcasm appeared, because in Naruto's mind, Mizuki was just a hopeless idiot. Stealing the sealed book? What a stupid plan a talent can come up with. Feasibility and success rate are not considered at all. Just a guy who is simply immersed in his own aspirations, not a stupid, what is it? Well, let me make good use of you, Mr. Mizuki. I hope you don't let me down. Naruto leaving the examination room. He didn't even care about the weird eyes of the students around him. Naruto certainly knows why these classmates look at themselves with such strange eyes. It's nothing more than not seeing the qualified Konoha ninja guards from their bodies, and the soundproofing effect of the assessment classroom is not 100% effective. They more or less heard some of the voices of their own teacher Iruka, which is different from the results of Naruto's crane tail in the original work of the previous life. As mentioned earlier, Naruto in this life is a class. The overall scores of the top students have always been in the forefront, especially in theoretical knowledge, stable in the top 3, occasionally first, and outstanding in actual combat performance. In the entire class, there is one and only the first Uchiha Sasuke can suppress the Naruto one head. Of course, they certainly didn't know that this was due to Naruto's restraint. Otherwise, it's the situation of Urshasa that is currently unable to use the writing wheel that I have already opened. The night of the genocide was stimulated by my brother, and Shanguyu writing wheel has been opened, but I did not have it. Naruto divided minutes beat the second pillar. Rao is so, from the perspective of these students. It should be easy for Naruto to pass the graduation assessment in minutes, right? Even though in the previous studies, it was true that Naruto did not adapt and smoothly learn the avatar, but how to say, it has been so long, and Naruto's intelligence should be no problem, right? This is the view of almost everyone present. However, the final result really exceeded everyone's expectations. 6 years down. Naruto Uzumaki, who was in the top 5 with stable grades in the class, failed to graduate smoothly. It is no wonder that at the moment Naruto came out, almost everyone in the room looked at Naruto with surprise, and among these people, one and only one looked at Naruto with a worried look. That was the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. Different from the sight of other people. At this moment, looking at the back of Naruto leaving, Hinata Hyuga's white pupils flashed with an extremely worried look, and his hands were twisted together unconsciously. Naruto-kun. Naruto, who was already walking away quickly, naturally wouldn't care about the opinions of the students behind him. Of course, Naruto did not leave the school directly, but went directly to the rooftop of Shinobu School, found a relatively quiet location, and lay down very leisurely. The next thing is to wait for the second classmate Mizuki to come to him. If I remember correctly, it is probably at the end of the assessment, almost at dusk, right? Well, it seems that you can squint for a while. Naruto put his hands on the back of his head, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, narrowing his eyes comfortably, and meditating inwardly. This is an excellent opportunity for myself. I missed this village, but there is no such shop. This time, can I be like the Urhuo deity in the original book? In Nyoda's Book of Seals, he actually only read the technique of multiple shadow clones. This is one of the most precious existences in Konoha village that records almost all ninjutsu above the A level, not to mention, the seal of the ghoul and the of thunder. Naruto's technique, these two techniques, must be obtained by Naruto. Naturally, the latter is not discussed. It was developed as the second generation of Naruto Thousands of Hands. Naruto did the fourth generation of Naruto Minato Water Gate further to improve and carry forward the space-time ninjutsu has an extremely important role and significance for Naruto. The former is just that Naruto is simply curious about the world. After all, the gods of death and evil gods described in the original work are in this world. Naruto is very curious about whether there really exists, and wants to explore one or two. The ghoul seal technique is one of the best media. Get rid of these two. The remaining advanced ninjutsu, forbidden skills and the like. As long as it is possible. Naruto is planning to learn it, not necessarily controlling it immediately. As long as he can understand the core of the technique and the way of forming seals, he can slowly figure it out later. This is the most important step. Naruto thought inwardly. And it was the moment when Naruto pondered the first step of the next plot. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes, rolled over and sat up. That's not right. If the guy Mizuki doesn't act according to the original plot, what should I do? To put it bluntly, when I came into this world, such things as the original plot can really only be used as a reference. If you still copy the so-called plot as the standard answer, Naruto can be 100% sure that he doesn't even know how to die. Will Mizuki find himself according to the original plot? There is a high probability. However, the plot of Uchiha's extermination 5 years ago was a bit flipped from the plot in the original book, which made Naruto have to wonder whether the plot of the Book of the Seal would have different changes this time. It seems that Naruto hasn't made any changes to the original plot yet. But there is one thing to say, when Naruto came into this world, whether it was a soul wear or a simple rebirth, after all, the biggest destiny trajectory occurred in the original book. Moreover, although there is no major event, Naruto is also in the original book. Naruto of Naruto has a different childhood, not making trouble like the deity, and not a crane tail like the deity. Really want to say something? There are still some changes. Therefore, Naruto has every reason to doubt, what should he do once the plot deviates from what he expected again? The answer is, there is no way. If the guy Mizuki really does something different from the original book, then it's really a big trouble. After Naruto thought about it for a while, a wry smile appeared on his face. Because Naruto found out. I really can't do anything. At the very least, Naruto is in a very passive position in this matter. Without Mizuki's instigation, he lacks an upright opportunity to play a fool to steal the sealed book and learn. There is even less chance to graduate directly. The former is better, isn't it? Just one less possibility to make yourself stronger? After all, this is something that can be made up for in other ways in the future. The most important is the latter. Once I really cannot graduate this year. There are too many extended questions. Chapter 18, Stealing the Sealed Book. If the plot changes, then Naruto himself must find other ways to make up. Or go to grind Iruka again. Or go directly to the third generation of Hokage. In short, in the current stage of the beginning of the original plot, you must graduate successfully. One is to facilitate your actions, and the other is to stay in ninja school. It is meaningless. It should be said. As early as 3 years ago, the assistance provided by ninja school to Naruto was minimal. In the past 3 years, what Naruto has been doing repeatedly is to strengthen his physical fitness. If you want to become stronger next, you need it. It is a higher level of tempering, and to put it bluntly, it is an opportunity for actual combat. This is also one of the most important ways for most ninjas to become stronger. And this is exactly what ninja school cannot provide. Even the most ordinary tasks can accumulate corresponding experience, not to mention those difficult tasks in the true sense. If it's not that you don't want to be eye-catching, you know it's impossible to achieve. Otherwise, Naruto wanted to apply for graduation in advance 2 or 3 years ago. Therefore, for graduation this year, Naruto must pass smoothly and become a ninja. This time is absolutely not allowed to be delayed. However, it is clear that Naruto's concerns are unnecessary. It was when Naruto was still considering whether there were other backup plans or remedies in the future. Not far away, Mizuki's figure appeared in Naruto's eyes. It was the moment I saw Mizuki. All Naruto's worries are let go. As long as Mizuki appears in front of him at this point in time, Naruto can be 100% sure that there will be no change in the original plot, which also made Naruto a sigh of relief. Lee secretly rejoiced. Of course, the disappointed and lonely expressions on his face still have to be pretended. You must know that now I am very sad because I can't pass the assessment. This is not enough for Mizuki to see through. With a false smile, he waved at Naruto and slowly approached Mizuki. This time, let me make good use of this opportunity. The two who are looking at each other are competing for acting together. All at the same moment, the same idea emerged. Teacher Mizuki. Thank you for your first experience package, which you came from afar and dedicated, and I accepted it unceremoniously. Looking at him pretending to be gentle, Mizuki sitting on his side pretending to care about himself. Naruto's face was ignorant and happy, but he thought coldly in his heart. Dividing line. Night. A bright new moon hung in the sky, and at the moment when it was slightly obscured by dark clouds, the entire Konoha village seemed to be shrouded in darkness. This was a very suitable time for thief to haunt. Halfway through. Get rid of the necessary guards and certain entertainment venues. Almost all the residents of Konoha village fell into a deep sleep. And in such a quiet and tranquil Konoha village. Now, with the help of dark clouds, a figure is galloping towards the center of Konoha in the middle of the night. This figure is not someone else, but Naruto Uzumaki, who was deceived and instigated by Mizuki to complete the special graduation mission. Of course, Naruto is very aware of the tricks, the so-called special graduation mission. It is to steal a seal of the top secret of Konoha village. The stolen place was not the place where the assessment was completed in the mouth of Mizuki, but the residence of the third generation of Hokage. Although what he was going to do was to strike Konoha's top secrets, in 99% of cases, he would be treated as a traitor to the village. But Naruto at this moment is not at all nervous. Because Naruto knows very well that he will steal the sealed book smoothly this time. Moreover, under the surveillance of many dark parts, he took away the sealed book with ease. There is only one reason. That is the acquiescence of the three generations of Hokage. Yes, in the original works of the previous life, Naruto has never understood why one of the top secrets of a village, such as the Book of Seals, was so easily stolen by Naruto, or even taken away, either because of serious bugs or because of the existence of large ones. The tricky. And in this life, after some scrutiny by Naruto, it is obvious that the Book of Seal was taken away by Naruto by default by the three generations of Hokage. The purpose is also very simple. It can be regarded as a kind of compensation for Naruto. Of course, these are only Naruto's own conjectures, but Naruto people can be sure of this with more than 80 to 90 certainties. Otherwise, don't talk about the deity in the original book. Even with the strength of Naruto in this life. To steal the sealed book? Don't be kidding, I guess it's not close to the Book of Seals, it's going to be subdued by the surrounding Anbu. Even more indecent, the place where the Book of Seals is stored must have a corresponding barrier protection. Now Naruto, don't talk about breaking the barrier. Can you understand the enchantment is a big question that needs to be marked with a question mark. Wow! Is this the place where the third generation of Hokage lives? It's really spacious enough. Naruto was hiding on a big tree outside the third generation Hokage residence. Under the cover of the trunk and leaves, he looked at the third generation Hokage residence not far away with interest. According to the gentle and kind teacher Mizuki, this is the so-called secret mission point. As long as you can get the task scroll from this task point, you can complete the special graduation assessment, and then you can pass the graduation exam directly and become a real ninja. When I think of Mizuki's hypocritical smiling face this afternoon, the corners of Naruto's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint sarcasm. Although a self-righteous idiot. But for what you can make use of for yourself, wait a minute to give your own teacher Mizuki a good ride. Well, go in, no one is stopping me anyway. After a little observation, Naruto nodded, gently patted his right foot, jumped over, quickly overturned the wall in front of him, and landed quietly in the courtyard, deliberately slowing down his pace to silence all the sounds, even though Naruto knows that this stealing is just a joke. There will not be any dark parts or barriers in front of him, but the necessary acting links are still necessary. It is impossible to do this kind of thing to walk in through the front door swaggeringly, it is necessary. The qualities of actors and thieves are still necessary. The only thing Naruto needs to consider now is how to learn other ninjutsu other than the multiple shadow clones after stealing the Book of the Seal and before meeting Mizuki, and the important point is that it has to be unaware of the third generation of Hokage. Under the circumstances, if it is known by the 3 generations of Hokage, God knows what that old politician would do. In the plan tonight, the only thing to consider is this. What did you say? How to solve Mizuki? Please, the prince in the original book can easily kill Mizuki. But there is no reason why Naruto in this life can't crush a mere Mizuki? Chapter 19, One Night and Arrangement. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets, ask for collections, please order a free investment, thank you. Easy. It's as simple as taking things back to your own home. The iconic building, the scroll of the sealed book that is very easy to identify, Naruto didn't spend too much time and found it directly in the study of the third generation of Hokage, and there was no one. Beware, there is no wave of enchantment at all. One of Konoha's top secrets such as the Book of Seal is placed in the most conspicuous place in the room. This should be the most direct and simple invasion of a village in history. The shadow of the residence, and also stole the top secret theft. Of course, on the surface, Naruto was still cautious. It's really the same as completing a confidential mission according to the instructions of the ninja school teacher. In ninja school, in addition to the necessary learning and actual combat exercises between classmates, there are often such simulations of real ninjas to perform tasks. The arrangement, invasion, theft, etc., these are the basic qualities of a ninja, and there must be corresponding course arrangements in the ninja school. After finding the sealed book, Naruto also pretended to check one side carefully, then put it behind his back, and quietly left the residence of the third generation of Hokage according to the planned route, and hurried to the location agreed with Mizuki. The first half of this farce it has been completed in accordance with the established plot on the script, and the next half is the opening of the second half. Naruto who left the residence of Hokage for 3 generations. Still according to his plan, he concealed his figure along the way, moving fast on the road, although he moved forward in the direction agreed with Mizuki, but Naruto did not intend to reach the agreed position directly, this time with the original. It's different. Naruto took a little bit of caution, took a little bit of time in advance for the theft, and decided to deviate a little bit from the route. Of course, he had to meet Mizuki later, otherwise the scene would not end. It's just before that. Naruto should make full use of this vacuum period to get the most benefit for himself. It was also after Naruto had just left with the Book of Seals. In the Naruto office building. Nyo's floor-to-ceiling windows. The third generation of Hokage was holding his pipe at the corner of his mouth, with his hands lying behind him, looking deep at the window. This had been the night view of Konoha that had been seen for decades, and a strange light flashed in his pupils. Who? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the third generation of Hokage. A standard dark part dress. This is the Anbu member directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage. The visitor knelt on one knee, bowed his head slightly, and said in a very respectful tone. 3 generations of adults, the sealed book has been confirmed to have been taken away by Uzumaki Naruto. Concise and clear, except for the necessary respect, without any emotional fluctuations, this is the Anbu member directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage. Well, I got it. The third generation of Hokage still turned his back to the Anbu, staring directly at the night scene of Konoha village in front of him, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and said in a light tone. Immediately afterwards, the third generation of Hokage waved his hand gently. Yes. The dark part behind him responded softly, and the figure seemed to melt into the night, and disappeared instantly. The Book of the Seal? The fourth generation, this can be regarded as some compensation for Naruto, depending on how much he can learn. The third generation of Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fourth generation of Hokage Minato's figure appeared in his mind. He sighed slightly and whispered. This was originally the stated goal of the three generations of Hokage. It should be said that after foreseeing Mizuki's ridiculous plan in advance, the three generations of Hokage made such a decision in their hearts. From the observation of the 6 years of ninja school, Naruto's growth is undoubtedly in line with the expectations of the three generations of Naruto. If you want to be recognized and become a great ninja, Naruto has always been moving towards this goal. Grow up, then when graduating, with the help of Mizuki's plan, the three generations of Hokage will follow the water and give Naruto some small benefits. This is also a manifestation of believing in Naruto. Of course, as the shadow of a village, the third generation of Hokage will not do anything. There are no countermeasures. The sealed book is real and not forged. Otherwise, there is no benefit to Naruto, but in the sealed book, the three generations of Hokage moved slightly and set up some obstacles. This can also avoid the worst situation. Naruto can't see the really important secret techniques and forbidden techniques. Besides, this place is in Konoha village after all. This is why the third generation of Hokage is not worried at all. The most important is, the third generation of Hokage has another preventive method. Kakashi. Who? With the faint words of the three generations of Hokage that fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the third generation Hokage figure, knelt down on one knee, and said in a slightly respectful tone. 3 generations of adults. Just in case, go with you, don't deliberately go to Naruto, just monitor that Mizuki, you can act on your own when necessary. 3 generations of Hokage looked directly at Heiji Kakashi in front of him, and said in a calm tone. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Kakashi lowered his head slightly and replied. Next moment. Swish. After the 3 generations of Hokage signaled, Kakashi's figure also disappeared immediately. But also after Kakashi left. After 3 generations of Hokage regained a glance at the night view of Konoha village, they also returned to the desk and began to deal with the remaining official duties. After the 3 generations of Hokage arranged all this. On the other side, Naruto, who left with the Book of Seals, did not know that in this life, the 3 generations of Naruto not only did not use the crystal technique to monitor themselves as in the original book, but also did not know that the 3 generations of Naruto actually chose to send the Hagaki Kaka west instead of monitoring. Of course, even if you know it, Naruto doesn't care too much. After all, this is just a farce. The director is ready, all preparations have been made, and the actors only need to act according to the script. This is absolutely impossible. After Naruto got the Book of Seals, he quickly left the village and came to a location outside of the Better Place and Mizuki. There is still some time before the agreed time. Naruto intends to use this time to write down as many forbidden and secret techniques as possible. Even if it is some of the more common advanced ninjutsu, Naruto is always willing to come, as long as there are conditions, time, and ability. Naruto will try to record it, not bragging, whether it is a past life or this life, Naruto still has full confidence in his memory. Although the number of techniques, it cannot represent 100% of the strength of a ninja. And without a doubt, the proficiency and use of skills. The ninja's strength can definitely be improved to the corresponding level. Besides, look at the essence through these techniques. There will be corresponding gains. Although it is also clear, ninjutsu cannot be used simply by remembering the order of the seal. The most important thing is to understand the core of technique. Especially those secret techniques and forbidden techniques. If it was so easy to control, it wouldn't deserve to be called a secret technique and a forbidden technique. Chapter 20, Naruto and number 039's goal. And at this point, Naruto has enough confidence in himself. Whether it is the memory of Juin or the understanding of the core of the technique, Naruto believes that he can gradually control these forbidden techniques and secret techniques in the days to come. So today I must be as firm as possible in advance of these techniques. I remember it firmly. Of course, the primary goal is the three previously mentioned techniques, the multi-shadow clone, the thunder technique, and the ghoul seal, especially the first two. It is unceremonious to say that this is Naruto's future plan. It's an important means to strengthen yourself and save your life. As long as you are familiar with the story of Naruto, you know that for a ninja who has a surging chakra volume like Naruto, who has just become a ninja and is far more than a ninja chakra volume like Kakashi, the shadow clone is simply a natural cheating weapon, and Naruto himself is a descendant of the Uzumaki family. Although he does not have the usual red hair of the Uzumaki family, he inherits the blonde hair of his father. From this point of view, the inherited blood of the Watergate gene still very strong. Otherwise, according to the pedigree of the Uzumaki family, Naruto should be red-haired. After all, the birth mother Uzumaki Kushina is still similar to the little princess of the Uzumaki family. But there is no doubt that Naruto has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The Whirlpool clan is a distant relative of the Thousand Hands clan. It also possesses the characteristics of a certain degree of immortal body. At the very least, as far as all the ninjas in the ninja world are concerned, the physical fitness of the Uzumaki clan is far superior to ordinary ninjas, and the ability to recover is also the strongest existence. Therefore, the side effects brought by the use of shadow clones for cultivation are also acceptable. Was contained to a minimum here in Naruto. And so, the technique of multiple shadow clones. This is the key to Naruto's rapid growth during the next period of time. The art of flying thunder god. It is whether Naruto can fight for one more life-saving talisman for himself. And those other secret techniques, forbidden techniques. Naruto just wanted to see if he could add more methods and methods of his own attacks. Being a ninja, if the attack method is too single, there is no way to win in battle, because you will be blocked once by finding the flaw. Similar to the original book, the deity can take almost 99% of opponents by only relying on the Shadow Clone and Helix Maru, and its extended ninjutsu. It is simply the existence of a huge bug, although now it is Naruto, but the situation in this life and the goals Naruto himself set for him are also very different from those in the original book. Naruto does not intend to follow the old path. Facts have proved that even in the end it is the same as in the original book. At the end of the plot, that is not the ending Naruto wanted. Hot blood? Peace? Do not make jokes. Since here is also the world where humans exist, it can't be such a conclusive conclusion. It is precisely because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires that humans are humans. They look so cute, and they look so hateful and hateful. Naturally, Naruto in this life will only believe in the path he has chosen. So the justice is correct, that's it. As for the ghoul seal art, Naruto wants to learn, but not to use it. Whenever he thinks that using this ninjutsu is to die with his opponent, Naruto shudders a bit. The reason for his interest is the same as I said before. Naruto is very curious whether there really is a Reaper in this world. God. This word is very touching. If the of death really exists? In that Xia organization. Does the evil in Feijuan's mouth exist? In the final analysis, what kind of existence is this God defined in the Naruto world? Is it the God that Naruto himself understands? Or is it just like a tail beast, but with more special superpowers? Assuming that these theories above are true, the world will become more interesting. Of course, these are things that will not be qualified to explore until after Naruto has the corresponding strength. Well, as expected, the first ninjutsu recorded is a multi-shadow clone. Naruto leaned on the tree trunk, after tearing open the Book of Seal, looking at the ninjutsu recorded in the first position. It was the expected multiple shadow clones. The above directly described the sequence of the formation of this technique and the necessary core content, and on the side there is annotated discourse that clearly guides the general, including the risk of this technique. Looking at the above handwriting, it is obvious that it is quite a long time ago. The Book of Seals, this is one of Konoha's top secrets that records countless advanced ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques. Most of the spells in it are filled in by the second generation of Naruto and the third generation of Naruto, especially the third generation of Naruto. Sarutobi Hisaki is known as the Doctor of Ninja, not only refers to Konoha village, but also refers to the entire ninja world, whether it is horizontal or vertical contrast, it is all-inclusive. Saruto Hisaki is certainly not the strongest shadow, but it is definitely the most knowledgeable and memorable shadow that has the most ninjutsu in control, not one of them. Proficient in 5 attribute ninjutsu, almost all kinds of forbidden techniques and secret techniques are used. It should be said. Except for the technique that must rely on blood succession limits, blood stain elimination, and blood stain snare to be able to use it, there is no such old man who can't. And it's not an ordinary meeting. Almost all are proficient. This is also the reason why he is hailed as the strongest Naruto. Of course, it is also because almost 100% of the people in this generation have not seen the power of the first generation of Naruto. If you compare the 3 generations of Naruto and the first generation of Naruto, it just interprets in the true sense what it means to be greedy and not chew, and it is not as good as everything. Of course, the two are not comparable. It seems that this technique is not very difficult. The point is to control the amount of chakra. Also, pay attention to the number of clones. After Naruto scanned the comments of the multiple shadow clones, he imprinted the order of the seals firmly in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a chuckle, "Then, hurry up and give it a try." Just thought of this. Naruto stood up immediately, took a deep breath, and the sequence of knots that emerged in his mind, his hands swiftly gestured. Shadow clone technique. Puff. Maybe in this world, you really can only use bugs to explain certain things. Naruto, who has been entangled in the clone art for 5 years and can't control it, is actually the moment of learning the multi-shadow clone art. Take control in the shortest time. It is only for the sake of experimentation. Naruto deliberately controlled chakra's release, only to separate a clone. It must be noted. The technique of multiple shadow clones and the technique of shadow clones are essentially the same ninjutsu. There is no difference in the order of the seals and the movement of chakra. But the most critical point is reflected in the chakra volume of the practitioner. Without massive chakras, it is impossible to release the technique of multiple shadow clones. Generally, Shangren controls only the technique of shadow clones, not the multiple shadow clones. Chapter 21, Raise Nan. P.S. Ask for recommendation, ask for collection, you guys. The new book is not easy, so let me support you more. A little reward of 100 starting coins, or post a comment, write a chapter that can make the book so popular, thank you. It's not that they don't understand the utility of multiple shadow clones. It's that their chakra amount can't support them to use this ninjutsu at all, and this technique has extraordinary requirements on physical fitness and mental endurance. Even if the chakra amount is barely reached by ordinary people, if it is used, once it is removed, the spiritual oppression that the body has to endure will drive ordinary people crazy, which is why this technique will be recorded in the Book of Seals. In a sense, the technique of multiple shadow clones is a forbidden technique. And looking at the shadow clone who had been separated by himself, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. It was successful the first time. Sure enough, his talent in this ninjutsu is beyond doubt. Naruto's mind moved slightly. The shadow avatar in front of him nodded gently. Swish! Immediately the figure flashed. It just disappeared in place. Now that they are separated, there is no need to contact. Although it is said that there is still a short time before Mizuki arrives, in order to ensure that there is no accident, Naruto still assigns the shadow clone to monitor the surrounding situation, just in case. And after the shadow avatar left, Naruto also sat down cross-legged again. In the next time, Naruto doesn't plan to try any techniques. One is unable to try, will be noticed. The second is to use time as much as possible. Race against time to learn as many techniques as possible. Especially the art of Flying Thunder God. This is one of Naruto's two biggest goals tonight. The other techniques are just adding heads at best. The multiple shadow clone technique and the Flying Thunder technique are Naruto's ambitions to win tonight. However, it is obvious that everything can't be what Naruto wants. Naruto, who wanted to find the art of Flying Thunder and the art of Ghoul Seal, turned down the scroll all the way, and couldn't find these two techniques at all, and what annoyed Naruto the most was that the scroll was turned to 1/5. After left and right, no matter how hard Naruto tried to turn it, the entire scroll remained motionless, as if stuck there. It seemed that there was some kind of force forcibly suppressing the entire scroll, making Naruto unable to continue turning the Book of Seals. With such a discovery, Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. After trying all kinds of methods again and failing to achieve his wishes, Naruto's expression also became very difficult to look at. "Fuck?" I said. Why the old man didn't use the crystal technique to monitor, and he looked very relieved. He had made a preventive plan from the beginning? Should this be a kind of sealing technique? You can't see ninjutsu at all, Soul Dan. Naruto's face was blue and red, and he said with a bit of gritted teeth. This feeling of being calculated to death. It's really unpleasant at all. I'm afraid this is not the setting in this life, but the 3 generations of Hokage in the original book also made corresponding preparations, right? It's just that the deity who suffered from the original works of the previous life did have a touching IQ at the beginning. Just learning a multiple hidden clone, there was no chance to turn back to check it. Naturally, this set of backup plans will not be used. In this life, Naruto, who wanted to learn the art of Flying Thunder and was also interested in the art of Ghoul Sealing, naturally hit the wall set by the 3rd generation of Hokage. This made Naruto a little dejected. Damn old man, I curse you, next time you take a peek at the women's bathhouse and see a group of dinosaur ants, how can you fix it? Still can't help but scold it. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to die. Anyway, the old man didn't use the crystal to observe himself now. Anyway, let yourself have a taste addiction. Otherwise, it would be hard to let it out. After Naruto scolded a few words and angrily in his heart, he still had to turn the sealed book back to the front to see if there were other valuable techniques besides the multiple shadow clones. After all, the ones that can be recorded here are the A-level ninjutsu the most, and they are the most destructive batch in the A-level ninjutsu, although the forbidden arts and secrets that Naruto wants to find are the most destructive. Surgery is much worse than that, but it's better than going home empty-handed. Don't tell me, in the ninjutsu of the previous record, Naruto has indeed found 2 or 3 ninjutsu with high practical value, and he can also learn the ninjutsu at present, especially the name of one of the ninjutsu. The moment he saw it, Naruto's eyes were slightly condensed. Spiral Pill. This Muji ninjutsu was developed by the 4th generation of Naruto, in other words, his father Minato Mizuman, based on the inspiration of the tail beast Jade. It is the sharpest offensive weapon of the original deity. It should be said from the beginning until the end, this technique is throughout Naruto Uzumaki's life, especially based on this technique, the subsequent development of Deidara Spiral Pill Shuriken, etc., are all Naruto's strongest and effective means to control the enemy. Naruto in this life originally planned to see if he could grind the Spiral Pill from Kakashi early. He didn't expect that he could learn it directly here. As a ninjutsu rated as A-level, plus there is no need for the seal, and the keynote is that this technique is still incomplete, and it has the potential for further development, so it is naturally eligible to be recorded in the Book of Seals. This makes Naruto a little easier. The most important thing is the operation of the chakra. Is it a form similar to a whirlpool? Looking at the cultivation requirements and the core of the technique mentioned by his father above, Naruto's pupils condensed slightly and said softly. Although I can't remember exactly how the deity practiced spiral pills. I probably only remembered things like water polo and sand polo. And now after seeing his father's remarks, some memories left before the contact. After the mastery, Naruto naturally understands how the spiral pill technique should be practiced. Simply put, it is similar to the appearance of a whirlpool, and then compresses the chakra as much as possible with a central point. Will concentrate on one point, and burst out. Shows great destructive power. Well, it seems that the next training plan will have to be changed to a certain extent. Naruto thought to himself inwardly. After reading the core of Helix Maru's technique, Naruto turned his attention to other ninjutsu moments. Suddenly, Naruto's mind moved. A message appeared directly in the depths of Naruto's mind. This message comes from the shadow clone that was released by Naruto before, and the order Naruto gave was if he saw the target mission, then directly lift the surgical style. Pass the message back to the deity. It was also the moment the news appeared in my head. Naruto was startled slightly, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sly smile. Although it was a bit faster than expected, well, now that the actors are ready, it's almost time to start the show, and I have to go back early. There are other training plans tomorrow. Naruto patted the dust on his body, rebacked the sealed book, and jumped, also submerged into the night. Chapter 22, Cheap Betrayal. Swish! Swish! Between the jumps, in the dense jungle, at the beginning, Naruto and Mizuki agreed upon the location. At this moment, two figures had already appeared here in advance, and when they saw the two figures, Naruto's eyes condensed and quietly hid in the shade of the trees. Covered his breath by the night. The two in front of them are not very powerful, and they are not ninjas of the perception type. Only this time Naruto was slightly surprised. After all, the time that one of the figures came here was a bit beyond Naruto's expectations. The night is thick. Above the moonlit night, the round moon burst out of the cover of dark clouds at this moment, and the bright moonlight poured on the ground, slightly dispelling the night, and it was shining in the moonlight. Two figures caught Naruto's eyes. It is the two instructors of the ninja school, Mizuki and Ilika. The person who was surprised by Naruto was Umino Irika. Mizuki arrived a little earlier, but Naruto still thought it was normal. After all, the opponent was obviously trying to get rid of himself, and then took the Book of Seal as a certificate of fame. I went to take refuge in Osaki Maru, but the arrival of Irika was a little beyond Naruto's expectations. Naruto's original plan was to solve Mizuki before Irika arrived, and then use the remarks he had thought of in advance to let Irika coming to the end. What I didn't expect was that Mizuki arrived early, and Ilika actually arrived early. This is something that caught Naruto off guard. However, looking at the current situation, especially the expressions of the two people in the field, Naruto's heart moved slightly, and for the time being, he concealed his figure with the help of the night and the shade, although Mizuki's strength seemed not worth mentioning in the original work. But in any case, this one is from Konoha village. Now that Irika is attracting Mizuki's attention, Naruto doesn't have to expose herself too early, stay as close as possible, and then find the best time to kill with one blow. This is the essence of a ninja. That kind of open and close battle. There is one saying, but they all violate the truth of the ninja. The real ninja, the real battle, should be hidden in the dark, and then kill the target with one hit. This is the way a ninja fights. Concentrated spirit. Take light steps. Naruto slowly moved his figure, gradually moving towards the position on the court. And as Naruto expected. At this moment, neither Ilika nor Mizuki noticed the arrival of Naruto. The two looked at each other in the distance, and the expressions on their faces were so distinct. Mizuki stood on the tree trunk in a combat stance, looking down at Ilika from a high level, with a sneer of disdain at the corners of his mouth. There was no longer the familiar gentle look of Ilika in the past. As if looking at the prey, Irika was full of anger and disappointment, and a trace of sadness flashed in his pupils. Not because of anything else, just because the behavior of Mizuki in front of him undoubtedly represents a rebellion against the village. Especially this pair of murderous and brutal appearance. Where is the usual warm and sunny feeling? Ilika has always regarded Mizuki as his friend, but now this friend's behavior is to betray his village, and just wanted to kill himself. The dramatic change brought about in a flash. The uncomfortable feeling in Ilika's heart is beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Why? Why do you want to do this? Mizuki? Why choose to betray the village? Although knowing is futile. Although it seems a bit stupid to know such a problem. But Irika still couldn't help it. Looking at Mizuki above the heights, Irika was obviously still unwilling to believe, unbelievable, anger, sorrow, disappointment and other mixed emotions. Toru in this originally extremely silent forest. Why? Haha, Irika, you are still so naive and stupid. It's no wonder that you can only be a so-called teacher in a place like ninja school, Zongnan. Irika, you have always been just a pitiful and the sad guy. Irika's words from the heart. Mizuki was not moved at all, and there was a very obvious sarcasm in the sight of Ilika, and the words were full of Ulu. The mockery of the card. Friend? The village? Peace? Do not make jokes. In Mizuki's view, in the world of ninjas, power is everything and the only thing, and the rest is basically worthless. And this so-called friend is a ridiculous and absurd existence. In order to pursue the supreme power, Mizuki can obliterate these without hesitation, and even Mizuki has never regarded Irika as a friend. The so-called Konoha is not worth mentioning in Mizuki's eyes. Irika's words naturally did not cause Mizuki's heart to fluctuate. Power. Only power. In the eyes of Mizuki, kill Irika, find Naruto, and then take the Book of Seal, go to Oshimaru to get the power he dreams of. This is the most important single priority. Is it naive and stupid? Is it so? That's how it is. Ilika stared at Mizuki above in a daze. The face of this former friend no longer had the gentle and peaceful smile that she had been familiar with in the past. Some are just endless cruel and twisted ironic faces. All are malicious as if coming from hell. At this moment, feeling the atmosphere of Mizuki, Ilika truly understood what kind of existence her former friend was. Everything he presents now belongs to his nature. Everything ever. It was just a mask disguised by him. In that case, I will fight you here. Betrayal. Mizuki. After all, people have to make choices at certain moments. Not to mention still in such an cruel world. Sunlight? Peace? Do not. This is a world where darkness is greater than anything else. The world where the killing has never stopped. Even if you don't want to, you must make a certain decision at certain moments. Just like this moment. As Konoha's ninja, Ilika's responsibility is to defeat Konoha Rebellion Mizuki here. Looking at Mizuki at the top. A look of decisiveness flashed in Ilika's pupils, and with a light sway of his right hand, a sharp kunai appeared directly on the palm, with a slightly sinking body, in the fighting posture. At this moment, Iluka's body also exudes an extremely fierce evil spirit. In any case, Domino Irika is finally recognized by Konoha. Ha 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 ha! Crusade? It's really a ridiculous joke, Ilika, there is just a little time left. I will play with you here for a while. After I kill you, I will go find Ming, that idiot takes away the Book of Seal. After all, it can't delay the graduation exam of the lovely student. Chapter 23, Strong Killing Intent. P.S. The book has been signed, but the contract has not been mailed. Please feel free to collect it, ask for recommendation, and ask for investment. You can go to Shanghai in a few days after the contract. Invest now and you can still receive the benefits of the contract. Everyone, click to invest. Standing on the tree trunk, Mizuki seemed to have heard a big joke, the loud laughter, the shuriken that quickly appeared in Mizuki's palm, and the words full of killing intent, the terrifying smile that became more and more crazily even twisted. At this moment, Mizuki made no secret of the murderous aura in his pupils. The cold luster of metal. The awe-inspiring breath permeated. It also adds a bit of murderous meaning to this moonlit night. Mizuki didn't have any hidden meaning at all. Chikuakuo's killing intent directly revealed, the line of sight he faced, the scarlet gaze he met. It also made Ilika's heart become more and more cold at this moment, and the former best friend has disappeared. Only the traitor of the village, Mizuki, stayed in front of him. And what I have to do is to purge rebellion here. This is the obligation that Konoha Ninja must fulfill. In addition to this, the second half of Mizuki's words also made Ilika a little relieved. It seems that Naruto was only deceived by Mizuki, not to become Mizuki's helper, and not to betray the village because of resentment or the like. And this was originally Ilika's guess at the beginning. Now it is only confirmed from the side of Mizuki, but this alone is enough to make Irika feel at ease. Moreover, it seems that Mizuki has not met Naruto yet, and the situation has not yet reached the worst point. Therefore, as long as you solve Mizuki here, find Naruto, bring back the Book of Seal, and explain clearly to Master Naruto, letting Naruto apologize should be a perfect solution to the problem. This is Ilika's idea. After all, it was impossible for the naive Irika to think of it. Everything that happened here was in the expectations of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi Risky. The most important thing is that at this moment, there is also the famous 5-5 Kai on the way to quickly, or it has already been standby nearby. Of course, Mizuki, who claims to be a genius, is even more unlikely to know that his every move is entirely in Konoha, under the control of the 3 generations of Hokage. Now he is still happily slaughtering Irika, then find Naruto, and then kill Naruto's daydream of taking the sealed book. Ilika, go to hell! Boom! The power that broke out. The figure leaping out swiftly. Swish! The figure of the speedy Ecchi. Accompanied by that cold shout, Mizuki's figure quickly approached Irika, shaking his arms in sync with this. Shoo, hoo, hoo. The shuriken above the palm of his hand also shot out quickly. Towards every key point of Ilika, he rushed to the past. Kang! The flashing cold light. Ilika's eyes condensed, and the trajectory of the shuriken quickly captured, and her figure flipped quickly, avoiding a few shurikens in an instant, and the kunao in her hand danced quickly, blocking the remaining shurikens. Come down! Next second. I haven't waited for Ilika to catch his breath. Mizuki, who was already pressing in front of him, looked at Ilika in front of him, grinning with a hideous smile, and at this moment a terrifying red light appeared in his pupils. Between the backhands, a bitter nothing appeared on Mizuki's palm. Cold breath. Staggered figures. Assault the advancing Mizuki. The cold metallic luster reflected in the pupils. Ilika's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned and swung his arms subconsciously. Kang! In the dark, the 2 Kumos collided violently. The sparks that burst out suddenly splashed out. A seemingly even confrontation. In fact, take a closer look. Ilika's slightly trembling arms all proved that at this moment Ilika was suppressed by Mizuki with strength from the front. The heavy texture, as well as the wisp of cold light that bloomed from above nothing, even gave Irika a slightly cold tingling sensation. Is Mizuki's power so strong? Irika was struggling to support the powerful blow from Mizuki, and a look of horror could not help appearing in his pupils. But as if he could understand the meaning of Ilika's eyes, Mizuki licked his lips, and his smile became more terrifying and ferocious. The body leaned forward forcefully, increasing the output of power. Let his own sufferings come close to Ilika's cheeks infinitely. Irika! I am different from your comfortable trash. A peaceful life, the life of a ninja school, let you completely abolish it. You are not qualified to be called a ninja at all. Die here. The voice just fell. A fierce look appeared on Mizuki's face, a quick sideways move, the body twisted hard, the corners of his mouth suddenly swept toward the bottom plate of Irika, and after Kumo in his hand forced Irika back, he swept across. An arc drew closer to Ilika's chest. Kang! A direct assault. Reluctant reaction. Although Ilika once again blocked Mizuki's kunao in the most extreme position, but it was unable to block the side attack. Lower position. Mizuki's left foot kicked fiercely on Irika's abdomen. Suddenly, the tremendous force that was sensed. Ilika was in pain instantly. Have not had time to react. The figure flew upside down quickly. Boom! He slammed heavily on the trees behind him, a dull sound fell, and the violent impact pain passed from behind, as well as the fiery touch of his abdomen. Ilika snorted, his throat sweetened, and the uncontrollable blood was ejected from his mouth, and the dripping scarlet liquid made Ilika's body look even more embarrassed. Haha! Do you feel the strength gap between us? Ilika. Zongren? You are just a joke. Ilika, with your strength, you are not as good as Shiren. Looking at the embarrassed look of Ilika in front of him, the sarcasm on Mizuki's face became stronger and stronger, like a cat playing with a mouse. Mizuki was not at all anxious. Yu Guang glanced at the kuna in his hand, and found that there was a gap in it, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Immediately shook his right hand slightly, throwing away the kunao, and flipping the right hand again, a new kunao reappeared in Mizuki's palm. Teacher Irika. And it's also in the electric light and flint-like battle between the two. Not in just a few seconds. Naruto's figure has already advanced to the position where the two are relatively close. He originally wanted to wait for a chance, but when he saw that Irika was completely suppressed by Mizuki, Naruto couldn't help but feel so embarrassed. Slightly anxious. But even at this moment, Naruto still forced herself to calm down and never act impulsively. A little closer. I want to look for opportunities. The so-called ninja is actually an existence that wanders on the edge of life and death, converges aura, and reduces one's sense of existence. In the dark night, if you can kill with one blow, you will never make a second move. This is the real thing. Ninja. Chapter 24, First Battle. Moreover, for now, as a Zhongren, Mizuki's hard power is definitely above himself. At this point, Naruto has a very clear understanding. Regardless of the fact that the deity in the original book seems to have solved Mizuki in 3s and 5s, but that was due to the power of the multiple shadow clones, and the sea of people was used to pile up Mizuki. Moreover, Naruto thought it was Mizuki's Iokenming man, because he gave Naruto the opportunity to print, otherwise, without using multiple shadow clones, Naruto doesn't think he will have any advantage. Moreover, the current situation is very different from the original. The distance between Mizuki and Ilika is too close. If you directly use the multiple shadow clones, there is no problem with printing, but it may not be able to ensure the safety of Ilika. In that short 2 or 3 seconds, it will directly determine the life and death of Ilika. Naruto doesn't want to take a risk, get close to the slightest, and give a fatal blow in the most extreme position. A little bright light flashed in Naruto's blue pupils. Turning his right hand slightly, a handful of kunao also appeared on Naruto's palm. Naruto's right hand pressed slightly, feeling the cold texture of kunao, as much as possible to depress and even eliminate the breath. Naruto moved towards Mizuki's move to the back side. At this moment, the two figures in the scene didn't seem to perceive Naruto's approach at all. Both people put all their attention on each other. Mizuki also waited a while to wipe the kunao in his hand, with a faint cold expression on the corner of his mouth, which was so palpitating. Ilika, Ninja World, you are not suitable. Since we used to be friends, let me see you off. Murderous words. The awe-inspiring breath that exudes. Under Mizuki's figure swayed, the afterimage left on the spot quickly rushed in front of Ilika. 1/10 of a second of thinking. Ilika's pupils suddenly shrank, and he got up to avoid the movement of getting away. However, the pain passed from the whole body made Ilika's body stiff, and there was no time to change his posture. Farewell, Ilika. As far as you can see. The extremely awe-inspiring face caught in the eyes. The kunao that came straight in. Unstoppable, he rushed in towards Ilika's left chest. Facing the position. It's like stagnant time and space. At this moment, as if there was a feeling of coldness, it instantly spread to Ilika's body. That biting chill. It was as if it were directly carved into the depths of Ilika's soul. In an instant, Ilika directly felt the fear of death. This is the second time that Ilika has felt the breath of death at such a close distance. In addition to that night, it was also at that moment. In this second, Ilika's mind seemed to be like a square lamp, flashing rapidly. After all the memories of the past 2 decades, many familiar faces have directly emerged. My father. My mother. Ilika came to see you. Naruto, I'm sorry. There is no chance to react at all. In other words, it is impossible to react at all. The kunao that came straight in. Puff. The sound of the metal piercing the skin sounded, and the cold metal sensation instantly penetrated into the depths of Ilika's bone marrow, which directly felt a severe tingling sensation. Is that the end? Teacher Irika. Asshole. Just when Ilika was about to close his eyes and wait for his own death, there was another figure on the surrounding trees just about to act. At this moment, Mizuki's angry roar and another familiar word rang in his ears. Next moment, there was even a familiar golden figure directly caught in Ilika's eyes. Soon, the kunao that was originally thought to be deadly did not penetrate straight in as expected. Instead, it flicked and cut through Ilika's chest again. Kang! Then there was a piercing and sharp metal collision falling down. Boom! Then there was a dull roar. Drink! Then it was accompanied by a familiar soft voice. What Irika saw in front of her eyes, Mizuki's figure was kicked out and fell heavily on the ground. After the supposition, a burst of fierce dust was raised and the sky was flying. It doesn't matter, Mr. Irika. As if only for a moment. Irika, who seemed to have been eternally distant, was on the verge of death, feeling the severe pain in his left chest. The pain certainly made Irika's brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, but at least it can prove the fact that he is still alive. Look up! The golden figure that he was familiar with came into his eyes, Naruto Uzumaki with an anxious and worried look, and the student he most remembered, even existed as a younger brother. Yes, Naruto saved me. This was Ilika's first reaction, and in the next moment, Ilika woke up immediately. Naruto? Why are you here? Hurry up! Run back quickly! Mizuki cheated you. He has betrayed the village. The seal book he asked you to take is the village's top secret, and only Hokage can read it. Top secret? You go back now, and I will hold Mizuki. Ilika supported his injury and barely stood up. From the side of the light, he saw Mizuki who was about to stand up from the dust. His face changed, and his tone was very hasty and said to Naruto in front of him. Haven't waited for Naruto to reply. Escape? Today, none of you want to escape. All of you are going to die here. This uncle will send you on the road personally. On the other side, the dust has completely dispersed, revealing Mizuki's more embarrassed figure, and at this moment, the expression on Mizuki's face has become more and more ferocious, combined with the silk that has just been cut after intimate contact with the surface. The blood stains also made Mizuki's expression more and more ferocious. The game ends here. Standing straight, Mizuki quickly took out a needle from his arms amidst the surprised expressions of Irika and Naruto, and pierced him fiercely in the slightly constricted pupils of the two of them. On Mizuki's left arm, quickly pressed down his thumb, and the green liquid in the needle was quickly injected into Mizuki's left arm. In less than a second, Mizuki's body immediately swelled up and became more intense. The aura that was going to become more majestic and brutal before. And Mizuki's extremely cold words. Iruka's expression changed, and he immediately turned to protect Naruto behind him. And it was this departure that immediately affected the injury on his body. The moment the bitter pain struck, Iruka's eyebrows were twisted together. There were already a lot of small wounds in the front, but the blow just now was of course. Due to Naruto's restraint, it did not penetrate through the heart, but the wound that was pulled apart made Iruka hurt. Fighting? At this moment, Iruka was already very reluctant just to move. And such a discovery also made Iruka's heart sink to the bottom in an instant, and his expression became extremely difficult to look at. Chapter 25, A Battle That Was Completely Suppressed. P.S. The book has been signed and the contract has been mailed. Please hurry up and invest, and you can get the benefits of signing. To vote for a recommendation, and to select a favorite is the greatest support for this book. Thanks everyone. And before Iruka. On the contrary, Naruto's figure swayed first, and with a quick side step, he directly pulled away and blocked Iruka's front. No. I will never run away, Teacher Iruka. Leave it to me here, I will definitely defeat him. Escape? Do not. Even if Mizuki's posture is very different from the original work, even if Naruto feels the threat of death at this moment, the unknown green liquid should be something that can instantly strengthen his strength, although this is not the original plan. There is a big difference, and it is not the same as in the original work, but Naruto will never choose to abandon Iruka here. This village is almost all the people Naruto hates. Coming into this world, Naruto spent almost the entire 12 years in hatred. But even this kind of world, this kind of life, there is still a few rays of light deep in Naruto's heart. And in this light, Iruka is undoubtedly such an existence. For 6 full years, Naruto can see it and feel it, Iruka's sincerity and care for himself. This is an existence that treats himself as his own brother. Naruto will not, and is unwilling to abandon it, even if he wants to bet his life here. Naruto also did not hesitate. And so, here, I absolutely must protect Teacher Iruka. Even at this moment, Naruto's right hand holding kunai trembled a little, but the firm heart in his heart would not be shaken at all. After coming to this world, really understand what kind of cruel world is here. Naruto had already made the corresponding enlightenment. Want to kill? We must be conscious of being killed. With all the courage he had gathered, at this moment, an extremely bright golden halo burst into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, you. Teacher Iruka, after I defeated Mizuki, I have to admit that I graduated. You said that you will put it on me personally. A hearty smile looking back. It seems to be so infectious. One sentence expresses one's determination. The breath of determination poured out. Iruka's subsequent words were completely blocked in his throat, and he swallowed slowly. At this moment, Iruka stared blankly at the figure that was not tall in front of Jong, but guarded himself firmly behind him. Naruto, grown up. This was the only thought that Iruka had flashed in his heart at this time. Mizuki looked at Naruto, who was protecting Iruka behind him, with a look as if he was about to eat people. The words of Naruto in his ear made Mizuki's expression even more terrifying. When he got up, his face was covered with sarcasm and cruel expression. Beat me? Become a ninja? Little devil! I don't know if there is a limit to the height of the sky. Wait, see how the uncle can cut you off. Do you want to become a ninja? Next life. It was just a little distraction that allowed a rookie like Naruto, who hadn't graduated from ninja school, to succeed in a sneak attack, for the self-proclaimed mighty Mizuki. This is an absolutely unbearable shame, and this shame must be returned to Naruto 100 times before he can eliminate his hatred. Go to hell, kid. A bloodthirsty look appeared on Mizuki's face, and a red light gleamed from his pupils. Next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Step. Shaking. Moving like thunder. The body is like a gust of wind. Boom. The power of the explosion. In an instant. The figure rushing over quickly. Multiple shadows. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wanted to seal, but it was obviously too late. It was less than 0.5 seconds. The figure forced in. Concerned about Ilika behind him. Compelled to do so. Naruto, who must be pressed forward. Mizuki, who came from the assault, greeted the front. Suddenly advancing Kunao. Naruto swung his figure, stretched out, and the figure leaped out horizontally. Kang! A sharp and piercing noise fell. The figure overlapped. The two Kunao that staggered. Next second. The sparks that burst. Contrast that refracted metallic luster. Good weight. Naruto was completely at a disadvantage in strength. Haven't waited for Naruto to fully react. Mizuki in front of him was an extremely fast swing of his arms. Not good. In an instant. The act of deceiving the body to change the trick. Naruto's face changed slightly. Reluctant reaction. A slammed arm. Hey! Little trick. Naruto, who wants to pick up the plane and back pressure Mizuki, so that he can pull away the figure. However, this completely fell into Mizuki's prediction. With the help of the injected green liquid, the explosive power displayed by Mizuki at this moment is far from comparable in the original work, and with the difference in combat experience, this cannot bridge the gap. Not good. No chance for Naruto to press hard at all. A swift twisting movement. Kang! The kunao that collided fiercely again. Next moment. Between backhands. With the help of the forward pressure, Mizuki twisted in an extremely exaggerated posture, forcibly dragging Naruto's kunao to one side. Before Naruto could react, he was in that area for less than 0.5 seconds. Time. Kunao, who crossed in, plunged into Naruto's chest. Between sparkling flints. Face the aura that I feel. It seems to be at this moment. You can smell the stinky scent from Mizuki's body in front of him. Naruto's eyes widened, his lower lip was clenched, and he forced it down, deviating from the past to the right. Puff. The reaction was quick, and the evasive actions were equally correct. However, the best time was missed, and it was suppressed by Mizuki in speed. Kyo still pierced Naruto's left shoulder without any barriers. The sound of metal piercing through flesh and blood. Splashed blood. Naruto frowned. Clenched teeth, a sidestep, trying to avoid Mizuki's attack. Hey! However, Mizuki obviously didn't mean to let Naruto go so easily. The figure bowed and jumped quickly, and the left leg that kicked out forcefully, slammed Naruto's body very vigorously. Pang! A heavy blow. Wow! Naruto had a cramp in his abdomen and a sweet throat, and a mouth full of blood couldn't help but spray out. The figure flying out upside down. Boom! Smashed heavily on the surface. Raised dust. It hasn't dispersed yet. Boom! A scarlet color appeared in Mizuki's pupils, and he suddenly folded, and then pushed in the direction of Naruto again. Naruto. At the moment when Naruto's figure flew upside down, Mizuki deceived his body and pushed forward. Irika's face changed involuntarily not far away. Want to get up to cover Naruto moment? Suddenly. His legs were soft, and the piercing pain hit his whole body, making Irika unable to even stand still, and there was no way to talk about going to the rescue. Chapter 26, Consciousness. Irika cannot be rescued. In response to Mizuki, who was pressing fast in front of Naruto, an extremely and cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and the awe-inspiring killing intent appeared in his pupils. Naruto, who fell on the surface, couldn't help but feel cold in the depths of his heart. regardless of the heart-wrenching pain from the abdomen. Naruto rolled quickly, pulling some distance away for a while, and between his backhands, he quickly drew out a few shurikens, slamming them towards the direction of Mizuki without looking at them. Keng keng. The sound of breaking through the air. The shuriken that pierced the air just played a role of blocking Mizuki, and it was easily blocked by Mizuki. Next second, Mizuki's figure broke into Naruto's side. There was a strong killing intent in the pupils. It was so clearly visible in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto, who has no time to think, at this moment, can only rely purely on the instinctive reaction of his body, which is close to the moment when Mizuki's sharp blade oppresses him. Naruto made a quick sideways move. It flashed past Mizuki's thorn at a very extreme angle, and Mizuki on the other side seemed to have expected Naruto to avoid this blow, and turned around in the air, quickly adjusting his posture. At the moment of turning around, his left hand shook. Another kubu fell into his hands, and the sharp bright front ran across Naruto's neck without hesitation. The sharp cold light, the shining light and shadow. Suffering never ends. The cold luster and sharp blade directly irritated Naruto's neck. Naruto's suddenly contracted pupils. As far as I can see, there is a cold light. Naruto shook his head suddenly, and once again dodged the attack with danger and danger. Then the arm twisted, and the kunai of Naruto's right hand pierced towards Mizuki's arm. Mizuki smiled grimly. A quick swinging motion. Suddenly a lift-up movement. The right foot that was pulled out hard hit Naruto's wrist fiercely. Under Naruto's pain, the kunai in his hand couldn't hold and fell on the surface. Subsequently, another sharp cold light followed. In a hurry. Naruto, who cannot respond effectively. I can barely avoid my vitals. Puff! Screamed. It was another sound of metal piercing through flesh and blood. Mizuki's Kyuuju tore a terrifying wound on the underside of Naruto's right chest. Naruto yelled out in pain. Well! The plasma splash moment. Naruto almost didn't hold back the piercing pain, biting the lower lip, the blood that oozes, and with a kick, he quickly pulled the distance from Mizuki. The blow did not cause any fatal damage. However, it seemed such a terrifying wound. Sweat dripped constantly on Naruto's forehead. As well as the shivering arm, it all means that Naruto is already a little unbearable at this moment, not just a pure strength suppression. It is the suppression of combat experience. Far beyond Naruto's own expectations at the beginning. And most importantly, Mizuki's pressing stance, the seemingly long-lasting battle. In fact, in just 1 or 2 seconds, there was no pause in any interval, and there was no seal for Naruto at all. Time and opportunity, even if it's the shortest shadow clone of Kiin, Naruto can be 100% sure. As long as he puts on such a posture, Mizuki will definitely take this opportunity to rush forward, and he can't do the things in the original book. The Super Strong's quick seal, regardless of the fact that the deity uses the shadow clone in the original book, it seems to be very simple, just give a soft drink, but it is actually related to the use and release of the chakra in the body. Ninja fighting. It even takes only 1 second to decide the outcome. The most critical point is that the Mizuki in front of him definitely exceeds the upper limit of strength shown in the original work, which is also the biggest deviation from the original plot. As long as Mizuki's speed is a bit slower, Naruto can settle the seal calmly. At the very least, the amount of piles can pile this guy to death. And the reason why Naruto didn't choose to use the shadow clone at the earliest moment when his body was not exposed was because Naruto himself was inexperienced and somewhat careless. He just wanted to get closer and use close-range assaults to kill with one blow. But did not expect that Iruka's accident was life-threatening. In addition, Mizuki's reaction was somewhat beyond Naruto's expectations. The sneak attack was not successful, or it should be said that it was not completely successful. It just made Mizuki a little bit embarrassed, and then Mizuki injected. After the potion strengthened himself in an instant, Naruto lost any chance of congealing. In other words, the current dilemma is completely caused by Naruto himself. Damn it! I knew I would use the shadow clone from the beginning. Naruto gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, thinking a little annoyed. I want to use it now. It's too late. Naruto knows very well, don't look at Mizuki in front of him as if he is waiting and taking care of himself, he just wants to play with him further, but as long as he has any signs of not printing or other abnormal aura. At this distance, Mizuki could swoop over in a few tenths of a second. As before. It seems that there is only the last choice left. Naruto took a deep breath. In less than a second, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at Ilika, who was collapsing on the other side of the ground, Naruto's pupils flickered. With a decisive look, he made up his mind inwardly. There is only one opportunity, and you must firmly grasp it. When there is no way to Ji-in, or that Ji-in must bear the danger of life. There is only one choice left for Naruto, that is close hand-to-hand combat. Insufficient combat experience and lack of combat awareness. Close hand-to-hand combat is Naruto's best choice. With his super induction power, he can slightly make up the gap in speed and strength. And the rest? It depends on whether you are ruthless enough. Can you seize the opportunity? As for the remaining escape options, it is impossible to appear in Naruto's choice. A decision in just a second or two. Seeing Mizuki approaching with a cruel smile, Naruto's face also showed a cold look, and his right hand was turned slightly, and a sharp kunai appeared on Naruto's palm again. With all the power mobilized, the muscles of the whole body also tightened at this moment, and Naruto fixed his eyes on Mizuki, who was not far away. Looking at Naruto, who is like a big enemy, Mizuki smiled evilly, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. It looks like a pirated version of Dashimaru. Go to hell, kid. Mizuki's body leaned, the moment the words just fell. That suddenly flashed figure. Once again, he moved in the direction of Naruto. A burst of air. The power that swept forward. Chapter 27, So-Called Murder. Awe-inspiring sharp, strong breath. At this moment, in Naruto's pupils, this seemed to be a scene that became extremely clear in an instant. Facing the frontal impact Mizuki. This time, Naruto did not choose to avoid, but greeted him head-on. Zzz. The huge black shadow approaching, the terrifying aura rushing toward his face. A flash of lightning flashed across Mizuki's body. The thunder light attached to the nothingness. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing couldn't help but react. Next moment. Kang! The two kunai hitting together again, this time, a sharp electric light flashed suddenly, and Naruto felt a stimulating paralysis. Of course not strong. But at that moment, Naruto's body was indeed stiffened for a moment. Not good. Ended. When Mizuki stopped, the blood flickered in his pupils. Laugh. There was a slight hiss of thunder in the air. A reversal of afterimages. Mizuki shook his arm vigorously, and shook Naruto's right hand. That fierce forward. At this moment, Mizuki burst out with all his remaining chakras. Die. This blow, Mizuki, is determined to win. Can you avoid it? Do you want to avoid it? Do not. This is my only means of victory. Between sparkling flints. In Naruto's pupils, the golden halo grew stronger. Some crazy eyes. Naruto's resolute look. At that moment, Mizuki couldn't help but shake his heart, as if he saw something terrible. A frightened emotion appeared in Mizuki's heart. It was also this seemingly momentary but extremely fatal hesitation. Naruto got that very short but crucial tenths of a second gap. Naruto's figure twisted, slightly deviated from the arc, and then didn't avoid it, instead, it was a figure heading toward him. Puff! It was the sound of metal piercing through flesh and blood. accompanied by the suffering of electric light, easily pierced into Naruto's chest cavity a little bit. It was also because of a short pause. Naruto also decisively seized this opportunity to withdraw. At this next moment, between Naruto's eyebrows, that suffocation was so obvious. Hold back the intense pain from the whole body to the brain nerves. Naruto gritted his teeth. Fight in a second. With his left hand, he grabbed Mizuki's body with extreme force. Using his own suffering, in Mizuki's furious look, he pierced Mizuki's left chest atrium with incomparable precision. Puff! You are the one to die. With cold, unshakable pupils, the corners of Naruto's lips twitched momentarily. A cold word sounded. Accurate, but fierce blow. Naruto's kunai penetrated Mizuki's left chest more accurately and swiftly than Mizuki's. Ah! At the moment Mizuki uttered a painful cry. Too late to make any response. Naruto took the first step and pulled away, feeling the second pain caused by the withdrawal of Kyuwu, making Naruto's expression extremely distorted. The harder and harder right hand, the Kyuwu struggling tightly on the palm of his hand stirred frantically in it. Ah 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 ah! Extreme pain. Mizuki's shout became extremely stern. Soon after. Boom! With a strong kick, it was accompanied by another forceful twist and pull with the hand of Kyuwu on Mizuki's heart. Mizuki's figure flew upside down quickly. He fell heavily on the ground. 1 second of silence. The chest that was drawn out of Kyuwu was already scarlet, and scarlet blood could not stop gushing out. How, maybe. At that moment, the strength of the whole body faded quickly like a tide. Mizuki glanced unwillingly, Naruto who fell not far away, the look in his pupils gradually dimmed, and finally fell deeply into the darkness. Am I actually dead in the hands of a kid who hasn't graduated yet? My ambition, my future, actually. This is Mizuki, the last thought left in this world. Immediately afterwards, the hanging arm. The last breath of Mizuki also disappeared. Cough cough cough. The twisting action made Mizuki's blow didn't really pierce Naruto's heart, but that was the case, the blow just now, plus the previous wound. Of course, it has not reached the stage of dying. But Naruto has also directly entered a severely injured state. Naruto at this moment has no strength to move. If only Naruto himself was here at this moment, he would probably die due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, not far away, Ilika still exists. The confrontation between Naruto and Mizuki was only a matter of seconds. Before Ilika really reacted, the battle was over. Naruto. Irika's injuries are certainly not light, but compared to Naruto, it is much better, and after a short rest, now he has slightly recovered his mobility. Reluctantly dragging his injuries, he moved to Naruto's side. I didn't even care about my injuries. Looking distressedly at Naruto's bruised look. Hurry up to do some simple wound dressings for Naruto, at least to stop the bleeding. Looking at Ilika with an anxious expression on her wounds. Naruto pulled out a smile with difficulty, and said to Ilika intermittently. The faint smile at the corner of his eyes made Ilika very heartache at this moment. This is a kind of trembling and regret from the depths of the soul. Stop talking, Naruto, the teacher will take you to the hospital right away. Ilika quickly interrupted Naruto's words. At this moment, Ilika really hates herself. Why is she so weak? Actually, I need my own students to protect myself. Own weakness. I felt it once 12 years ago. Now, I feel it again. That time I watched my parents leave, and then got the news of their parents' death. This time, I watched my students, who existed like their own brothers, almost died in front of me, pitying Naruto, and hating myself even more. For Ilika. This is really, a very annoying feeling. Ahem, I'm fine, Teacher Irika. It seems to be just like what Naruto himself said. While Irika bandaged Naruto's wound, Naruto's face was still ugly, but it was not as pale as before, with a slight trace of blood revealed, and the wound on his body healed much faster than ordinary people, although not. There is a bug that can be cured directly, but with the visible repair and the simple bandage of Irika, the wound on Naruto's body will no longer have the large area of bleeding as before. Chapter 28, Graduation Ceremony belonging to Naruto. P.S. Zhu Jun, the contract will be sent to Shanghai soon, and now the investment can still enjoy the benefits of the contract. Are you excited? Then don't hurry up and invest. Then, the new book issue is not easy. I invite you to click a collection and vote for a recommendation. Xiao Boz and thanks everyone. As the ninja of Konoha village, and also specially appointed by 3 generations of Naruto to teach Naruto, Irika will naturally know things that ordinary ninjas don't know, including the special existence in Naruto's body. Seeing Naruto, his wounds healed much faster than ordinary people, and the bleeding was quickly stopped, which Irika could think of all at once. Is it because of Kyuubi? Then, it is indeed much better. Looking at Naruto, whose mental state is slightly better than before, Ilika was also thinking inwardly. Of course, the reason Naruto's wounds healed so quickly is due to the fact that Kyuubi's body's recovery ability is far superior to that of ordinary ninjas, and another reason is that half of Naruto's lineage of the Uzumaki family. You must know that Naruto's biological mother, Uzumaki Kushina, is the most orthodox Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was originally known for its incomparable vitality. Before the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan had 2 pronouns. One is the technique of sealing, and the other is the extremely powerful vitality. This is why the first 2 generations of the 9-tailed people in Konoha village are due to the Whirlpool clan, and even ordinary people will die immediately after being pulled out of the tail beast. The Uzumaki family can survive for a period of time with their strong vitality when they are drawn from the tail beast. Uzumaki Kushina is the best example, and as Kushina's son, Naruto is not the purest Uzumaki bloodline. A family, but its vitality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. This injury is naturally a matter of course. Besides, setting aside these things, even the most ordinary ninja will not be life-threatening as long as the rescue is in time after encountering the situation just now. After all, in the previous battle, Naruto has avoided all the vital points. Irika is only concerned and confused. After realizing that Naruto didn't have much problem, he calmed down again. Hey, Naruto, in the future, you must never act so recklessly, you know? Stealing the sealed book, and still like this. After understanding that Naruto will not be in danger of life, Irika has returned to his true colors. It is reasonable, Naruto's action this time really makes Irika really scared. Although it looks like everything is okay now. But whether it is the Book of Seal being taken away by Mizuki, still Naruto had any accident. That was not a scene that Irika would like to see, it was a loss that the village could not bear. Yes, Teacher Irika, I know I was wrong. I will definitely not dare to do it next time. It is because there is no way to graduate, so I was deceived by the soul of Mizuki. But for the sake of making up for it, Irika teacher, please forgive me this time. Feeling my super self-healing ability, after realizing that I am not in danger of life, Naruto rarely showed a playful look, with a little bit of coquettishness, watching Irika say so. This is not a disguise, but only in front of Irika, Naruto will occasionally show the look. Listening to Irika's familiar nagging words, that look was full of caring. It made Naruto's heart full of warmth. This is the best result. This is everything I want to protect. Maybe there is resentment. Maybe there is hatred. But at least, at this moment, Naruto has only one thought in his heart to protect the Irika in front of him. This is the only important existence for Naruto now. There may be others in the future, but at least, there are only 2 now. And looking at the expression Naruto showed and the words spoken, Ilika was angry and funny deep in her heart. As an existence who has been living together for 6 full years, Irika still doesn't know what the brother in front of him is thinking. After so many years, Irika knows better than anyone else. Naruto usually looks gentle, very indifferent, but once you encounter something you insist on, you will never give up. This is a child who is more delicate and strong than anyone else. Of course, Irika didn't know that this was just what Naruto showed in front of him. It was not a deceit, because it was also the most true Naruto. On the one hand, it is only relatively speaking, and the other side was not known to Ilika. Hey, you want to have another time? Irika sullen his face first, and then, seemingly angry, gave Naruto a lesson. When Naruto shrank his head and showed a sullen expression. But, good job, Naruto. Irika's expression also softened, and a gentle smile emerged. Irika stretched out his right hand and gently rubbed Naruto's blonde hair, looking at Naruto who could barely stand up. Said softly. Naruto, close your eyes. Before Naruto could say anything, Ilika continued. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, but out of absolute trust in Ilika, Naruto closed his eyes obediently, and there were some playful thoughts that made Naruto's mind feel involuntarily at this moment. A slightly nonsensical funny thought came up. It's just that this thought only passed for a second. Next moment, on Naruto's forehead, he felt an icy texture unique to metal, as well as the attached weight. This is... Naruto's heart couldn't help but jump slightly. He hadn't waited for Naruto to open his eyes. Naruto, congratulations on your graduation. That was the gentle words that sounded in Naruto's ear. Following from that, Naruto's eyes slowly opened, and Ilika's relieved smile was reflected in the depths of his eyes. Subconsciously, he lifted the right hand that touched upwards. Naruto felt the metal texture on his forehead, and he was slightly dazed. Teacher Irika. Naruto, you are already an excellent ninja, this forehead, you are fully qualified to wear it. Ilika patted Naruto on the shoulder, with a hint of encouragement. Your goal is not to be as a great ninja recognized by everyone? This is your new starting point, come on, Naruto. I believe you can surpass everyone and become Naruto. A look of trust and kindness flashed in Ilika's pupils. Naruto's heart couldn't help but tremble, and there was a slight moist feeling in his eyes. Yes, Teacher Ilika. Naruto nodded and said. He answered like this on his lips, but he didn't think so in Naruto's heart. For Ilika, Naruto is undoubtedly walking on the path of the right will of fire. He wants to be a great ninja and gain everyone's approval. This is what Naruto has said since he was a child. This is not a false word. It is true. It was Naruto's most sincere thought. But also here in Ilika, it is directly believed that Naruto wants to become Hokage, wants to be recognized by all the people in the village, and become the hero of Konoha village. However, this is not Naruto's ultimate goal. It's not that the future Naruto will definitely choose to rebel against the village and avenge the entire Konoha village, but for now, Naruto's future is definitely not Irika, not the future that the third generation of Naruto thought. These words are just words that cannot be said. Naruto can only apologize silently in his heart. Then, to congratulate you on becoming a ninja, let the teacher come and treat you to a big meal. Really? That's great, I want to have a LE ramen, a big bowl. Haha, no problem, let's go. Oh. The dim light of the morning dawn shone on the earth. A ray of light in the future has already appeared quietly. In this world, Naruto finally took his real first step. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Thoughts. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket. The new book issue is in need of recommendation votes, please. Then wait until after Naruto and Ilika leave. In the shadow somewhere nearby, a figure flashed by, and the corpse of Mizuki underneath disappeared. Naruto and Irika, who left together, did not care about the corpse of Mizuki. Originally, the corpse of a ninja. It must be processed. If it can be recycled, the priority should be given to recycling. If it is not possible, the corpse should be destroyed as much as possible, at least to ensure that the brain is destroyed, because the ninja's corpse is a database, and even has a lot of it. The value of, especially those ninjas who have the limit of blood inheritance. Of course, Mizuki is only a ninja of Konoha village. His body is not very important, but if it is possible to recycle it, he still has to choose to recycle it and dispose of it, rather than abandon it at will. It's just that today's situation is quite special. As the village's ninja, before leaving tonight, Iruka knew that someone would come to the end, so naturally he wouldn't care about it, while Naruto did not need to devote all his attention and energy after the battle was over. In the battle, the perceptual power that can be diffused sensed a more secretive aura not far away from him. It immediately understood that the person here must be an Anbu member sent by the third generation of Hokage. Of course, Naruto would certainly not know that the incoming person is the famous 55th Heiji Kakashi, and before that, not only Naruto and Mizuki fought, but also before Iruka and Mizuki clash, Kakashi it came early, and I was ready to shoot at any time, just because I saw that Naruto and Iruka were not life-threatening, and they also killed the rebel Mizuki. Kakashi naturally had no need to shoot. You need to choose to recover the corpse after the battle is over. Correspondingly, Kakashi did not realize that his breath would be captured by Naruto, who had just graduated from ninja school. Of course, the biggest reason is that Kakashi does not think that the two players in the field can detect their arrival, and they have not really concealed their breath. Otherwise, it will rely on the current relationship between Kakashi and Naruto. As long as Kakashi doesn't want to hide it, Naruto will never find it. In Konoha village, Hokage office building. The third generation of Hokage holds his old guy in his right hand, smoking a cigarette leisurely, with his left hand upside down, looking deeply at the village of Konoha that is gradually covered by the morning light outside the window, and a pensive look passes through the depths of his pupils. Call out! A figure appeared directly behind the third generation of Hokage. The visitor was Kakashi, who had just completed the surveillance mission and recovered and disposed of the Mizuki body. How? Kakashi. Yes. 3 generations of adults, Renmin Mizuki has been directly killed by Uzumaki Naruto, and the Book of Seal has been successfully brought back by Ninaka Iruka. Kakashi bowed his head on one knee and knelt behind the third generation of Hokage, and said respectfully, "Well, thank you for your hard work." There was no unexpected result at all. The third generation of Hokage turned around, nodded, and said softly. Although he was a little surprised by the fact that Naruto directly killed Mizuki. But after all, it was a battle between ninjas. Killing also kills. This will not cause any fluctuations in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. If this is the case, then Naruto will be responsible for you in the next days. Kakashi, you also know that Naruto's identity and the things he carries are not understandable by ordinary people. The past few years, Naruto's living environment, you are also very clear. Fortunately, this child is very similar to the 4 generations. From this child, you can see the shadow of the 4 generations. I hope you can cultivate this child well, and the child of Uchiha mentioned earlier is also handed over to you, Kakashi. I hope these 2 children can become the pillars of the village in the future, do you understand? The 3 generations of Hokage stared directly at Heiji Kakashi in front of him, and there was a deep look in his pupils. It can be said that in the current Konoha village, Kakashi is one of the few in the village that has both ability and is worthy of the trust of 3 generations of Hokage. Even if it is his own son, it is natural not to mention the sense of trust, but in terms of ability. The 3rd generation of Naruto still believes in Kakashi even more, which is why the 3rd generation of Naruto will personally intervene in the assignment of this graduating class, and also directly arrange Naruto and Sasuke in Kakashi's team. The most direct reason is this. The identity of the 2, and only Heiji Kakashi is the most suitable teacher in the 3 generations of Hokage. Such an arrangement It also has a pun. That is to train Naruto and Sasuke. It is also paving the way for Kakashi. You know, in the heart of the 3 generations of Naruto at this moment, Kakashi is undoubtedly the most suitable place in the village to take over his position, succeeding the 5 generations of Naruto. As for the 2 disciples of his own family, so many years of mentoring and apprenticeship, 3 generations don't Naruto know yet? Yes, 3 generations of adults, I understand, please rest assured that 3 generations of adults. Kakashi also lowered his head and responded. Well, I'll leave it to you, Kakashi. 3 generations of Hokage nodded with a relieved look, and then waved his hand. There was a swish. Kakashi's figure disappeared again. Watergate. Itaki. In the Naruto University's Hokage office. Only the inaudible sighs of the 3 generations of Hokage quietly echoed inside. At the same time, somewhere beneath the ground like an abyss in another part of Konoha village, in an extremely gloomy and dark house, an extremely heavy suffocation exuded all over his body, and a figure with a bandage wrapped around his right eye and cheek sat in the center. In front of the bottom, there are dozens of people kneeling on one knee, wearing animal masks and wearing Konoha Anbi-style clothing. Here, it is the independent root born out of the dark part of Konoha. The man at the top is Shimura Danzo, who symbolizes the darkest side of Konoha. He is also a former teammate of the 3rd generation of Naruto, and the disciple of the 2nd generation of Naruto Senjima. Result: Shimura Danzo looked at a root member who was kneeling in his front position, and his deep words echoed throughout the room. Yes. Lord Danzo, Naruto Uzumaki and the Book of Seals have been successfully brought back by Ninja Ilika, while Ninja Mizuki was killed directly by Naruto Uzumaki. The corpse was brought back directly by Naruto-sama's direct anbu. Killed by Naruto Uzumaki. Shimura Danzo opened his left eye slightly, a faint astonishment flashed in his pupil, and he asked with some uncertainty. Yes. Lord Danzo. The root member still maintained a respectful posture on one knee, and replied in a deep voice. After a little thought, Danzo spoke again. Go and bring back Mizuki's body. I will read the inspection report afterwards. Yes. Another root member below responded immediately. Next second, body shape flashed. It just disappeared directly into the darkness. In the extremely dark and gloomy root base, the faces of 3 generations of Hokage and Naruto flashed in Shimura Danzo's mind, his right eye narrowed slightly, and a faint flash of cold light flashed out. Sun Slash, what are you thinking about? There was a trace of anger in the deep words. It represents the dissatisfaction of this Konoha Dark Master towards the 3 generations of Hokage's Chikuakuo. Chapter 30, End. Not to mention the secret confrontation between the 3 generations of Hokage and Shimura Danzo, the 2 bosses who have had a bad relationship for decades, and the picture turned to the other side. When Naruto followed Ilika back to the village and turned in the Book of Seals, the incident did not come to Naruto's expectation. The incident ended here. I thought I needed an explanation, and even accepted some special torture. Luca was still a little dumbfounded until the Zongren who was in charge of recovering the sealed book told him that he could leave. In other words, this sealed book was stolen? And it also involves the rebellion of a Zongren in the village. The most important thing is that the protagonist of this matter, Naruto Uzumaki or Zulai of the 9 Tails in the village, shouldn't you just leave it so lightly? Irika thought that he and Naruto were going to be summoned by the 3 generations of Naruto for questioning. In the worst case, they even had to be tortured by the torture troops in the village. And now, it seems that all this is really an exercise? Until the moment of leaving the Hokage office building, Ilika was still a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, I have been following Irika honestly, without saying anything. Naruto with an expression of I am good and I know it was wrong is very clear in his heart that this matter was originally a joke, if not because Naruto is involved. The 3 generations of Hokage want to give Naruto a little benefit by pushing the boat along the river. Anyone who changes to any other ninja school child will be strangled in the cradle before this thing happens. Mizuki wants to be in ninja. Konoha, the largest village in the world, makes waves? Even Konoha, the weakest ever, was not touched by a guy like Mizuki who could not even be regarded as a grasshopper. So, for such a result, Naruto is not a bit surprised. After that, Ilika took Naruto to the hospital anyway. Although it seems that the injury is no longer a problem. It looks like it will heal itself after a while. But to be on the safe side, Ilika took Naruto to the hospital for a second check. Facts have proved that Naruto does not have any problems. During the next period of time, he only needs to rest for a while, and he can fully recover. On the contrary, Iruka's injuries were slightly more serious than Naruto's. From this point, we can also directly see how strong Naruto's vitality and self-healing ability are. Naruto, although there is no major problem, but for the next 2 days, I still have to take a good rest at home, understand? The graduation ceremony is 3 days later, and the division of the team is announced on that day. Don't go these days. Practice. Walked out of the hospital. Before leaving, Iruka, who knew her student's character too well, warned Naruto with a solemn expression. Even if it seems that there is no problem, he can be cured after a while, but Iruka still wants Naruto. Being able to cherish yourself more, hard work is not a mistake, it is a commendable virtue, but what needs more attention is the combination of work and rest, especially after being injured in fierce fighting. Yes, Mr. Iruka, I understand, don't worry. Facing Ilika's very serious and caring eyes, Naruto also looked up at Ilika, nodded with a serious expression, and replied. Seeing how Naruto was so obedient this time, Iruka was slightly startled at first, looking at Naruto in front of him with a suspicious expression. Having sufficient historical experience tells Iruka, Naruto, this kid, may be better at talking in other aspects, but only in cultivation, he seems to have a special enthusiasm. This cannot be explained by ordinary diligence. Things. And against Iruka's skeptical sight, Naruto instantly sweated profusely. It seems that I really don't have much credit in this respect. Don't worry, Mr. Iruka, I won't lie to you this time, I will take a good rest. And under Naruto's repeated guarantees, Ilika nodded slowly. That's good. Later, after explaining the notes about the graduation ceremony and class placement, Ilika turned and left and returned to his residence. After watching Ilika's figure leave, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Although he cared about himself, sometimes Naruto still couldn't hold back the nagging of his Iruka teacher. But there is one thing to say, this time, Naruto really didn't mean to be cautious in it. Even if Iruka didn't say it. Naruto also plans to take a good rest for 2 days. Before, I planned to change my training plan 2 days before graduation. Now it seems that I should rest honestly for 2 days. You have to know that your body is the capital of the revolution. Besides, you can't cultivate if you stay at home. In the past 2 days, Naruto intends to strengthen the speed of her own printing, as well as the control and mobilization of chakra within her body. After all, things like ninjutsu and illusion. It's not just that Jian is fast, it must be released quickly. Jian is just a way. The movement and control of chakra are the source of surgical release. Do you think that the release of the 6 Dao immortals requires seals? No need at all. That's because people's use of chakra is as easy as directing one's own limbs, so naturally there is no need to go through a medium like Jian. And even if you don't mention the perverted existence of 6 Dao immortals, the first generation of Hokage in the back Senjuju still put his hands together. What did you call? Although not comparable to the 6 immortals. But this is also a manifestation of the extreme control and use of chakra. Therefore, Jian is only a medium, and chakra itself is the core. Including the simplest shadow avatar, it seems that there is only a Ren not seal, but it also includes the chakra control and mobile use of the matching inside the body. If it is just a simple knot printing without chakra cooperation, it is just an empty shelf. Of course the current Naruto can't reach the state of putting his hands together and shouting. Therefore, the control, use, and speed of the chakra. They are all areas where Naruto needs to focus on cultivation. Especially in the speed of printing. This is the fastest way to be artificially controllable. In the original book, Uchiha Itachi's speed of printing. This is Naruto's current goal. Yoxi. Get a good night's sleep when you go back, and then start practicing. Naruto patted his cheek lightly, then turned around and walked back towards his home. In the next 2 days, Naruto, as promised to Iruka, basically stayed at home and rested honestly, did not go to the back mountain forest to practice, and in these 2 days, Naruto also removed the previous from the Book of Seals. The multi-shadow avatar technique learned here is further understood, and it also includes a C-class wind escape ninjutsu from Iruka earlier. The speed of the printing of the big breakthrough has been increased by a little, after this time and Mizuki fighting in the true sense. Naruto is even more aware that as a ninja, he must have multiple qualities in order to win in battle, and he warned himself that in any future battle, he can't have the slightest slackness and carelessness. Chapter 31, Graduation Day. P.S. Please recommend, ask for collection, ask for a reward, thank you for the first tier of stars children's shoes. Xiao bows and thanks. 3 days later. The usual time for general education in Konoha village, ninja school, is only today, a little special, not because of anything else, just because today is the annual graduation ceremony of Konoha Village Ninja School. Students who passed the graduation exam 3 days ago today will usher in the last day of ninja school. When they are officially sorted into classes, their group of young girls will officially become a ninja in Konoha Village. Naruto naturally came to the school in about the same time, still in the most corner position. Looking at the joy and excitement of the students at the same level in the classroom, Naruto did not seem to change. In fact, he couldn't help shaking his head slightly in his heart. It's really peaceful. There is no fear of the future, no confusion about the future. It is full of expectations and excitement. This cannot be said to be wrong. Just in such a world. With this kind of mentality, how many young girls can survive in the end? The so-called ninja. It's more than just a duty. It also symbolizes the boundary between life and death. Konoha has been at peace for too long. It seems that there is no threat of war. Ninja school can cultivate these geniuses more smoothly and safely, but it also lacks the breeding of the special environment of the war years. These so-called geniuses have how many people can really grow up? Perhaps it is not impossible to die in a lowest level sea-level mission one day. Naruto looked at the jubilant group of students at the same level in front of him, and there was such an idea in his heart. It was not a mockery, but a simple statement of the facts. The flowers in the greenhouse are the most suitable way to describe this group. Children who graduated from Konoha Shincho. The most important point is, Naruto couldn't see any tension in these people. It seems that becoming a ninja is a very beautiful thing. I saw the light, but not the darkness. Only enjoy the benefits of peace. But I have never seen the cruelty of war. Naruto is absolutely unwilling to be such an existence. Knowing the plot, he knows that there is not much time left for him. Every minute and every second is an existence he must fight for. In this classroom, I'm afraid that only the second pillar can understand a little bit about the darkness of a ninja. The still indifferent profile of Sasuke Uchiha that Yu Guang saw obliquely forward. A faint light flickered in Naruto's pupils. Only this Uchiha orphan is a little similar to himself. Ninjas play house game. Let this group of innocent children go and play. Hey? Naruto? Can you come to attend the graduation ceremony? Didn't you fail the previous graduation exam? When Naruto was looking bored at these peers in the classroom, a familiar figure appeared beside Naruto, with a slightly surprised and lazy tone. Naruto knew who the person was without turning his head. The turned gaze greeted the familiar braid head in his eyes. As predicted. It is the so-called intellectual responsibility of Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang in the original book Nara Shikamaru. At this moment, this lazy genius teenager with an IQ of over 200 in the original book also came with a very obvious curiosity on his face. To know the graduation exam 3 days ago, Naruto had already surprised Shikamaru without passing. Shikamaru said that he couldn't understand the fact that he couldn't pass the graduation exam, which was ranked in the top 5 in terms of comprehensive scores. Then he thought that Naruto was going back to rebuild and preparing to take another exam. At today's graduation ceremony, I saw Naruto again. It was also because of curiosity that this young master of the Nara family, who was known for his laziness, rarely came to ask questions. Oh? Shikamaru, another makeup exam was arranged later. I passed the makeup exam, so I can come to today's graduation ceremony. Looking at the face of the lazy boy in front of him, Naruto gently pointed to the forehead guard on his forehead, and said with a light smile. During the 6 years of studying at ninja school, in this class, it can be said that Naruto can get along well with most of the students. Not only because of grades, but also because of Naruto's character. Students of the common class may still be influenced by their parents and distance themselves from Naruto, but similar to Shikamaru who came from the Konoha family, they are naturally different from those people. Of course, Nara Shikuhisa and Hyuga people like Nizu and Akiha Dinza will not directly tell their children about Naruto's special identity, but they will not let their children stay away from Naruto like those common people, do not deliberately approach, nor deliberately stay away, anyway, just look at the children. Your own choice. Therefore, Naruto has a relatively good relationship with Shikamaru, Dingji, Gaga, and Shino who came from these big families. Oh? Makeup exam, that's how it is. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. Although with Shikamaru's cleverness, you can easily see through some of the tricks without using your brain, but since Naruto can appear here today and wear a forehead that symbolizes Konoha ninja on his forehead, it must be ninja school past Naruto's graduation, then there is no big problem, so tired and lazy like Shikamaru will naturally not go into it. Oh? Can Naruto graduate? That's great, you are the best in our class. Ding Ci, who was almost inseparable from Shikamaru, approached while eating potato chips and said with a smile. Want to eat? Shikamaru? Naruto. Then he passed the potato chips in his hand. No, I don't need it, you can eat it, Ding Ci. Naruto and Shikamaru also responded. I'll be sorted in a minute. I don't know how it will be sorted. If I can be with the top few in your class, it would be best. Shikamaru put his hands on the back of his head, and said with a tone of expectation. That's what everyone else can say, Shikamaru, don't you know your division? Naruto turned sideways slightly, propped his chin with his left hand, looked at Shikamaru, and said with a light smile. Naruto's words also caused Shikamaru's expression to cross, and immediately nodded helplessly. Well, that's what I said. Traditional pig deer butterfly. This is almost something everyone in Konoha village knows. Not at an age, forget it. If graduated at the same age, the pig deer butterfly must form a small team. This is the tradition of the 3 Konoha families since their establishment. There happened to be 3 pigs, deer, and butterflies in this year: Shikamaru of the Nara clan, Dingji of the Akudo clan, and Ino of the Mountain clan. In this case, there are only these 3 who are enrolling there. One day is destined to graduate and form a team. Shikamaru knows it well, and it's no surprise that Naruto knew this. You should know that Naruto is well known in his class. After 6 years, it takes almost time to stay in the ninja library. More than the whole class combined. Knowing this is not surprising. Chapter 32, Destined Division. Then Naruto, do you want to be in a team with whom? Ding Ci looked at Naruto curiously and asked. although it looks a bit dull. But in reality, Chudeo Dinkai is a person who observes very carefully. In the past 6 years, Naruto seems to be able to get along with anyone, and he doesn't seem to have a good relationship with anyone. He is about to graduate soon. Ding Ci is a little curious if there is a classmate who Naruto wants to be a teammate. Me? It's all right. Naruto was startled slightly, but didn't expect Ding Ci to ask such a question directly, but Naruto didn't have any hesitation at the moment to answer directly. It wasn't the truth, but he didn't lie, because Naruto knew very well. As long as there are no accidents, your teammates are already a set matter. It seemed to be the sight that passed by inadvertently. Uchiha Sasuke sitting in front of him, and Haruno Sakura who looked at Sasuke with admiration on the other side. If you look at the plot of the original, these two will be yourself for a long time. Teammates in here. Although the possibility of accidents is not ruled out. But Naruto believes that the probability will not change. At this stage, Haruno Sakura, who is 100% and has 0 combat effectiveness. His mind was full of revenge thoughts, and Sasuke Uchiha, a man with facial paralysis. I thought of teaming up with these two. Naruto felt a little headache. If you really want to talk about it, Naruto actually has someone in his heart who wants to team up with him. Thought of this. Naruto's gaze couldn't help but drifted over to another white figure, and at that moment, the owner of that figure also just turned his head, and his shining gaze fell on Naruto. Just the right time. The connected 4 eyes. The girl's cheeks were suddenly blushing, and the exaggerated blue smoke rising from the top of her head made the girl lower her head shyly, not daring to keep looking at Naruto for even a second. This girl. And such a stare at each other. Especially the girl's shy expression. Ling Naruto's expression also showed a little uncomfortable expression. Hyuga Hinata. This is the girl Naruto cares about very much. It is also the existence that Naruto wants to team up with. But Naruto is also very clear that he is absolutely impossible to be in the same team with Hinata, whether it is because of his own identity or because of Hinata's identity that is similar to the existence of the princess of the Hyuga clan. It's all destined. The two will never be separated together. A little melancholy, but also a little lost. But this emotion is only a moment. It was quickly sorted out by Naruto. Ding Ci did not notice. Kamaru on the side noticed this quickly, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a faint smile flashed at the corner of his eyes. Okay, be quiet, and everyone will immediately return to their seats. Everyone's chattering, accompanied by Ilika's appearance at the door, ended straight away. After Ilika walked to the podium and patted his hands, all the students responded honestly. Go to your seat. As a class teacher who has coached for 6 years, Ilika still has this prestige. Very well, are everyone here? First of all, the teacher first congratulates you on successfully passing the graduation exam. From the moment you put on your forehead, you are an official ninja, but the teacher hopes you remember, this is only the first step for you to become a ninja. What a ninja is, what a ninja should do, and what can be taught to you in the ninja school has been given to you, and next, you need to go your self-verification. If you want to be a qualified or even excellent ninja, yours is far from enough now. Today is not only the end but also a new beginning. Only by seeing every step under your feet can you become an excellent ninja in the future. Ninja. Ilika glanced at everyone present, her eyes were both concerned and worried, and more expectant. His calm and gentle words, those words with warning and encouragement, made most of the little ghosts present enthusiastic. A bright color flickered from his pupils, a straight body, looking directly at Ilika in the upper head, responded loudly. Is teacher. Seeing the group of graduating children in front of them all showed the most serious expressions, the expression on Ilika's face became more relieved, nodded gently, and then said. Presumably you already know that in order to better complete the tasks, the ninjas basically act in a small team mode. Those of you who have just graduated from the ninja school also have to form a task team in groups of 3, each with a team. An experienced ninja will be the leader of the ninja, so that you can get acquainted with and complete the task more quickly, and today you will be officially divided into groups. Although it is something that I knew beforehand. But it really came to the grouping moment. The teenagers and girls in the classroom all showed more excitement and anticipation, and each of them wondered in their hearts who they would form a team with next. Especially after 6 years, the overall results have always been in the forefront. It makes a lot of people flock to it. Even if Naruto seems to be something special like this. Because of his excellent grades and a completely different personality from the original, Naruto, who inherited the genes of Minato and Uzumaki Naora, is not to be mentioned. Also in this graduation class, he has a lot of attraction, especially those girls. In this graduating class, Naruto is definitely their ideal second team member, and the first one is naturally the young master Uchiha, Nezuzi. From the perspective of these young girls, Sasuke is undoubtedly a representative of both handsomeness and strength. Anyone wants to form a team with Urju. Including Ino, who knew that he was bound to form a team with Shikamaru and Chuji, also looked at Sasuke with very longing eyes at this moment. However, Urjuzi, who was the person involved, was unmoved at all. Even if there was an extremely enthusiastic sight all around, Urjuzi's expression was as indifferent as before. Team up? Teammate? Do not make jokes. In the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke, these so-called students at the same level are almost all hindered. Even Naruto has often kept a hand in the past 6 years of actual combat exercises. He lost to Sasuke several times in the battle, and naturally he was not taken seriously by Sasuke. All of them are defeated. Oneself is the well-deserved number 1. It doesn't make any difference who you form a squad, as long as you don't interfere with yourself. Chikuakuo's Avenger mentality. From that night, Sasuke Uchiha has only one goal. That was the man, his own brother, Itachi Uchiha. That's it. Chapter 33, Class 7. Others naturally cannot see through Sasuke's inner thoughts at this time. Especially those girls. He looked at Sasuke with admiration and admiration. Simply think that this kind of coldness is also one of Sasuke's greatest charms. And there are also some boys who look at Sasuke with very unhappy eyes, not because of other things, but because of the pure young mind. Even in the original book, there is not only one Naruto like this, just because Naruto is the protagonist. Moreover, the performance was so explicit that it was noticed. In fact, no matter in which world and era, students like Sasuke are definitely the object of rejection by most boys in the class. Including Inuzuka, the first-year-old Hyuga Niji, and Lee Rock all want to defeat Sasuke. This is an extremely normal thing in the juvenile world. Of course, Naruto in this life will naturally not be boring to that point. Besides, if you really want to fight one-on-one, the current Naruto can really ravage Sasuke easily, not because of other reasons, but simply because Naruto has just experienced a life and death struggle 3 days ago. For the ninja, whether there has been a death struggle, the strength presented before and after has the world is very different, the person is still that person, and the things learned to control are still those, but just one battle can bring such a disparity. The thoughts of these young girls in the classroom are almost all written on their faces. On the podium, Irika seemed to have the same expression, but in fact she shook her head secretly in her heart. Okay, next, I will announce the members of the group. The 3 will be a group. When they hear the name, they will automatically call out. After a while, there will be a guide ninja to take you away. Understand? Is teacher? Well, very good. First of all, the first flight, Shimazaki no Bubuki, Matsuoka Shohei, Nagano Hiroshi. Yes. The second class, Shangs Hanlin, Kengoro, Tadanomura. Yes. The third shift. Although many girls hope to team up with Sasuke, ordinary civilian ninjas hope to team up with peers who have excellent grades or even famous backgrounds. However, these people are destined to be disappointed, which seems very fair. Fair graduation division. In fact, these so-called divisions and teams have been a long time ago. Who can form a team with whom? Who cannot form a team with whom? This is limited by invisible rules. It is almost impossible for a ninja from a celebrity to form a team with civilians. A ninja with a special identity. It is almost impossible to be touched by ordinary people. And the most important thing is that it can be seen from the ninjas who led the team after the division. The general squad is only led by Zongnan, but some of the more special teams are almost all Shangnan, even the most in Shangnan. It's possible for a few strong people to lead the team. In the previous life, when I read the original work, Naruto always thought that Konoha's graduates were led by shinobu for every class of Konoha. After thinking about it later, I realized that shinobu means what? Not to mention the destruction of the battle behind. Just look at the beginning of the death of the first generation of Hokage. Until the next few ninja world wars. Shangnan means the highest combat power of a shinobu village. You can't expect the shadow of a village to be on the battlefield in the sky, right? No matter which ninja village, including the 5 great ninja villages that represent the highest combat power, it is impossible for so many ninja villages to be the nanny for newly graduated rookie ninjas. During the war, Shangren was the representative of combat effectiveness. In peacetime, Shangren is also the basis for completing various high-level tasks and earning generous rewards for the village. Yes. A squad that can be arranged for shinobu to lead the team. It is definitely the most special, or the most important existence in the village. Not to mention Zuladi, he has always been the most steadfast supporter of the first line of Naruto, so the leader of the team is the biological son of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Asuma. Hinata Hyuga is the eldest of the Hyuga clan. The Inyazuka family where Inyazuka Tooth is located also has a high status and a large role in Konoha village. Not to mention the oil nymphs. Not only the Hokage series. Among the Anbu members cultivated by Danzo, there are also strong men of the Oil Girl clan. These 3 teams are also led by Shangnan. Although Yurihong is only a newly promoted Shangnan, she is also a Shangnan recognized by the 3 generations of Naruto. The promotion of a ninja must be recognized by Naruto, and then sign the corresponding promotion order. In the previous session, the squad composed of Hyuga Niji, Lee Rock, and Tien Tien was led by Metkai, who at least seems to be the strongest representative of the fighting force in the Konoha village at present, and Niji is also of the Hyuga clan. Tien Tien looks very ordinary, but with the number of ninjas used and his indifferent attitude, you can see that even if Tianation's family doesn't have such a powerful power, it is definitely a rich. That's right, it's the kind of very pure rich. Rock Lee is favored by Metkai. And it is definitely before entering ninja school, or this timeline should be before graduation at the latest, otherwise, as far as Lee Look only knows physical skills and can't know ninjutsu, it's impossible to graduate from ninjutsu school. And Ning Ci, form a team every day. Then go back to the team where Naruto is. Perhaps Harano Sakura is the simplest and most mediocre existence in the original book. Chakra's control ability that sounds like a hungry one-handed. However, it has no effect. Harano Sakura's family is indeed the most ordinary existence. The latter seems to be valued by Tsunade Hime and accepted as a disciple. Is this because she really thinks that Sakura is talented, or is it because of Naruto? Then only God knows. And the reason why it can be arranged in the team where Naruto and Sasuke are. It may also be because of Harano Sakura's ordinariness. It's not that Harano Sakura must be. It's just that among these ordinary graduates, Harano Sakura was selected. To put it bluntly, it is. These graduates who are now in this classroom. Most of them are mediocre existences in the village. The teams they form are almost all led by Zongren. Want to form a team with geniuses? Want to expect yourself to be led by a strong shinobu? It can only be said that these people are living in dreams. Next is the 7th class. The first 6 groups of cannon fodder teams announced in one breath. This finally came to the 7th class. There is no plot beyond the original. It was completely within Naruto's expectation. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. This is the 3 names that Ilika directly revealed. What? The girls in the class who are still looking forward to wanting to join Sasuke's team all showed an obvious look of regret, and even all the girls looked at that with a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred at this moment. Haruno Sakura with a happy and excited expression. This guy with a wide forehead can actually be a team with Sasuke? Chapter 34, Him, and Her. It's nothing more than a team with Sasuke-kun. Actually can still be in a small team with Naruto-kun? This is so happy, isn't it? Really are. Really are. It's too much. At this moment, these girls couldn't wait to fly directly at Haruno Sakura, so as to vent their inner resentment. Even if he knew that he was out of play, Ino, who was destined to team up with Shikamaru and Dinji, looked at Haruno Sakura's former best friend with a tickle expression at this moment. What do you say? In the face of love, the friendship of girls is extremely fragile. And Hyuga Hinata, who was sitting not far away, also showed an obvious disappointment at this moment. Sure enough, can't Naruto-kun be in a small team? The girl's incomparably low mood and her entangled hands are enough to explain everything. Of course, Hinata didn't know. Her own head teacher Irika had tried to put her and Naruto in a small team before graduation. Whether it was because of the 6 years, the Naruto that Irika discovered Tien's unusual attention, or because of the answers written by Hinata Hyuga that Irika saw in a special course, prompted Irika to make such a judgment. It is a good thing that Tien and Naruto are in a small team. However, in the end, this idea still cannot be put into practice. Not to mention the reaction of the Hyuga clan. Naruto's placement was directly ordered by the previous 3 generations of Hokage. This made Ilika's plan dead and impossible to achieve. Only according to the established plan, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura can be divided into a small team. This is also where Irika feels a trace of pity. On the other side, the 3 people who were formed into a team also showed different looks at this moment. Haruno Sakura said before, with a simple and straightforward expression of excitement. It is possible that the 2 comprehensive results are the foremost peers in the class, and they have their favorite Sasuke to form a team. Haruno Sakura's expression and mood at the moment can't be described by simple words like happy and happy. She wants to burst out, but she also wants to restrain herself so as to show herself as a quiet girl. It's true. It's hard for Haruno Sakura. Naruto is calm and composed, because I have known it a long time ago, so naturally there is nothing to be surprised. If there is an accidental division, it will arouse Naruto's interest. As for Sasuke, I said before that I don't care about who his teammates are at all. As long as he doesn't interfere with him, then everything is not a big problem. Ilika announced the moments for the placement of members on it, but Sasuke is still the same. The indifferent expression is only when he hears Naruto's name, his brows move slightly, but it is only so. This is because Naruto has performed very well in ninja school in the past 6 years, and even has 1 or 2 actual combat drills. All threaten their own sake. And Haruno Sakura mentioned later. It will not let Sasuke's heart have the slightest disturbance. What Sasuke cares most about now is who the ninja of his team is, whether he is qualified to be his captain, and whether he can guide himself to become stronger. This is what Sasuke cares most about. 5 years have passed since the night of extermination. In the past 5 years, Sasuke spent almost every night in a nightmare. He even woke up directly after dreaming of his parents being killed by his brother himself several times. 5 years. It's been 5 years. He finally graduated from ninja school. Sasuke desperately wanted to become stronger, and immediately followed in the footsteps of that damned traitor. Find him. Ask exactly why. Then kill him. Pay memorial to my parents and all the people of the tribe. It can be said that this is Sasuke's only two ambitions in his heart that will not change and waver, and until his death, ranks first in ambition. As for the other one, it is natural to revive the Uchiha clan. He used to be the Uchiha clan. Young master, the entire ethnic group is not only in the village of Konoha, but also known as the number one in the ninja world. Sasuke is also proud of himself, and naturally plans to rejuvenate his family in the future. And so, compared to his teammates, Sasuke saw it as a trivial matter. Sasuke pays more attention to who is the leading ninja. Is it strong enough? After announcing the members of the 7th class, the next 8th class is also a small team worthy of attention. At the very least, Naruto is very concerned. Because there is Hinata Hyuga among the members of this team, and the other two members of his partner. It is exactly the same as in the original book. Inyazuka Toa of the Inyazuka clan, Yuzino Shino of the Yu clan. Although Naruto also regretted in his heart that he could not be in the team with Hinata, after seeing that the member of Hinata's team was Toa and Shino, Naruto was also quietly relieved in his heart. Although in Yazuka sometimes I like to speak big words very much, it looks very unreliable or even a little arrogant, but whether it is based on the plot in the original work of the previous life or the cognition of getting along with the school for 6 years in this life, Naruto knows that this is a very frank person, not pretentious, not hypocritical, and able to treat people with enthusiasm, so it goes without saying that Shino is simply facial paralysis plus some communication difficulties. Probably. Seeing that Hinata's teammates are still these two, there is no deviation from the original book, Naruto is relieved, and according to this trend, the 8th class's guidance should be the same as the evening red. She is a rare female ninja in Shinin. After passing through these two teams, among the team members announced by Irika, there is only one fixed Konoha Yuzan, the 10th squad composed of the pig deer butterfly, and the rest are almost from the original work. There is no such thing as a pure soy sauce passerby. And it is almost certain that among the dozen teams in this session, there are only the 7th, 8th, and 10th teams led by Shangren, and the rest are all Zongren. Leading the team, this is certainly not mentioned in the original book, but according to Naruto's own judgment, it should be so. It is reasonable. Among the remaining group of students at the same level, there is no one worthy of 3 generations of Naruto and sending a Sharingan genius or special presence to lead the team. After Ilika announced the composition of the last team, Ilika once again confessed some necessary matters, and left the classroom straight away. Next is the time for the ninjas and this group of newly promoted ninjas. It was also after Ilika left the teacher. One after another, ninjas wearing standard costumes that are qualified to be equipped with ninja and above Konoha came to the classroom and took away the teams they led one by one. Basically, they led the ninjas in and shouted the numbers directly, and then the members of the numbered team stood up and left behind the ninja who led the team. Although it is because the dress is consistent, it is impossible to tell whether it is Zhongren or Shangren. But from Naruto's own current perception observation, these people should all be Zhongren. After all, their breath can't be said to be so powerful. I also had a head-on confrontation with Mizuki who had exploded out of adrenaline, and he still had some judgment. I can't say how accurate it is, but it should also be inseparable. Chapter 35, Atmosphere. This is also a direct verification of Naruto's previous ideas from the side. Among the graduates of this year, apart from Naruto and others, these students who are similar to the cannon fodder are only led by Zhongren. As for whether they can stand out in the future, it is not only a measure but also a matter of consideration. Perseverance also depends on luck. This world is a world of blood, inheritance, and talent, but it doesn't mean that ordinary people will never have a bright future. Of course, ordinary people here also need to be unique in certain aspects. Persistence or talent is like Metkai, and those geniuses who really depend on blood and inheritance to grow up, Metkai is 100% in the category of ordinary people, but this is Konoha who can be labeled as ordinary people. The blue beast almost kicked out of the Naruto finale. Looking at the entire Naruto world, such ordinary people are by no means a single person from Metkai. The probability is not high, and it is not even universal, but after all there are such ordinary people who can counterattack. The current cannon fodder can become an important supporting role in the future if it is uncertain. Such a possibility. Naruto will not deny it. Things are too absolute. This in itself is a subordinate absolute error. However, these are to be viewed in the future. As for now, among the graduates of this year, there are only Class 7, Class 8, and Class 10 that can be regarded as being valued. All of the three Xiaoren teams are led by Shang Ren, and this ratio is also true. It is reasonable that, referring to previous years, every graduate, that is, 2 or 3 teams are eligible to be led by Shangnan, and there may even be only one team in a certain year, and no team is led by Shangnan. This is very normal thing. Even in the village of Konoha, known as the Cradle of Genius. It's just that the probability is higher compared to other villages. If it is really as common as Chinese cabbage wholesale, that day is not a genius, and the particularity loses its due meaning. The stranger who keeps coming in. Graduates who were taken away one after another. Soon the entire classroom became empty. Until the end. The 2 ninjas who came together, Sarutobi Asuma and Yurihong, took the 8th and 10th classes, respectively, in a classroom of no university. Finally only Naruto, Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura were left. Before Hinata left, Naruto concealed and waved to Hinata slightly. After the girl left with a shy expression, she also narrowed her eyes and sat in her own position. My eyes are refreshed. Probably have to wait 2 or 3 hours. If there are no accidents. Naruto thought inwardly. Who is Shinin, the instructor of the 7th class? Does this still need to be asked? It must be the famous 55-5 Kaikemu Kakashi. If Naruto was still a bit worried about whether there will be any changes in the placement story, but after seeing that the placement members are the same as the original, this heart is completely let go. As far as the members of their 7th class are concerned, there is still more. Is Kakashi more suitable for Shinobu? Do not know more. As a former subordinate of the 4th generation of Naruto, Kakashi, who also has a writing wheel eye, is the most suitable existence in the entire Konoha village to lead Naruto and Sasuke. And this 5/5 character, Naruto knows very well. Including, but not limited to, love to read yellow books, love to be late for no reason, non-important matters, etc. Today's placement. These are so-called non-important matters. This 55-year-old being late is a scheduled matter. That being the case, rather than waiting, it's better to take a break and think about the next training plan. By the way, Sasuke also had an extremely indifferent expression. Then Haruno Sakura suddenly found out. The atmosphere in this classroom now seems a bit cold. This is different from any development Haruno Sakura himself imagined before. It is a very happy thing to have someone I like for the first time, and then it is a very happy thing to be in a small team with the person I like. And the other teammate is also a classmate with excellent grades and handsome appearance. This is supposed to be the happiness of the 3 overlaps. But why? Why is the air so dignified now? Is there not a little bit of happiness and atmosphere? Is it because the way you open the script is wrong? Haruno Sakura glanced at Sasuke very anxiously, then put her gaze on Naruto, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something, but it seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Very uncomfortable feeling. Or it should be said that this is too dull atmosphere. Haruno Sakura's expression gradually became stiff. Sasuke is still the same, and Naruto is not so nonsensical in the original book. This has also caused such a quiet situation in the entire classroom now. Of course, Haruno Sakura was the only one who felt uncomfortable. On the contrary, Naruto and Sasuke enjoyed such an environment. After all, neither of these 2 people like noisy environments. Especially Sasuke. Don't expect this indifferent young man to take the initiative to get close to his teammates. The same goes for Naruto. There is that idle mind and time. It's better to spend more on cultivation, so just meditation with closed eyes can be regarded as a way to exercise mental power. You must know that for a ninja, chakra is fundamental, and the constituent elements of chakra, the first is the energy extracted from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, the amount of extraction determines the upper limit of the chakra, and the second is the spiritual energy that has been tempered through many practices. If there were no great adventures and accidents, and no physical or genetic modification surgery, the upper limit of the amount of chakra that a ninja is born with is constant. But this does not mean that you have just become a ninja and you have the upper limit of chakras. You can only say that you have this potential, and you also need to exercise to reach this limit. And what determines this is mental energy. As mentioned earlier, chakra equals physical energy plus mental energy. The former determines the upper limit you have. The exercise of the latter determines whether you can reach this upper limit. To put it more bluntly, physical energy is the basis for the formation of chakras, while mental energy is a means of transformation or the existence of a medium. And if you want to further refine the Zyanja chakra, on the basis of the two, you must add a point of natural energy. That's why it is said that innate talent is one thing, and hard work is another thing. Take both into consideration. Only then can you grow into a real strong person. Although meditation is not about spiritual cultivation, it has only a small effect on the extraction of spiritual energy, but in any case, it can at least improve the effect of mental attention. Anyway, idle is also idle, and it is not wasted. The principle of any time. Naruto naturally wants to use all the time available for cultivation. Sasuke and Naruto are at peace. But Haruno Sakura over there was already a bit unbearable. Haruno Sakura, who was eager to get closer to Sasuke at first, and even sat next to Sasuke directly, after being glimpsed by Sasuke with indifferent eyes, her face became stiff and she did not dare to move at all. This almost frozen atmosphere passed another hour later. Chapter 36, Kakashi. The instructor of our team is so slow. Did you remember the time wrong? Will you not come today? Haruno Sakura, who is about to close to the limit, seems to say this with a touch of impatience. It seems that she wants to use such a topic to open up the current rigid situation. Haruno Sakura does not expect to be happy at the beginning. And then it was a beautiful scene that received the double attention of Sasuke and Naruto. Now Haruno Sakura just wants to communicate with her two teammates to a minimum, any way to break this zero conversation situation, right? Are we teammates? Is it a classmate who has been studying together for 6 years? Don't be so indifferent, okay? Haruno Sakura eagerly hopes that Sasuke and Naruto can respond to him, so that the air in the classroom will not be so cold and heavy, right? Haruno Sakura thinks that this point of her own request is not too high, right? However, Haruno Sakura was destined to be disappointed. Sitting in the front left position, Sasuke didn't say anything about his movements. He didn't even change his expression. He didn't turn his eyes to Haruno Sakura. Even if he glanced at Haruno Sakura, he still folded his hands and placed his chin on his chin. His eyes were cold. Looking ahead, he is still thinking about his own affairs. Naruto may also be able to bring up Sasuke's interest, it is also because of Naruto's performance during school, and the treatment Naruto suffered in the village. As for the existence of Haruno Sakura? Sorry. From the perspective of Sasuke, this is just a buzzing fly. Do you spend energy on a fly? The answer is undoubtedly no. And if it must be too noisy, the fly will be slapped to death. And Sasuke's cold and indifferent expression also made Haruno Sakura's expression even more rigid. Fortunately, Naruto still reacts a little bit, or doesn't want Sasuke to be so indifferent. Naruto will still do it at the least superficial skills, just like in Shinobu School. Maybe it's because something has been delayed. Ignore the left and right. Just wait patiently. Naruto smiled lightly and said softly. Of course, this was obviously only a consonant discourse, but it also gave Haruno Sakura a relatively suitable step. It will not be too embarrassing. Ahaha, that's what I said, wait a lot, wait a lot. Haruno Sakura showed an awkward and polite smile on her face, nodded stiffly, and replied, and then, she bit her lower lip, turned her head, and stopped talking, for the first time. If it weren't for Naruto's slight reaction, Haruno Sakura really wanted to dig a hole by herself and go straight in, if it weren't for Naruto's slight reaction. The thin surface on the surface hasn't completely collapsed yet, but it must remain silent next. Haruno Sakura also didn't have the courage to continue speaking. It is more appropriate to maintain the image of a good girl. It seems so on the surface. Deep down, Haruno Sakura, who possesses a manic nature, naturally goes crazy. And the target? Naturally, it will not be Sasuke and Naruto present. The former is my favorite object, and the latter is to help myself out. The most important thing is that Naruto has also made a good impression on Haruno Sakura in the past 6 years. At this moment, the object of Haruno Sakura's heart was naturally the late Kakashi. From the perspective of Haruno Sakura, if it wasn't for this instructor to be late, how could I have fallen into such an embarrassing situation? Tick 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 tick. The clock in the classroom is still oscillating steadily and orderly. That slowly passing time. It was almost exactly what Naruto had previously expected. It really was 3 hours later. Squeak! Screamed. The door of the classroom was finally pushed open again. The attention that was drawn. A tall and slender figure was also directly reflected in the sight of Naruto, Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. The standard Konoha ninja-style clothing, the bright and soft white hair. The most important thing is that the familiar almost covers most of the face, and the forehead is worn slightly diagonally to deliberately cover the left eye, plus this exclusive lazy look. Coming, it is Naruto who is the most familiar and emotionally complex existence based on the original works of the previous life, Konoha Elite Sharingan Heiji Kakashi. And it was the moment when he saw Kakashi's figure. The 3 people in the classroom also showed a different look at this moment. Naruto has a calm face. Sasuke frowned slightly, and looked at Kakashi with a look of scrutiny and suspicion, which was lazy and seemed to have no energy at all. It's really hard to get Sasuke's heart to trust. Of course, from Naruto's perspective, Naruto can smell a hint of danger from Kakashi. Especially the cold and cold murderous aura. In Naruto's eyes, it was so rugged. This is definitely something that ninjas who have experienced the blood and water of the corpse mountain can have. Of course, Kakashi himself has completely reduced his murderous aura. The reason why Naruto can sense a trace is simply because of the previous desperate fight with Mizuki, and also because of Naruto's first murder. Haruno Sakura was simply relieved. Because I can finally get rid of this endless silence atmosphere. In the past 3 hours, Haruno Sakura had countless thoughts of escaping from this classroom. Fortunately, within the limits of his patience, my own instructor finally came. This awkward and solemn atmosphere can finally be broken. For Sakura, this is the most exciting thing right now. And looking at the expressions of the 3 subordinates in the team that he was about to lead, Kakashi could almost guess the emotions of the 3 in the first place, as if scanning the eyes of the 3 in a casual manner. Kakashi inadvertently stayed on Naruto for 0.5 seconds. It was a short interval, but it was still caught by Naruto. Probably because of my identity? Whether it's Hokage's orphan or nine-tailed Manzulai. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, and he thought to himself. It's just that Naruto had guessed Kakashi wrong this time. The reason why Kakashi stayed on Naruto for 0.5 seconds longer was because of the battle between Naruto and Mizuki 3 days ago. Kakashi thought he needed to take action by himself, but he didn't expect Naruto to actually do it. You can successfully counter-kill. Not only the result, but also the process. Kakashi could see the strangeness of the first battle, the suppressed power, and even the trembling body at the beginning. It is in this situation Naruto could find the only gap where defeat was turned into victory. Especially the final gesture of killing Mizuki decisively. This is why Kakashido pays attention to Naruto. Chapter 37, First Meeting. As far as a ninja's first battle is concerned, Naruto's performance is undoubtedly extremely good. Calmness and composure in times of danger, decisiveness and directness to seize opportunities are all qualities that a good ninja must possess, and Kakanishi can easily see these qualities from Naruto. Well, my first impression of you is still very good, let's go on the roof first, we also need to get to know each other. After Kakashi glanced at the three people present, he nodded slightly, the only exposed right eye showed a faint smile. Looking at the three, Kakashi said so. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for the three of them to respond, Kakashi turned and left the classroom and walked towards the roof. It seemed that he didn't care at all, or it was quite certain that the three of them would definitely follow. I didn't realize that I was 3 hours behind the guide ninjas of other teams. This made Haruno Sakura, who was still planning to say something, in a moment of anger. Originally, she said that the instructor was coming, so she could breathe a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect that the backhand was choked by the seemingly unreliable guide ninja. One hand. I also instructed the ninja, he looked unreliable, and I didn't even explain the reason for being late. Haruno Sakura couldn't help complaining in her heart. The teammates already looked very abnormal. Now the team's leading ninjas are so unreliable. Kozukura felt that her ninja career seemed to be so dark before it even started. However, vomit to vomit. After seeing Naruto and Sasuke both getting up, following Kakashi calmly and walking towards the roof, Haruno Sakura could only sigh inwardly, and quickly followed them. The pace of people also walked towards the roof. Then wait until all three of them come to the roof. Kakashi leaned on the railing behind him, folded his hands on his chest, still looking casual. Well, for the first time, let's introduce ourselves. In the next few years, we will perform tasks together in a small team. As teammates, we still need to be familiar with each other. After Kakashi gave a light cough, he said in a light tone. And when Kakashi's words fell, it was embarrassing to find that none of the three people present actually spoke. Naruto still smiled indifferently, while Sasuke still looked cold. Kozukura simply didn't react, so she didn't speak. Kakashi didn't even think that the first moment he greeted him was a collective silence. The most important is, Kakashi also saw a trace of alert in Naruto's eyes, and Sasuke's expression showed a little impatience. This made Kakashi a little headache for an instant. These are the two problem children of Chiguakuo, right? However, for Naruto's alertness and Sasuke's impatience, Kakashi said that it was understandable and felt it was a normal thing. Both of them experienced extremely special childhoods, especially Naruto, who grew up in such an environment. It is normal to be wary of strangers, not to mention Sasuke. In Kakashi's view, Sasuke is just a child who has not grown up. However, Kakashi's view still has a big deviation. Naruto is wary of Kakashi. The only reason is that Naruto knows that Kakashi is one of the 3 generations of Naruto's most trusted subordinates, and even can be recognized as the 6th generation of Naruto in the future. Such an existence must have a great deal of his future plans. Great influence, and Kakashi is not a foolish ninja. Facing Kakashi, he must be the same as he used to face 3 generations of Hokage. If he is careless, he will show his feet, and there is no need to be caught. There is no real evidence. As long as Kakashi suspects that, before he has grown up to compete with Konoha, at least he can escape to save his life, this is a taboo. It's also because I think so in my heart, so I unconsciously show a trace of guard in his eyes. Fortunately, Naruto's childhood was extremely miserable. A little special emotional expression belongs to a reasonable category, and naturally it will not cause it. Kakashi was suspicious. Because the silence of Naruto and Sasuke drove Sakura to not speak at the beginning, the atmosphere became weird again. Fortunately, Sakura is still a normal person. Although today's reflex arc is a bit longer, after a short silence, she finally recovered, even though she was still madly complaining about Kakashi in her heart. Thinking that Kakashi was still the guide of his team, Sakura still pretended to be a good girl. Sasuke and Naruto's silent words. Then speak yourself and break the silence first. This time there is a ninja leading the team, it will never happen before, right? That? Teacher? It was self-introduction? What should I say? Kozukura seemed to be a little timid. After taking a look at Sasuke next to him, she raised her right hand in a trembling manner and asked softly. Finally someone spoke. Mr. Wu Wu Kai, who seemed calm, but was so embarrassed, was quietly relieved at this moment, but the image should not be lost. On the surface, he still has a lazy posture, slightly raised his chin, said in a very gentle tone. Well? Just talk about your name, dreams, things you like and dislike, and other things you want to say, you can just talk about it, anyway, it's the first impression. Seeing his own guide ninja seems to be very kind. Haruno Sakura's courage has also become a little bit bigger. Then teacher, can you introduce yourself first? Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi with bright eyes, and asked in a slightly higher volume. Me? It's okay. Kakashi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then nodded indifferently. My name is Heiji Kakashi, Konoha Kakashi, what I like, it is not suitable for telling you at the moment, there is nothing disgusting, dreams, secrets. After all, don't you just know your name? It's still confidential or something, kids? Haruno Sakura couldn't help but complain in her heart. But complaints returned to complaints. Among the three people present, get rid of Naruto. Including Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are all hearing Kakashi say that he is Shinobu, and his expression changes slightly. In such a world, almost no one knows what it means to be a Shinobu of Tai Shinobu. Not to mention that Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, who were originally born in Konoha, and became Konoha Shinobu, Haruno Sakura, learned that this seemingly unreliable ninja in front of him was actually a ninja moment. Sasuke's eyes also became serious at this time. It was not the Zongnin who he thought, but the Shangnin in the village of Konoha. Shangnin equals strength. This is the simplest division in Sasuke's eyes. In other words, the man in front of him has the ability to make himself stronger. This finally attracted Sasuke's interest and attention. Chapter 38, Dozen and number 039, T seemed to be a very harmonious start. And Sakura was simply shocked by the fact that this unreliable guy was actually Shangren in the village, and even thought in her heart whether Kakashi was deceiving them. But it was just that moment. After all, Sakura herself knew that this idea was too nonsensical. No matter how unreliable her own ninja led, she would not use this kind of thing to deceive herself and others. Well, I have finished introducing myself, and then it's your turn. Well, let's start with you first. I probably knew that it would be very difficult for the group of problem children in front of me to speak on his own. Kakashi was too lazy to go around in circles, so he simply started to roll his name, and directly turned his attention to Naruto, and pointed with his finger. Naruto said so. Naruto didn't look surprised. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, what I like is a happy ramen, what I hate is a person who gives up without insisting, if I dream, I want to be a great ninja. Naruto's chin was slightly raised, and his body was straight, with a faint smile on his face and said softly. Is it a great ninja? Kakashi looked at Naruto with a faint smile, his eyes narrowed slightly, a clear look flashed in his pupils, and he nodded slightly in secret. How about you? After Naruto's words fell. Kakashi nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Sasuke who was sitting in the middle position, but Sasuke still had an indifferent and cold look, and Kakashi's gaze could not make him feel the slightest disturbance in his heart. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, there is nothing like, nothing, as for dreams. Speaking of this last sentence, Sasuke's mood seemed to fluctuate greatly, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the expression on his face became colder at this moment. That is to kill that man. Then revitalize the Uchiha clan. With this unconcealed maliciousness, the aura that became more and more cold, Sasuke's pupils flashed a tyrannical look at this moment. An extremely cold and harsh breath. It also made Kozakura, who had originally focused all of his attention on Sasuke, couldn't help but tremble slightly, and there seemed to be a gleam of fear in the depths of her eyes. Naruto is unmoved. Not only because he knew Sasuke's character. It's even more because don't look at Sasuke's current expression and atmosphere that seems terrifying. But in Naruto's eyes, that's it. It is impossible for a person who has not experienced a life and death struggle to have such a strong murderous aura. Naruto himself fully felt the real murderous intent and murderous aura in front of Mizuki. Sasuke expressed his emotions. In Naruto's opinion, it is naturally commonplace. Let alone Kakashi, a ninja who has experienced the sea of corpses, let alone, the general murderous aura is more like a joke in front of him. Although I had expected it, this kid is really completely blinded by hatred. It's just Sasuke's mood swings that still made Kakashi's brows slightly wrinkled. This is the most troublesome existence in the team. Kakashi thought to himself inwardly. Of course, Kakashi didn't know at this time. In fact, the biggest trouble was not Sasuke, but Naruto, who sat aside and looked calm, but when Kakashi knew it, it was already too late. Then, the last one. Kakashi moved his gaze to the last Harano Sakura. Kozakura's spirit also lifted, and she straightened her body quickly and said loudly. My name is Harano Sakura. What I like is not so much a thing as it is, that, the person I like. Speaking of this moment, Harano Sakura's cheeks also showed a blush, and her figure became a little twisted, and she looked at Sasuke tentatively. Although she didn't say it clearly, this behavior and expression are already very clear. Problem. It's just Sasuke's still indifferent expression. It's just glaring at blind people. It made Harano Sakura's heart feel a little bit cold, and the next sentence didn't have the courage to say it. Do girls of this age now have such brain circuits? Seeing Harano Sakura, who seemed to be about to enter the mode completely, Kakashi at the top of the head shook his head helplessly, thinking like this. So, what is the annoying thing? Ino. There is no pause, and there is no need to hesitate. Harano Sakura blurted out almost when Kakashi's questioning came out. After Naruto's entanglement disappeared in this life. In the list of Harano Sakura's most annoying people, Yamanaka Ino is naturally ranked first. It should be said that in front of a girl in love, the rival is her own worst enemy, and there is no doubt that in Harano Sakura's view, Yamanaka Ino is like this. Exist. If you dream, it must be the one, want to get married, and that, and, ah. Although he was frozen by Sasuke's cold expression. However, after entering the dual mode of infantasy, Kozakura is completely letting herself go. This can directly show the appearance of the exclusive halo. Kakashi felt a little speechless. A 12-year-old young girl. It's really scary. Kakashi thought inwardly. Papa, okay, now that everyone has introduced themselves and has a relative understanding of each other, let's end the small chat. Today is also a simple meeting. Then we will get to the topic. Let us start the first task tomorrow. Of course, this may also be your last task. Seeing that Sakura was still immersed in her fantasy world, Kakashi patted his hands lightly and brought Harano Sakura's attention back. After that, Kakashi leaned forward slightly and said with a smile. If there is such a meaningful word, among the three present, except for the well-known Naruto, Sasuke frowned slightly, and Harano Sakura directly revealed a touch. A puzzled look came. Hey? What does that mean? Teacher Kakashi? Why do you say it's the last task? Sakura's eyes widened with a look of astonishment. This is really a bit of a lack of understanding of the situation? Why does the first task become the last task? Could it be a life-threatening task? Thinking of this, Kozakura shuddered uncontrollably, and looked a little trembling. Hee, well, you will know it until tomorrow. Don't worry now. As for the content of the task, I will tell you specifically tomorrow. Well, you can say the same. It's a special survival IVU, to test you. Is it possible to truly become a ninja? The time of concentration is at 5 in the morning and the location is in the second training ground. By the way, don't eat breakfast, and don't be late. I hate those who are late. This is for you from the teacher. Friendly reminder. Kakashi's last sentence seemed to have a hint of warning in it. After finishing this sentence, before Naruto, Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and others could speak, it was a bang and turned into a bang. The white mist disappeared. Chapter 39, Triple Room. P.S. Everyone, please give me more recommendation votes, or give a small reward of 100 starting coins, write a comment, or post a chapter saying that you can slightly increase the popularity of the book. Those who scold Xiao are also fine. Reject. As long as it is not too cruel, Xiao will hold it. Come on, princes, let the baptism of the storm be more violent. Rolling all over the floor for enthusiasm, please, everyone. Then wait until the smoke clears and Kakashi's figure disappears completely. The three people present still felt a little unresponsive. Even Naruto showed a faint look of astonishment at this moment. I really didn't expect Kakashi to be so clean and tidy. After introducing myself, I will tell you about the meeting time and venue tomorrow. Leave directly in this way. Sakura on the side opened her eyes wide, as if she didn't believe that her guide, Shang Ren, was so casual. Earzu's brows were also slightly frowned, and the look of doubt in his pupils became more intense. Really a very casual ninja. Heiji Kakashi. Naruto thought to himself inwardly. But this is one aspect of Kakashi's nature. Regarding the words of caution that Kakashi said just now, Naruto didn't listen at all. What? 5-point collection? Still not having breakfast? Please, if you haven't read the original, you're really going to be deceived. After all, this is the leader of the 3 ninjas assigned to them in the village, and it is also the top ninja with cutting-edge power, such a direct supervisor. What he said, as Syaren, he must listen to it. And Naruto is naturally not in this category. 5 o'clock? Although I can't remember exactly what Kakashi came to in the original book. However, Naruto has no doubt that there is no problem at this time for 3 or 4 hours. Naruto himself will definitely not arrive at the meeting place at 5 o'clock. It must be at 8 or 9 o'clock at the earliest, right? Even at 10 o'clock, Naruto felt that it should be a reasonable category. Thought of this. Naruto Yuguang glanced at the 2 teammates beside him, stood up, lightly patted the dust off his body, and said with a chuckle on his face. Since Mr. Kakashi has said so, we can do it. Starting from today, we will be members of a small team. Just call me Naruto, no honorifics. Hey? Oh yes, Naruto, you can also call me Sakura directly. Haruno Sakura was startled for a moment, then came back to her senses, nodded gently, and immediately echoed, and seeing Naruto actually talk to herself, Kozakura's face showed a clear expression of joy. Here, it is obvious that the weird and silent atmosphere in the previous few hours has almost made Sakura almost suffocated. Although Sasuke on the side didn't say anything, he nodded slightly, his expression was not as cold as before, and his heart was filled with hatred for his brother, but he was still only a 12-year-old. Otherwise, there will be no such ambivalence and performance in the original work. After a few simple greetings, Naruto said goodbye directly. Today is also a more direct first meeting. The real formation of Class 7 still depends on tomorrow's survival exercise. Regardless of the original book, it seems that Kakashi will definitely let the 7th class pass, but Naruto will not treat this issue so simply. It is not the first time that Kakashi Heiji has been assigned to lead the class, and the previous team all failed and did not become a real ninja. This can explain the problem very well. Even if he and Sasuke's identities are special, Naruto doesn't think Kakashi has given special attention to this aspect, so he still has to go back and do something in advance. Ready. And also before leaving, after Naruto hesitated a little, he still spoke. It's best not to arrive at 5 o'clock tomorrow. It should be no problem a little bit later, and it is better to have breakfast before going there. With a faint smile on Naruto's face, after saying this to Sasuke and Sakura, who were slightly frowned, were left behind. Without waiting for their response, he waved his hand and left. After leaving the roof, they quickly disappeared in front of the two. Hey? What do you mean? Teacher Kakashi clearly confessed that we should gather at 5 o'clock and we can't have breakfast. Why did Naruto say that? Is it because? Then wait until after Naruto leaves. Kozakura reacted, turned her head to look at Sasuke, and asked with a very confused expression. Unfortunately, Sasuke also did not understand the meaning of Naruto's words. In fact, it was a very straightforward paper meaning, but the two of them thought too much, and thought they had some deep meaning, and still frowned, but did not answer. Kozakura meant that after just nodding her head, she turned around and left. Hey? That, Sasuke-kun, it's almost time now. Today our team has just been formed. If you want to have a meal together, just take it. Seeing that Sasuke is leaving, Kozakura instantly put the confusion behind her, realizing that it is Haruno Sakura who is alone with the two remaining. Her eyes lit up, she looked at Sasuke excitedly, and directly uttered the invitation words, but she hadn't said yet. After that, the next moment, Sasuke's gaze turned slightly, the cold look that bloomed in his pupils. Amount. Haruno Sakura's expression froze again, and the back half of a sentence stuck in her throat could not be said. And after Sasuke took a cold look at Haruno Sakura, he shook his figure and disappeared in place, galloping toward his home. It was also after Sasuke left. Sakura's rigid expression slowly returned to normal, and the indifferent expression of her beloved Sasuke-kun kept coming up in her mind. Sakura suddenly looked like a depressed ball, originally thought it was 6 years old. The pain of lovesickness, now that you can realize your dreams in a small team, what I didn't expect is. It feels like Sasuke hates himself more and more. Kozakura's face suddenly wrinkled, and she felt aggrieved silently in her heart. Is it possible that you really can't get to Sasuke-kun? No. Haruno Sakura. You are a kid who can do it if you want to do it. Don't give up. This is only the first day, Believe in yourself. You will be in a small team next time. There are so many opportunities and time. Sasuke-kun, don't worry, I will not give up, one day I will let you realize my charm. Haruno Sakura took a deep breath, patted her cheek hard, swiped her right hand into the void, and clenched her tightly. Her face was still very cooperative with a very decisive look, as if she was about to complete a 9-death life. The task is average. The next day, early in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Konoha village, in the second training ground. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura obviously still did not listen to Naruto's advice yesterday, or at first they thought it was an innocent joke made by Naruto. The two of them still appeared at the moment when the genius was just overwhelmed. In the second training ground. There is no doubt. Since the two of them are so honest and come here at the agreed time. That also listened to Kakashi's last sentence, and the two did not eat breakfast. Chapter 40, Kakashi and number 039, S Prestige. It's a pity that the two people who arrived on time were destined to waste time as in the original book, and they still had to wait on the training ground hungry. After 5 o'clock, the hour hand slowly moved, don't say. At the beginning, his own guide, Shangnan, Heiji Kakashi, and even another teammate, Naruto Uzumaki, didn't arrive on time, so that's all, and it kept losing over time. 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Harano Sakura and Sasuke, who were waiting on an empty stomach in the second training ground, still did not see Naruto and Kakashi appearing. Harano Sakura looked like a good the surface, and she started swearing in her heart more than an hour ago. It's not just for Kakashi who was late twice in a row. It was even more frantic to his teammate Naruto. Just be late yesterday. Why are you late today? I said it was 5 o'clock, and it's 8 o'clock now. And it's not just Mrs. Kakashi, why didn't Naruto show up? Could something be an accident? No, it's impossible, right? Harano Sakura, who was about to be messy in the wind, became a little abnormal in spirit because of hunger and sleepiness. Even Sasuke, who relied on the trees and closed his eyes calmly at the beginning, became more and more impatient with the passage of time, and when the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning, Naruto and Kakashi's figure still didn't appear for a moment, and the impatience on Sasuke's face turned directly into a look of confusion. This is totally unreasonable. The stipulated 5 o'clock in the morning. And now it's 9 o'clock. A full 4-hour deviation. No matter what the reason is, it cannot be explained. Isn't Naruto joking yesterday? Then wait until this moment. Sasuke and Sakura just recalled what they said to them before Naruto left yesterday. And when I thought of this possibility. Don't talk about Sakura. Even the corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You must know that the 5 o'clock gathering does not mean starting at 5 o'clock. In order to arrive on time, you must prepare some equipment such as ninjas in advance. Woke up to wash, and if Naruto was really not joking, the word of warning is true, it means the 4 hours of waiting here, no, there may even be more time, just pure the act of idiot wasting time. And this thought that emerged. It also made Sasuke's expression a little gloomy. It doesn't matter to waste time. But this kind of thing is like being played like an idiot. Pride, or arrogance is more appropriate, such as Uchiha Sasuke cannot accept, but cannot vent, and must stay here, wait until the arrival of Kakashi and Naruto. This kind of double mixed emotions, in Sasuke's heart, there is an indescribable sense of depression and suffocation. Tick 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 tick. The time is still slowly passing by. Finally the hour hand points to about 10 o'clock in the morning. Not far away, Naruto finally appeared in the sight of Sasuke and Sakura, still dressed in cliched orange, no money, no other clothes, with a gentle smile on his face as usual. The moment Sasuke and Sakura saw Naruto, they didn't realize that they were relieved in their hearts. If no one showed up, Sasuke and Sakura would really doubt their lives. And facing the young man with a grieving expression in front of him and a young man with a slightly darkened face. Yo, Sasuke, Sakura, good morning. Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly and said quietly. It's getting late. Naruto. It's already 10 o'clock. You are 5 hours late. I want to control, but seeing Naruto's calm expression is an emotion that can't be controlled at once. It is half restrained and half crazy, full of extreme sense of disobedience. Looking at Harano like this Sakura, Naruto almost didn't laugh out loud, but fortunately finally held back, otherwise God knows if this Harano Sakura children's shoes will really be crazy. Ah? 5 hours? Is it possible that you two will really arrive at 5 o'clock? No. There was such a very clear question, but at the moment when I saw the two, Naruto still couldn't help but want to ask. You must know that I reminded myself yesterday, even if I don't believe myself. If you are confused, you always go to the village to find someone you are familiar with, right? As Konoha's upper ninja, Heiji Kakashi is one of the people in the village, and certain personality traits are well known in Konoha. But looking at this posture, the two of them simply felt that they were joking, so they came to gather at 5 in the morning honestly. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, and he seemed to look at Sakura and Sasuke with an incredulous expression. And also when Naruto's voice just fell, Kozakura's expression instantly became extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Sasuke's face, which was dark enough, became as dark as the bottom of a pot. Well, it's not this, I just want to say. Kozakura's fingers entangled, seeming to want to tactfully ask when. Why did you say yesterday that it would be better to be late today? Sasuke, who was leaning against the tree, had already spoken in advance, but the words were not warm at all, and were full of cold air. Naruto naturally didn't care at all, anyway he knew the character of this Urjuzi a long time ago. Ah? You said this? Because Mr. Kakashi is very famous in our village. In all respects, as the upper ninja in our village, Mr. Kakashi is also a leader in the upper ninja based on his strength alone. In another aspect, in terms of personality, Mr. Kakashi is also very famous, especially for being late. In the whole village, not all, but many people know that I have heard a little bit before, so I saw Mr. Kakashi yesterday, and I understood that it was normal for Mrs. Kakashi to be late yesterday, or it should be said that as long as it is not a very important thing, such as yesterday's meeting, today this is only related to our team. For the survival exercises, it can be a little earlier, a little later, or even 2 days back. Teacher Kakashi will definitely be late, and this time is not a few minutes, tens of minutes, at least all 2 or 3 hours, or even 4 or 5 hours are possible things, and these things are not particularly famous, but as long as you pay a little attention, you can know them. After all, it is not the first time that Teacher Kakashi has brought team up. Naruto put down his backpack and said lightly. Of course the words in this can't speak of deception. But Kakashi really has such a special famous in Konoha village. Including but not limited to being late, reading the little yellow book, and unsuccessful leading a few times before, etc. Chapter 41, Unpassable Result. P.S. New books need to be collected, and recommended votes are required. Please count the collections, vote for the votes, and click for a free investment. Thank you all. The only deception is the so-called herd. Naruto didn't have that time at all, and he didn't have the time to inquire about such news in Konoha village. Not to mention that no one would approach Naruto. Even if Naruto could transform, it would not be so boring to use it. To ask about these things, at best, just to give yourself an excuse for knowing the plot and preparing in advance. In fact, Naruto did ask Ilika to verify that Kakashi's fame in the village is really true. It's not very small. Then Naruto, why didn't you tell us directly yesterday? Kozakura looked at Naruto with a very resentful expression, and said with a slight complaint. The expression of Sasuke at the top is relatively ugly. If you knew it earlier. They won't be stupid at 5 o'clock today. I have been waiting here for a full 5 hours. According to Naruto's words, it is very likely that he will have to wait, even if Kakashi doesn't come at all today, it is possible to change it to another day. Just thought of this. Sasuke became flustered in his heart, his emotions became more irritable, and the impatient expression on his face became more obvious. So I reminded you yesterday, right? You can arrive a little later. Besides, Mr. Kakashi was not late for the meeting yesterday for more than 3 hours. I thought you would at least get to know Kaka. Teacher Xi, although it's not something you can know by just looking for someone, it can be regarded as Kakashi's more famous one. In various senses, who knows you are, that, right? A weird look flashed on Naruto's face, and he shrugged and said. Unfinished meaning. But both of them can hear it clearly. And indeed, as Naruto said, they did their teammates' duty to remind them yesterday. They themselves didn't notice this, and even thought that their teammates were joking and ignored it. 5 hours or even more time wasted in coming here in vain. I can only blame myself. Don't talk about Sakura. Sasuke's expression was slightly stagnant at this moment, although he adjusted quickly. So for breakfast? Naruto, did you come here after eating too? It seems that something important has been thought of. Sakura suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining at Naruto in front of her. And it was also a very coincidental timing. When Kozakura's words fell, not only Sakura's belly, but also Sasuke's belly sounded in cooperation, which made Sakura's face flushed slightly, and the expression of Urjuzi, a man with facial paralysis, also became a little different at this moment. Naturally. What a failure! What a failure! Being instructed by the squad to play with Shinobu, waited silly for several hours without talking. Also, because I didn't eat breakfast, my belly rang out, and my body felt a little bit of weakness. This made Urzuzi's mood even worse. Well, that was indeed a meal. After all, Mr. Kakashi is not leading the team for the first time. He has also led the graduation team before. It is not the first time Mr. Kakashi has done similar things. With a funny expression, Naruto looked at Kozakura, who was obviously weak, and the second pillar that he wanted to support, and said with a chuckle. After listening to Naruto's words, "Okay." Kozakura also sighed helplessly. This thing really can only be blamed on herself for being stupid. She touched her hungry breast and belly, flattened her mouth and replied. Cold, hungry, and sleepy morning. This is probably the most disturbing morning Sakura has had since she was born. And yet there is no way to vent it. It can only be in the depths of his heart that he frantically lashes at his own guide Shangren, who is still not present. It seems this way. You can make your mood a little better. Hello, Jun, good morning. As Naruto said, even if Naruto arrived at 10, it still seemed a bit too early. The three of them waited until nearly 11. Sasuke was about to endure to the limit. When he wanted to leave, Kakashi the figure of finally appeared in front of the three of them, the very leisurely posture, and the expression of greeting with a smile. Really, if it weren't for considering that it couldn't beat. Kozakura had an urge to rush forward and kick Kakashi's face. Too slow. Teacher Kakashi. It's 11 o'clock by 5 o'clock. Kozakura said with an extremely resentful tone. Ah ha ha ha, sorry, the teacher actually didn't want to, mainly because when I went out this morning, a black cat stood in front of me, so I was late, haha, small problems, don't care about these details. Kakashi slapped haha, saying that it was obvious that there was no lie in the slightest sincerity. The Sakura in front of her was already powerless to complain. Even if it is a compilation, should we compile a decent reason? That's it. Ugh. Sakura felt a little pain in her head, so why did she show up with such an instructor? In other words, it doesn't look like Shangnan should be, right? At this moment, Sakura again began to doubt the identity of Kakashi in front of him. Ahem, okay, don't care about these, let's go back to today's topic. I told you yesterday that today's mission is a survival exercise, but this exercise and your exercises during ninja school, if it is completely different and cannot pass, then you will not be able to perform tasks as a ninja, but you must return to the ninja school to study again. Kakashi gave a light cough, a rare serious expression, but Kakashi's expression became more and more terrifying as it went to the back. Especially if the last sentence cannot be passed, you have to go back to shinobi school to study again. The expressions of Sakura and Sasuke in front of him changed at the same time. Hey? If you fail to pass, you will go back and study? Why? Teacher Kakashi. Sasuke only frowned. Kozakura just shouted out loud. This is a bit different from what Sakura expected before. Didn't you pass the graduation exam at ninja school? Why do you want to come here again? Kozakura's face was puzzled and she was extremely shocked. Among the three people present, some and only Naruto still had a calm expression. This is the rule, Sakura, only after passing my test can you officially become a ninja. Don't think that you are a qualified ninja with your headgear. Now you are just quasi-ninjas. Kakashi smiled slightly, his expression seemed to become very cold at this moment. However, Naruto, you are so calm, I'm a little curious. Did you know it from the beginning? Kakashi shifted his gaze to Naruto on the side, narrowed his eyes, and asked as if he had a deep meaning. Chapter 42, Special Survival Exercises. Meet Kakashi's sight. Naruto smiled softly and replied calmly. I can't talk about knowing in advance, but yesterday after knowing that Shinobu is teacher Kakashi, I went to teacher Ilika and asked about Kakashi teacher. It's not the first time that Kakashi teacher was caught. The 3 generations of grandfathers arranged to lead the class. However, none of the seniors who were assigned to the Kakashi teacher's team stayed behind every time they graduated, obviously because none of them passed the assessment set by Kakashi's teacher. Combined with what Kakashi said at the meeting yesterday, there was only one result. That is today's special survival exercise, which is the final graduation assessment set by Mr. Kakashi for the 3 of us. I was right. Hey? Teacher Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the Naruto in front of him with a fixed expression, then raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a smile, and nodded gently. Yes, just like what you said, Sakura, Sasuke, you are not the first graduates I have been assigned, and I have also had experience in leading classes several times, but there has never been a team officially established. Reasons just like Naruto said, I didn't pass the assessment set by me, and you have to remember that this assessment is not only special for you, but every team will have it. The difference lies in the level of difficulty, but I can tell you responsibly that the final pass rate per year is only 30%. What does this mean? You should know best. The first sentence was addressed to Naruto, and the following words were more explained to Sasuke and Sakura. After hearing Kakashi, especially Naruto's words, Sakura's expression couldn't help it. Sasuke's expression also became more solemn. Kakashi's 1/3 pass rate is scary in itself. Naruto actually said that in the past few years, all the graduates assigned to the Kakashi squad have failed the assessment. Then, if you say this, the pass rate is 0? This value emerged from the depths of my mind. Sakura couldn't help but shivered. Wouldn't they have to follow in the footsteps of the predecessors today? Kozakura looked at Kakashi with a smile in front of him, thinking a little nervously. Okay, the chat ends here. The next step is to enter the formal assessment. Just as I said before, you can only be a formal judge if you pass my assessment and get my approval. Yes, Yoshinobu acted. The atmosphere of Kakashi seemed to be brewing, and he patted his hands gently, attracting all the attention of the 3 people. Well, it's 11 o'clock, so the final time for the assessment should be set before 12 o'clock. Failure to complete the goal will naturally fail. If it is not completed within the specified time limit, it will also fail. As for the content of the assessment, it is very simple. Kakashi smiled slightly. Jingle bell. He took out 2 bells from his trouser pockets, hung them on his waist, and continued. You can use any means, as long as you can the bell from me within the specified time, you can qualify. Kakashi raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the 3 of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura in front of him, and said softly with a deep smile. I'll give you a piece of advice, if you don't hold the determination to kill me, you can't take the bell. Kakashi's words once again shocked Sasuke and Sakura in front of them. Especially when Kozakura looked at the 2 bells around Kakashi's waist, an extremely unpleasant feeling emerged in her heart at this moment. That? Teacher Kakashi? You said you can graduate with a bell? But there are only 2 bells? Is it? Kozakura asked weakly. Humph. Yeah, as you think, Sakura, there are only 2 bells here, so at most 2 of you can graduate, or just 1, or all of you have to go back and rebuild. Kakashi's chin was raised slightly, and a sorrowful expression flashed in his pupils. The slight sigh of evil spirit and the gloomy tone made Sakura's body tremble uncontrollably. Hey? Isn't it? Those wide-open eyes, when the premonition in my heart came true. Kozakura's whole body is not good. Only 2 people can pass? Isn't that self? After Kozakura couldn't help but glanced at Sasuke and Naruto next to her, her mood instantly fell to the bottom. Sasuke's expression on the side became hard to look. Grab a bell from Shangnan? So I don't know the strength of the Kaminari Kakashi in front of me, but if he can become a Kaminari, it is undoubtedly a symbol of strength. Although Sasuke is arrogant, his knowledge in this respect is far superior. People of the same age, somehow, he was also the young master of the Uchiha clan. What does it mean to forbearance? Sasuke knows better than anyone. Want to the bell from such an existence? Sasuke thinks this probability is too low, right? But no matter how Sasuke feels, he must participate in this survival exercise after all. He has no interest and time to return to shinobi school to waste a year. Must pass this assessment today. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in front of him, and a look of determination throbbed in his pupils. On the side, Naruto didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation on the surface, but he curled his lips inwardly. Not that Naruto thought Kakashi was scaring them. In fact, without knowing the original work in advance, in this life, Naruto really learned from Ilika that Kakashi's team assessment is very strict, and there are 3 or 4 teams in the front. Passed in Kakashi's assessment. Grabbing bells is also one of the most direct and common methods used by Konoha village to assess Syaren. A total of 1/3 of the pass rate, which is also true. But that's it. The remaining words of Kakashi behind. Both are highly inductive. Because of the greatest standard of passing this assessment. It's teamwork, not really wanting to grab a bell from Kakashi on the ninja. It's best to grab nature. It doesn't matter if you can't get it, as long as you meet the assessment requirements. The same can pass. And, the most important point is, after all, this is just an assessment. Kakashi will never use his full strength, and even deliberately release water at certain times, otherwise, this assessment will lose the meaning of the assessment. The only thing to note is that this degree is in Kakashi's hands. It is Kakashi to determine whether they are qualified. This is what Naruto needs to pay attention to. Although Naruto does not feel that he and others cannot pass the test, although this test is different from the paper test as long as you know the standard answer, but when you know the target and core of the test, the pass rate is absolutely as high as 80%. Next. What Naruto has to do is to let Sasuke and Sakura know this inadvertently. Or let yourself take the lead, integrate the team, and complete the assessment. On the basis of accomplishing this goal, use this stage. With Kakashi as the actual combat target. Come and see, where is your limit? Chapter 43, Competition Stage. But does this seem a bit unfair? Teacher Kakashi? We all passed the ninja school graduation assessment, that's it. Although a little intimidated by Kakashi's expression. But it is related to his own ninja career. Kozakura still mustered the courage to ask. If you can't pass, you have to go back and rebuild, even if there are only 2 places? Doesn't it mean that there must be someone who will fail? Although my overall performance during ninja school is not very bad, mainly relying on theoretical knowledge, Kozakura has been the first in several exams. But today's assessment is obviously an actual combat exercise. In terms of personal strength, Sakura has enough self-knowledge. If 2 people must pass the test, it must be Sasuke and Naruto, not herself. When she thinks of this result, Sakura's whole body is chilled. Fairness? Sakura, what do you think a ninja is? Do you play games at home? If your ninja skills are only such a little, then you should not be a ninja anymore. It is ridiculous to say fairness in the world of ninjas. The test of ninja school is just to test whether you have the possibility of becoming a qualified ninja. The real ninja is not that simple. This test, whether you like it or not, you must participate, of course. If you give up, it's okay, but this means that you have given up your qualifications to become ninjas. Don't think about changing to mentoring ninjas. You must honestly return to ninja school and re-study for another year. Graduation, come in it. And again, this is a special survival exercise. If you don't hold the consciousness to kill me, you will never get a bell. Kakashi smiled softly, the swift look that bloomed in his pupils seemed to be inadvertently, and also seemed to be a faint murderous aura from deliberate control. It was just such a wisp, but it made the front of you included. The three people including Naruto were shocked. Especially Naruto, who had just experienced a life and death struggle before that, was more sensitive to such murderous feelings. This is just the tip of the iceberg in Kakashi's murderous spirit. However, the three rookies in front of Xiaoren felt a biting chill, and for the first time intuitively felt the power of Shang-Ren. This is not a level at all. Looking at Heiji Kakashi in front of him, Naruto took a deep breath, and the look in his pupils became more serious at this moment. Well, time doesn't wait for anyone. It's 11:10 now, and there are only 50 minutes left. If the time limit is exceeded and the task is not completed, it is also regarded as a failure. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others, and said in a leisurely tone. After Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at each other. Swish! 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 The three of them were swayed by the shadows, and each spread out, hiding in the nearby woods. Hide your breath, look for opportunities, and kill with one blow. This is in Shinobu School. Ninja school teachers often emphasize one point, because this is the essence of ninja fighting, although in the Naruto world, almost ninja fighting in the back is frontal and tough, not at all like the one learned in ninja school. But in the early days, especially under this kind of battle, this kind of fighting method is the most reasonable and effective. Not guessing, but Naruto who is certain that Kakashi will release the water. It is more necessary to rely on various means and topographical advantages. Naruto does not consider defeating Kakashi, but grab the bell. This is one of Naruto's goals. And to accomplish this, it is necessary to integrate the strength of the three. That's right, it's three people. Even Sakura. In Naruto's tactical plan, it can also serve as a qualified decoy. The premise is how to use it. Let Kakashi be reasonably deceived. As mentioned earlier, this is only an assessment after all. A shinobu like Heiji Kakashi will definitely not use his true strength, including the Sharingan, and various high-level ninjutsu will never use it. Yes, and this is the only opportunity for the three rookies to shinobu. For the three hidden figures, Heiji Kakashi didn't care at all, still standing leisurely on the spot, and taking out a novel from his backhand, with a very leisurely expression, looking at the content of the novel in general, seemingly serious. It's really easy to do, Mr. Kakashi. Although it is very clear about the strength gap between each other. But after seeing Kakashi, he still put on such a leisurely posture. Naruto still whispered very uncomfortably. Sakura will not mention it. First of all, let Sasuke see the necessity of joining forces, and I can only do it first. Perceive the Naruto around with holding his breath. Because of the previous experience of life and death struggle. In addition, even Sasuke still has a very rough way of hiding. Just hiding the figure, the breath that reveals, even Naruto can perceive the approximate position. Do it yourself first. Force Kakashi's position. Create a certain gap, and Kakashi needs to cooperate, but Naruto firmly believes that in this case, as long as he makes the most reasonable judgment and the strongest attack, Kakashi will be relatively cooperative in a high probability. Give the gap. Then it was waiting for Sasuke's shot. Just achieve this. How much is the subject content of the assessment? And there is a battle in the original book. Naruto's memory is still fresh, and the method used in that time can also be used in this assessment, provided that as long as you cooperate with Sasuke, you may not have the opportunity to grab the bell. Call. Thoughts in a flash. Only in a short period of 2 or 3 seconds. Naruto has formulated a general offensive strategy in his mind and organized his thoughts. He stared at Kakashi not far away. Turning his right hand over, a handful of Kyowu appeared on the palm of his palm instantly. Then, let the game begin. The figure that bowed slightly, the muscles that tightened in an instant. Next moment. Okay. Within the range of perception. Boom. A wave of air erupted. Oh? Sure enough, Naruto should do it first. Call out! Call out! Call out! In an instant. Several cold lights flashed out of the jungle. Above the lawn. Kakashi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his eyes, staring directly at the shuriken that galloped forward. The figure still standing in place, that is still an unpacked book. Just between two shaking. Tuck 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 tuck. It looks like a depiction of a human body, adjacent to the body shape. Worthy of a staggered angle. Kakashi easily avoided the incoming cold light. The shuriken that plunged straight into the mud behind him. Next moment. Boom. The rippling power. A golden figure suddenly came to Kakashi. Chapter 44, Frontal Raid. P.S. Everyone, please count the votes, order a free investment, and have a little more money on hand. Let's give a small reward of 100 starting coins, thank you all. On the way forward. Naruto of Kijin quickly. Shadow clone technique. Accompanied by Naruto's soft drink. Not only Sakura and Sasuke hiding in the forest. Puff. It was even in Kakashi's slightly surprised eyes. Suddenly white smoke came out. As soon as it spread out. In an instant. Is it an entity? The swaying figure appeared directly at the 4 clones beside Naruto. Under the shining sun, the entity clones that were shiningly seen were very clear. In the forest, Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank at this moment. This is not forbearance. The basic avatar technique in the school is the advanced avatar technique of possessing entities. Even if it is a white eye or a writing wheel, it is impossible to distinguish the deity and the deity. As the young master of the once largest wealthy family, this point of recognition, Sasuke will still have it. And because of this, seeing Naruto actually use such advanced ninjutsu, Sasuke's heart couldn't help but feel a shocking emotion. Is it actually a shadow clone? It seems that you need to be a little more serious. The angle of spread. 5 figures marching in from all directions. Since the movements are in order, the 5 people are in one body. Even Kakashi couldn't tell which one he was in the first time. Fast turning eyes. The sudden figure caught in the eyes. Kakashi quickly put away the book in his hands. Between the backhands, a handful of kunao, slightly bowed body quickly pulled out from the ninja box on his left knee. In less than 0.5 seconds. The 5 figures in front of Kakashi were already simultaneously bullying themselves. At the last moment of that short distance. It seems to be prepared in advance. The figure suddenly accelerated. Okay. Suddenly. The cold light that appeared in front of you. Naruto pierced fiercely toward Kakashi's front door without hesitation. A very short and rapid raid. Although the first time, Kakashi was also slightly taken aback. Did not expect Naruto to play such a psychological attack. Suddenly accelerate in the last distance. But I can see it. There are other leisurely thoughts. Just came over naturally. Even if Naruto's speed falls in the eyes of ordinary people very fast, it is not inferior to the average Zongren. However, the opponent is Kakashi after all. From Kakashi's perspective, Naruto's speed it's like playing slowly. Easily a depressing action, quickly avoiding the blow. And Naruto, who made a surprise attack, obviously also expected that his first attack would not be so easy to succeed. The unsuccessful kunao. When turning around. The same downward thrust. The other side. At the same time, the remaining figures were pressing on. The same edge that came in horizontally. All point to the key points of Kakashi. Suffering never ends. Kakashi could already feel the sharp edge, the corner of his eyes was filled with cold light, a quick forward pressure movement, a touch of suffocation appeared on Kakashi's body, a move of getting up, swiftly kicking out the right leg, it smashed firmly on the chest of the first Naruto. Wow! It hasn't had time to react. The figure that flew upside down quickly. In midair. A look of pain emerged on his face. Puff! The fatal blow received instantly turned into a white mist and disappeared. The first figure Fei kicked out. Kakashi no longer pays attention, a sideways turn, the arm is raised, and the arm is swayed straight and horizontally. Keng keng. It easily blocked Naruto's subsequent serial attacks. An attack that can easily be resisted. Kakashi swung it sideways. Use your absolute advantage in power to force an attack. Not good. After pushing forward, the pupils of Naruto who were also hidden in the clone shrank. But he hasn't waited for Naruto to change his tricks. Next moment. This strong force came from the frontal assault. Peng peng. It's like a stack of arhats. Several avatars of Naruto hitting each other back and forth. It was an unavoidable attack that directly clamped Naruto's deity in the middle. Boom. Next moment. All the figures flying backwards. Just between this gap. The flick of Naruto's right hand. Kakashi didn't notice it at all. In the surroundings. There seemed to be a few very thin white threads faintly flashing, and the sutures scattered all over. Boom. Post-removal step. Resist the pressure. Puff puff. The clone that disappeared back and forth. Stick and stare. Relying on part of the strength that was forcibly offset by the clone. Naruto finally stopped his retreat. Well, it's a good enlightenment, and the attack is also very fierce, but Naruto, just such an attack by yourself, but it won't work. Not far away, Kakashi, who was waiting, smiled slightly, still with a very leisurely look, and said with a small smile. Oh? Really? Teacher Kakashi, but my attack has just begun. Naruto gasped slightly, and when Kakashi's words rang in his ear, Naruto's screenwriter smiled slightly. Oh! Next second. A very delicate soft sound. Okay. It seems to deal with each other in general. The slight turbulence in the air. Kakashi's face changed. Just want to do something. It's too late. Teacher Kakashi. Not far away, Naruto didn't give Kakashi a chance to react, and pulled his hands horizontally, as if a fierce attack came from all directions. In a central location. Suddenly, Kakashi felt her body tighten. The figure that was instantly tied up. It seems to be transparent but extremely hard white silk at this moment. Sasuke. This is the moment. Clenched hands firmly. Naruto suddenly gave a soft drink. And Sasuke, who had been hiding in the woods, saw such a good opportunity at this moment, and he did not hesitate at the moment. A figure that jumped over quickly and jumped out, Sasuke who quickly settled in the air. Next moment. Fire escaped the art of the big fireball. Juin completed in an instant. Sasuke's chest was slightly bulging, and with a deep drink, he blew forward, when a huge fireball appeared out of thin air and swept fiercely in the direction of Kakashi not far away. Between sparkling flints. This seems to give Kakashi no room for resistance. The fireball in front of him swallowed and wrapped Kakashi instantly. But also in this one after another. In an interval of less than 1 second. Ming also quickly settled. Wind escaped a big breakthrough. Accompanied by Naruto's soft drink. A gust of wind blew up. The wind helps the fire. The hot flames rushed again. The heat of the surroundings also rose rapidly at this moment. Feeling this extremely hot breath, the perfect combo between Sasuke and Naruto seems to give Kakashi no room for counterattack. The violent roar fell. The flame dissipated momentarily. A hole that never slipped into the autumn was blown out on the surface, and there was still hot white smoke. However, the two looked at the scorched pit in front of them. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke showed any joy, but at the same time showed a very stern expression. Chapter 45, Very Embarrassing Situation. P.S. Order a free investment and vote for recommendations. Dear book friends, friends who have a lot of money, give a reward of 100 starting coins, thank you. The new book is not easy, so please support me. And it was almost the same moment. Was swallowed by flames in Kakashi. This huge black pit that burst open appeared in front of him. Sakura, who had been hidden in the forest to observe, jumped out at this moment. You actually killed Mr. Kakashi? This is a drill. Sasuke. Naruto. With a shocked and scared expression on Kozakura's face, she shouted in the direction of Sasuke and Naruto, and at the moment when she saw Kozakura's figure rushing out, Sasuke frowned, and Naruto's face even more glaring. Changed and shouted sharply in the direction of Sakura. Sakura! Don't go out, go back! However, Naruto's reminder was a little slower. When Kozakura was slightly stunned, she suddenly felt someone patted her shoulder and turned her head subconsciously. The smiling face of Kakashi that was reflected in Kozakura's eyes had not waited for Kozakura to react. Kakashi is the quick seal. Illusory art Nariku's art of seeing. In an instant, Kozakura's originally clear pupils suddenly became in a trance. Next moment. Accompanied by a very penetrating scream. In Naruto's helpless sigh with his hand on his forehead. Kozakura's body fell limply on the surface. One that was easily solved. Makes sense. Naruto didn't know what to say. If Sakura stays in the forest honestly, sticking to Kakashi, who will release water to deal with them, will definitely not take the initiative to look for Sakura, but Sakura jumps out by herself. That is the reason for Kakashi to take care of her. An opportunity. Seriously. You all know that Kakashi is on endurance. How could it be so easily solved by the two of them? There was also an expression of "you have made a big disaster" jumped out. At that time, Naruto didn't know how to vomit. In other words, Haruno Sakura ranked first in theoretical knowledge during her time in ninja school. From this perspective, Haruno Sakura's head should be very good. Why are you getting along for a few days? Haruno Sakura has been pulling down Naruto's lower limit of her IQ? It's the shinin who graduated from shinin school for 6 years. That's it. Pull it directly outside. Not to mention that the rest of the 5 major villages are ninjas, those Tokunin village, Kushinin village, Amunin village, and even some Nojiko ninjas who do not belong to any ninja village can easily defeat or even kill Haruno Sakura. This is really lowering the average level of Konohamaru Shida Shinobu. And Sakura went out cleanly. It was also Ling Naruto's other plan before that went straight to nothing. The bait is gone. There is no way to implement the plan. Now, the difficulty is really higher. Looking at Kakashi who put Sakura aside there, Naruto couldn't help sighing again, and muttered in a low voice. Sasuke knew Kakashi was strong only by feeling. But Naruto is very aware of Kakashi's current strength. Even if the water is severely released, the level of strength after not releasing the sea. It wasn't an existence that he and Sasuke, a rookie Shimonino, could cope with. The 2 first-level Delando rookies go out to face the 18th-level Lycian outfit boss. Even if people buckle all the QWER buttons, and Lycian outfits are sold, they still have to be beaten. The only difference is that it is a little bit worse, and the difference is a bit worse. If you start with a 3-person team, the coordination is a little better. According to Naruto's earliest plan, the success rate is still relatively impressive, now it seems. Plan A directly failed, and Plan B was still dead. Now I can only try plan C. It won't work. Looking at Kakashi not far away, and Sakura being solved by Kakashi's chance, she pulled away directly and came to her side. Looking at Kakashi's Sasuke with a guarded expression, Naruto took a deep breath. With a breath, a light golden halo appeared in his pupils. Although knowing that the chance is slim, at any rate there is still such a little chance of winning. What's more, as I said before, this is the best stage to test your limits, and you can't give up so easily. Naruto took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. The closed eyes and the gradually calming emotions, deep in his heart, like water and ice, no waves, not far away, Kakashi's vision renewed before the bet came. Naruto seemed to have a sense of induction. Those eyes that opened suddenly, and their eyes were deep as pools and cold as ice. It seemed to be a bitter chill that could cause the temperature of the space to drop sharply, at the place where the two of them looked at each other. A moment. Kakashi was startled slightly, and then the corner of his eyes was picked up, revealing a faint smile. Should I say that I am really a ninja who has experienced life and death? It seems that it takes more effort to solve Naruto this guy. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke standing side by side, Kakashi focused more on Naruto. Sasuke is excellent. Compared with most of his peers, Sasuke is undoubtedly a genius, but at this moment, compared with Naruto, Sasuke appears too young and immature. You can say so. At this moment, only Naruto can pose a slight threat to Kakashi in the water release state. Looking at Naruto's expression, it is obvious that there is a corresponding strategy, and this is where Kakashi is most interested. He desperately wanted to know whether this kid could still bring himself more surprises. Wait for me to do a feint, Sasuke, you come to look for opportunities, remember, our goal is to the bell, you should be very clear. How big is the difference between us and Kakashi teacher? Want to defeat him? Possible. Naruto's figure bowed slightly, and the tight muscles all over, said to Sasuke who was on the side with a serious expression. And Sasuke still had an extremely arrogant posture, nodded coolly, and didn't say much, only the expression on his face became colder, all proving that Sasuke had also completely entered the state at this moment. This is an important assessment related to whether one can graduate successfully. The pride of the Uchiha clan does not allow Sasuke to fail here. Own ambition, own goal. That man is still waiting for himself in the distance. How is it? Have you discussed the tactics? Still the same sentence, if you don't hold the consciousness of killing me, you won't be able to get the bell. Kakashi gently flicked the bell on his waist, still with an extremely lazy expression on his face, accompanied by the crisp sound of the bell falling. Jingle bell. Kakashina's slightly ridiculously humorous words also echoed directly in Naruto and Sasuke's ears. Hehe, Mr. Kakashi, you have to be aware of it. Looking at Kakashi with such an expression, Naruto also smiled, a flamboyant aura exuded at that moment, while making Kakashi slightly startled. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Next moment, Naruto quickly closed the seal with a clear sound. Puff 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 puff. At that moment, a thick white mist spread out. Even if Naruto has some control, that was still hundreds of entity clones that appeared directly. Don't talk about Sasuke on the sidelines. Even Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly at this moment, and a look of shock was revealed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 46, Kakashi and Number 039, S Strength. The technique of multiple shadow clones. The reason for being listed as a forbidden technique by the second generation of Hokage is simple. The amount of chakra required for this technique is too large, far from the range that ordinary ninjas can bear, and at the end of the technique, the various spiritual negative effects that are directly fed back to the body, the endurance is insufficient, or ninjas with weak spiritual levels will be instantly crushed and even go crazy. Generally speaking, this is a ninjutsu that can be used only by the few upper ninjas who have experienced many life and death trials and are in a more advanced position. However, Naruto is different. Even now, who has just become Shimonin, does not rely on Kyuubi. Just relying on his current chakra volume, it is already more than twice that of Kakashi in front of him. At the moment of the story in the original book, it is more than 4 times that of Kakashi, which is still a conservative estimate. Just take into account the pressure on the spiritual level. Naruto deliberately controlled the number of clones. This is so, the hundreds of avatars that were directly separated at this one time directly shocked the Uchiha Sasuke who was on the side. At this moment, Sasuke really realized what kind of strength the same level student next to him possessed. Without mentioning anything else, it was just a close fight with Kakashi at the beginning, and the number of shadow clones, even Sasuke, must admit that it is difficult for him to win. And this also further stimulated Sasuke's extremely proud but very fragile heart at the moment. Human tactics? Haha, Naruto, do you think this works for me? Even if hundreds of avatars were separated at once. Not far away, Kakashi just surprised Naruto's chakra amount for the first time. After all, the gulf of strength lies here. Kakashi still looked calm and calm. Is it useful? I've tried it before, I know. Teacher Kakashi. The words spoken simultaneously. This deafening noise. So. We're on it. Falling words. Violent figure. Boom. Responding to the burst of air. These Naruto avatars gathered from all directions, each with their backhands. A sharp kunai appeared directly on the palm, assaulting figures. The front is extremely explosive. And also when Naruto took the lead in the trouble, Sasuke on the side immediately opened his position and turned around in the 4 sides, looking for an opportunity to the bell. This time, Naruto doesn't keep the slightest hand. Flying stature. The position you are approaching. Raised arms. The figure attacking from all angles. Haha. The condensed Sassi Senran murderous intent. Standing in the central position, Kakashi didn't panic. The figure that bowed, did not mean to retreat, but a figure directly pressing forward. Kang. First blocked the attack from the frontal assault. Immediately afterwards, his body swayed, and his right leg kicked out quickly, sweeping a full circle. The ultimate strength released. Peng peng peng. This body shape collided one after another. The strength that cannot be removed. Call out. The avatars flying out one after another. The direct hit. Puff 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 puff. In the midair, it turned into white mist, quickly dissipating. Shoo, hoo. Soon after. Facing the shuriken that Naruto shot from all angles. Kakashi has a vertical stature. Most of the shurikens that evaded in midair. A little left over. Kakashi made a seal with both hands in the air. Wind escape, the art of big breakthrough. The C-class wind escape ninjutsu used in the same way as Naruto before. But obviously, the same ninjutsu. Kakashi's wind escape is obviously far more powerful than Naruto. It not only blows away all the remaining shurikens, but also blows away the dozen clones that were about to storm in front of him directly, splashing hands. Li Jian, either accidentally injured by it, or a clone that hit back and forth, after being hit by a relatively fatal impact. Each turned into a white mist and dissipated. After landing, Kakashi made a sudden advance. He rushed directly into the crowd of Naruto's clones. It's like the unparalleled mowing mode that is turned on. Kang. Puff. Staggered edges. A decisive and fierce attack. Peng peng peng. Hey. Boom. Almost no clone is an enemy of Kakashi. Chua. Puff. The clone that was easily swept away. Within a short period of 10 or 20 seconds. Naruto has not yet caused a fatal threat to Kakashi. With hundreds of clones, Kakashi had already wiped out nearly half. This made the face of Naruto hidden in the clone a little bit blue, knowing that Kakashi was abnormal, but he didn't expect that he would have no room to fight back. How many seconds have passed since? 50 or 60 clones were killed directly. This is still based on the premise that Kakashi did not directly use mass destruction ninjutsu. Otherwise, it will directly come to an A-level ninjutsu. Naruto estimates one's own clone can be swept away. I know I'm going to be crushed, but the crushing is too fast, too terrifying, right? However, at the very least, the first step is success. Then just continue to induce it. Naruto gritted his teeth, and a sharp cold light flashed from his pupils. That's still a clone that swarmed in. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Before the number of clones quickly dissipated, Naruto Juin once again separated hundreds of shadow avatars. It seems that I want to use this method to consume Kakashi in quantity. Are you here again? In that case, Kakashi saw the number of clones increase again. Because it's still unclear how much Naruto's chakra is left. Kakashi, who doesn't want to drag on. Suddenly a wagging tail. The sticky clone that was forcibly thrown away. The hands quickly formed a seal. Earth escaped the art of earth splitting. Give a soft drink. Quickly press his hands on the surface. Boom. A dull sound fell. Suddenly. It was like the surface of the ground being torn apart. What? What happened? The earth shaking violently. Some places are raised, some places are collapsed. The avatars that couldn't control their figure at all, fell into it one after another. Puff 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 puff. It turned into a white mist and dissipated faster than before. Found it. And only in such a moment. The crowd being separated. Kakashi's eyes condensed, and he quickly caught a figure. The figure that quickly pressed forward. Call out. Between sparkling flints. Boom. Kakashi's body was entwined with electricity. Squeaky. The sound was so low that it was hard to hear, but it was vibrating like a spring thunder. Kakashi, wrapped in thunder and lightning, suddenly stepped on the soles of the feet. The power of the explosion. There was a roar. The figure interspersed straight past. Okay. In an instant. Kakashi pressed hard. Before Naruto could react, he grabbed the vital part of his neck with his right hand. Naruto froze suddenly. Haha, the general. Naruto. Looking at Naruto, who had a stiff expression in front of him, Kakashi smiled slightly. S.A. Sasuke is next. Chapter 47, Win the Bell. One hit must be hit. Kakashi went straight to the deity. In the previous battle, through careful observation and precise judgment, the figures that seemed to be hidden in the clone, but in fact, there was no attacking figure. Naruto was very smart, and did not overwhelm all of them, and did not just let one. The figure does not move, but deliberately chooses several figures at the same time not to join the attack. In this way, it can protect the deity, but it can also make it difficult for Kakashi to judge which deity is. But Kakashi is Kakashi after all. Seeing the true chapter, not moving, does not mean that Kakashi can't judge. The formation of the seal before the attack, and the subtle emotional changes in the subsequent attacks, can only be done by the deity, precisely because during the attack, Naruto's expression in front of him was not very obvious, but there was a slight change that Kakashi caught, and thus directly distinguished that this figure was Naruto's deity, and immediately broke out without hesitation. The thunder attribute of chakra, blessing the speed of the down. Coming straight to the deity. In the future, I still have to control my expression, Naruto. Looking at the dejected Naruto in front of him, Kakashi wanted to lightly wave his right hand to hit the dizzy person with greater force. The Naruto in front of him suddenly raised his head, with an extremely bright smile on his face. Mr. Kakashi, I also tell you, don't underestimate it. What? Falling words. Puff. In less than 1/10 of a second. This suddenly turned into a figure whose white mist dissipated. Oh no! Kakashi hadn't waited for Kakashi to fully react. It's done. Position behind you. One left and one right. Sasuke and Naruto, who were directly forced into the white mist generated by the shadow clone that Naruto deliberately controlled and released just now. The figure leaping up. On the right hand of the two of them, there is a sharp kunai in their hands. The arms raised, the strength penetrates. Depressed body shape. Naruto and Sasuke rely on their angle advantages. With a standard javelin stab and advancing posture, the gliding cold light. The sharp noise caused by the friction of the air. All Kakashi's last escape space was squeezed out. If you want to the bell, you have to fight in close hands. This is the only conclusion Naruto has drawn in the previous battle. Long-range counterattack? That was simply giving Kakashi a chance to break through. What you want is such an opportunity. Using Sasuke's wandering to distract Kakashi's attention, and then using the acting skills of the clone to seduce, this directly created an attack opportunity. The last chance. Kakashi must be taken here. Naruto, who was leaping forward and assaulting, looked at Kakashi in front of him, including Sasuke beside him, and the decisive look in his pupils became even sharper. In the face of such a strong attack, Kakashi only appeared in a daze at first, mainly because he was actually deceived by Naruto and judged the deity wrong. After supination, he reacted immediately. It did not make any evasive posture. Now that the cute students have chosen to fight head-to-head. As a teacher, you can't choose to back down here. The sinking body's center of gravity, directly placed in a frontal, semi-defensive and semi-offensive posture. Snapped. The staggered figure. Kakashi swung his right arm first, and directly blocked the assault from Sasuke on the right. Then he pressed down forcibly, and his left hand was also flipped, and a sharp kunai that was drawn out directly greeted him head-on. Kang! Slammed. The spark that burst out directly. Okay. With the strength of one hand alone, Naruto's attack was easily resisted. Then, with the swing of his hands, he directly relieved the intensity of the attack. Naruto and Sasuke are not given a chance to react at all. Before the two of them flew out in a desperate situation. He stretched out his hands again, pressing directly forward, one hand with one hand, trying to grab the two directly. In an instant, Naruto, who lost his balance in the air, couldn't easily change his posture. With a flick of his right hand, the kunai that flew out. It seems that I want to use this method to force Kakashi back. However, Kakashi was just a sideways kunai that was easily avoided. A folder with both hands. It was easy to clamp Naruto and Sasuke under his arms at the same time. Haha, Naruto, Sasuke, that's it. The chuckle that fell again. But it hasn't waited for Kakashi's words to finish. Abnormal changes occur suddenly. Puff. Side down position. The kunai that originally galloped past. Suddenly. A soft sound, white mist rising out of thin air. The kunai that dissipated. The second Naruto figure that appeared directly. This time. It was Kakashi who couldn't react at last. The remaining effective actions that were too late to make. Naruto smiled softly. It's done. The outstretched right hand, grasped the bell, and yanked forcefully. Thus, the figure directly ejected from the relay again. Boom! Landed steadily, the dust raised. Puff! At the same time, the Naruto who was trapped in Kakashi's left arm disappeared directly into a white mist at this moment, and the other avatars of Naruto on the field also disappeared at this moment. Naruto, who is not far away, is also the deity in the true sense. He is shaking the bell in his hand and looking at Kakashi with a confident smile. Ms. Kakashi, the task is complete. Naruto's eyebrows curled, and he said so with a rare smug smile. Seeing this scene, Kakashi could only let go of Sasuke, who was still caught in his arm, and then settled on his hand and relieved Sakura's illusion. After shrugging his shoulders, he looked at Naruto not far away. Said with a touch of inquiry but affirmative tone. Is it the multi-shadow clone from the beginning? Use the smoke to turn yourself into Kunao. Did not understand before. But after all, Kakashi was the shinobu, at the moment when he saw Kunao turned into Naruto. Directly connected to the previous battle scenes. Kakashi could infer all Naruto's plans at once. Yet, this was originally just a last resort. Using Sasuke to attract the attention of Kakashi teacher, and to induce it as a clone, and then Sasuke and I came to launch the final blow. I thought it was possible to grab the bell of Kakashi teacher. Thinking of teacher Kakashi, you are too perverted. Fortunately, you still have this last hand, otherwise there is really no way to grab the bell. Naruto nodded, seemingly proud, but also somewhat rejoicing. Looking at such Naruto, even if he is picky like Kakashi, he has to say something powerful at this moment. In such a short time, he can come up with such a tactic, and he can also reach a tacit cooperation with his teammates to complete the mission goal. Even according to Kakashi's standards, this time, the 7th class passed 100%. Although there is a flaw in Sakura. However, the teamwork of Sasuke and Naruto is good enough. At the very least, based on Kakashi's past experience, there is no better existence than the two of them. However, even after completing the task set by himself before, Kakashi still has a little temptation to try. Chapter 48, the 7th class is officially formed. Naruto with a smile, Sasuke with a calm face. And just woke up. He also looked at Haruno Sakura of Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto with a dazed expression. Well, it's a perfect tactic. I was indeed deceived by the two of you. You are indeed the goal of completing the mission. However, as I said before, grabbing the bell just means that you have qualified for qualifications. There are only 2 bells and only 2 qualified places. Did you directly choose to qualify yourself and Sasuke? Kakashi looked directly at Naruto in front of him, the words spoken directly. Sasuke's expression on the side has become a little more subtle. And not far away, Sakura, who was still bewildered, woke up directly after Kakashi's words fell. What? What's the situation? Did Naruto and Sasuke grab the bell? And now is to ask who can qualify? Some confusion, but thoughts that were sorted out all at once. Haruno Sakura, who stood up from the ground, looked at the bell in Naruto's hand not far away. At first, she was a little fascinated. Then, Kozakura, who fully reacted, showed a sad look on her face. Naruto and Sasuke, if you grab the bell, you can graduate smoothly, but he almost didn't play a role at all. Listen to Kakashi's words. Haruno Sakura believes that it is inevitable that she will go back to school and retake. Although for a moment, Haruno Sakura had the urge to speak. Want to graduate? Want to stay? I want to be a team with Sasuke. But then he was forcibly contained by himself. No qualifications, no courage to speak up. Sakura knows very well. Sasuke and Naruto collaborated to grab the bell, and in terms of strength, the two were also far superior to them. It was Naruto and Sasuke who graduated successfully, not the one who was placed in the beginning. Kozakura thought silently in her heart. Although it is uncomfortable, it is because I have to accept the facts. Sakura thinks so. Sasuke over there also thinks that Naruto would choose this way, or that he thinks this choice is the most appropriate, but the team just formed. Sasuke has no special feelings for Sakura, and even a little bored, no strength is still an idiot. But Kakashi thought Naruto might surprise himself again. It's just that more consideration may be needed. However, in the next moment, Naruto's actions once again exceeded the expectations of the three present, especially Kakashi. There is no entanglement, and there is no hesitation. It was almost a few seconds before Kakashi's words fell. The Naruto in front of him smiled faintly, with slightly harder hands, the two bells pulled apart, and then to the sides, amidst the extremely shocked expressions of both Kozakura and Sasuke, they threw them over. Sasuke and Sakura, who both caught the bell, hadn't reacted before. Then I will directly choose to give the bells to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto chuckled, staring directly at Kakashi, who was also surprised, and said, "Naruto, how did you give me the bell? It should be given to you and Sasuke." As Kakashi-sensei said, "I didn't play any role at all. The bell was grabbed by you and Sasuke-kun together. You two are qualified." Kakashi hadn't spoken first. Kozakura, who caught the bell over there, spoke with a firm expression. Although at the moment of receiving the bell, a look of excitement and anticipation appeared in the depths of Sakura's heart, but it was only for a second, and it was completely wiped out, because Sakura knew very well that this was given to herself by Naruto, not she got it by virtue of her strength. Although Sakura's strength at this time was very poor, her mentality was not good, and she was even an idiot, but she was by no means a fool. She knew exactly what to do and what not to do. "This bell is not what I deserve." "Then you cannot take it yourself." "I wanted it very much, but I couldn't accept it." It was at that moment Kozakura still made a decision and wanted to throw the bell back again, before throwing it out. But it was directly blocked by Naruto. "No, Sakura, here you are, we can graduate together, right? Teacher Kakashi." After Naruto waved his hand to Sakura not far away, Sasuke frowned slightly. Kakashi said with a confident smile underneath his smiling face, "Hey? Graduating together?" Sakura froze in place, as if she didn't understand it. As for Sasuke, after frowning his brows slightly, there seemed to be a certain light flashing in his mind. The frowning brows were slowly loosened at this moment, but at this moment, the sight of Naruto was full complex meaning. "Oh? Why give Sasuke and Sakura? I will let you all graduate." "Naruto." Kakashi wrapped his hands on his chest, his face seemed to show a playful look, looked directly at Naruto, and said with a smile, "Because the focus of the assessment of this survival exercise is whether the three of us have a sense of teamwork. Whether it is the bell-robbing battle or the current sub-bell, what Kakashi wants to assess is that the three of us can become a real the team. As long as this point is reached, it can be considered as fulfilling your request of Mr. Kakashi, otherwise, even if you the bell, if it is alone, it will be unqualified in the end." And Sakura finally decided to turn the bell. "Give it back to me to prove Sakura's team spirit, so all three of us are qualified. Right? Teacher Kakashi?" Naruto raised his head slightly, looked at Kakashi standing in front of him, and said loudly, "Wise, bold, calm, and decisive when necessary. Very keen perception. The most important thing is to believe in yourself and teammates as well." It must be said, Naruto's performance far exceeded Kakashi's previous expectations. Looking at such Naruto, in the depths of Kakashi's mind, there is no doubt that he once guided Shangnan, Naruto's father, the fourth generation of Naruto Minato Watergate. "Teacher, your child has really grown up." Kakashi looked at the Naruto in front of him, an array of mixed emotions such as gratification, sighs, recollections appeared in his pupils, but it was only for a moment that Kakashi was completely taken away by Kakashi, and immediately greeted him. The three people have different looks. Kakashi finally no longer appetite, but nodded gently. "Yet, all three of you are qualified." This calmly sounded words. Naruto and Sasuke in front of them did not change their expressions. And Kozakura, who was not far away, came out with an expression of disbelief and extremely joy after a slight daze. "Qualified? I am finally qualified. No need to go back to Shinobu School. You can continue to be teammates with Sasuke." At this moment, Sakura can't, or doesn't want to suppress her emotions. And the sight in the direction of Naruto was full of gratitude. "Because of Naruto, I can graduate." At this point, Kozakura can see very clearly. And it was accompanied by Kakashi's final words. "This graduate The 7th class is also officially formed. Chapter 49, Excitement and Awareness. At this moment, even the two pillars represented by the usual indifference and gloom are rare to show a slight hint of joy. After all, I finally passed the final assessment and officially became a ninja. And watching this special exercise just now, it is very obviously, the strength of this Shangren named Kakashi Heiji is far beyond his imagination. Under the leadership of such as Shangren, his strength will definitely grow rapidly, and he will approach that man faster. Just thought of this. In the depths of Sasuke's heart, there was a touch of infinite desire. And this mood swing seems to have not been exposed. But still let Kakashi on the side notice that Kakashi's brows wrinkled slightly while hiding, but it was only a moment. Kakashi's brows were stretched out again, and his arms opened slightly. Looking at the first group of subordinates in front of him, Kakashi also showed a smile and said in a very leisurely tone, "Okay, now it's almost time. To celebrate the official establishment of our 7th class, I will invite you to have a good meal today, teacher. Then take a good rest. The official task, we will start tomorrow." Really? When I heard the food, I didn't mention Sakura and Sasuke on the side. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he looked at Kakashi with piercing eyes. You must know that although Naruto is treated as an orphan, according to Konoha's regulations, in principle, you should not worry about eating and drinking during these years, but don't I have forgotten Naruto's special identity, and as I said before, Naruto has basically had to rely on his own hands to get enough food and clothing in order not to get hungry. Iruka has invited Naruto to eat, and that's also entering. It's been 2 years since I arrived at ninja school. As early as the first 2 or 3 years, Iruka's feelings for Naruto were still very complicated. It was more based on the instructions of the 3 generations of Naruto and as an educator. The basic literacy of the reader is nothing more. The real change is through the 6 years of getting along in the shinobi school, seeing Naruto's efforts, seeing Naruto's true temperament in front of him, not to mention to deceive Iruka. Naruto still shows his true side in front of Iruka, but it is only the sunny side and the dark side. Naruto must definitely hide it. This is the important reason why Iruka gradually eliminated the estrangement and hatred in her heart. Naruto is Naruto. 9 tails are 9 tails. Looking at the figure of Naruto working hard. In a certain day, Iruka just had such a thought in his heart. Therefore, during the past 2 years, Naruto was occasionally taken by Iruka to the tooth-fighting ceremony. For the rest of the time, he still had to rely on Naruto himself, and Naruto himself had no additional income. Eat better, sometimes you have to watch God's eyes open. Hunting in the forest, not every day you can meet prey, and fishing, there is one thing to say, if Naruto does not restrain a little, then the fish and shrimp in that river it's all about to be caught by Naruto. So, at the moment when I heard that Kakashi could treat, Naruto's whole person's spirit was rejuvenated. Of course. You can eat anything you want, today is a special case. Kakashi waved his hand and said proudly. As a shinobu, the income earned over the years, coupled with the savings of the previous family, and a mere meal, it is really a drop in the bucket. In fact, Sakura and Sasuke on the side are also about to be hungry. Just because of graduation, their energy and attention are all placed here. Kakashi mentions it later, and both of them feel it. A strong sense of hunger struck, and it was now more than 11 o'clock noon, and I arrived here at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then there was no dripping for more than 16 hours. This kind of fasting is really unprecedented. But no matter how hungry, the Lady Sakura still has to keep her image, and the cool Master Uchiha naturally still has to keep a cold look. Of course, the premise is that the two of them can control the fasting echoes in their stomachs. Cuckoo. It's a little bit regardless of the atmosphere, but it's just the right sound when it falls. Naruto on the side is slightly curved. Punch laughed out loud. Kakashi also smiled, looking at Sakura with a trace of embarrassment, and Sasuke, who had a bit of pork liver expression, said with a chuckle. It seems everyone is hungry, then let's go. Yes. Kakashi took the lead and turned and left the training ground. Then Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura followed. This special exercise passed. This is the first step for the three, and it is also the first step to show the future transformation of the ninja world. In the evening, in Konoha village, the slightly shabby apartment building where Naruto lives. Naruto, who had eaten and drunk, returned to his residence with a satisfied expression, patted his round belly lightly, and burped very contentedly. For the current Naruto, he can open his belly beautifully. A great meal is a great happiness. Two are hungry, and one is at least the top 3 big stomach kings in Konoha village. Although not really poor Kakashi. But when he thought of paying the bill, Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly. Naruto couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. Well, such an opportunity may be difficult to meet in the future. Naruto smacked his lips, thinking with some regret. From tomorrow, can I officially take over the task? This step is really a bit long, and it's a bit exciting. Naruto stood at the window of the room, looking at the village of Konoha, which was gradually covered by the afterglow of the setting sun, and whispered with a touch of emotion in his pupils. 12 years. 12 years. I finally took this first step. Relying on his acting skills and carefully wearing a mask for the past 12 years, he finally ushered in the right time to leave the village. Of course, this is not only an opportunity for me, but also a dangerous road, without mentioning the village. Lee is still eyeing Shimura Danzo. The third generation of Hokage should have gained high trust. After all, no matter how shrewd the third generation of Hokage, it is impossible to think that there will be an adult soul and mind in Naruto's body. Shimura Danzo is purely always trying to hold the Kyuubi Renzu in his hands. There is also the threat of Xiao outside the village. Fortunately, everything has a story as a reference method to a certain extent. The second phase of the plan can start soon. Looking out the window, this seemingly peaceful Konoha village. There was a faint sarcasm in Naruto's pupils. Even if Xian was quickly condensed, only the pale golden halo became more and more intense. Naruto Uzumaki. Do not. My name is Minato Namikaze. Quiet breath. There was a sense of suicide that faintly emerged from the depths of my heart. This sentence. This is Naruto's greatest oath. Chapter 50, One Night Reflection. P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for rewards, ask for collection, please come to you. And on that night, although Naruto did not conduct any other training, but it is also a sorting out of the two battles during this period, especially after experiencing today's head-on confrontation with Heiji Kakashi, Naruto has another question about the life and death struggle between the rebel Mizuki a few days ago. I have gained a deeper understanding, and I have also further realized my serious lack of combat experience and combat skills. Let me put it more bluntly. Under the same conditions, let the current Naruto and the one who has not experienced any battle before. If Naruto fights, the former will gain an overwhelming advantage. There is no doubt that this is the most obvious gap between experience and skill. Of course, in the battle with Mizuki, Mizuki's combat effectiveness soared beyond Naruto's expectation. After all, Mizuki did not suddenly increase his strength in the original work. The deity simply relied on the shadow clone's human tactics to force Mizuki to death. And in this life, against Mizuki, Naruto can't find the opportunity to release ninjutsu. Although it proves from the side that Naruto's speed and chakra use need to be strengthened, it is also the most intuitive. What it shows is the complete crushing of combat experience and combat skills. Ninjas are not samurai. The so-called head-on confrontation is even less respected, although in Naruto it is almost always head-on head-to-head. The moment of battle. It is changing rapidly. The slightest change, even the slightest gap, it can lead to the worst result: death. For the ninja, survival is everything. Results take precedence over process, regardless of the way and means. This is the consciousness that a ninja must have. At this point, in today's special survival exercise, Kakashi also repeatedly emphasized to the three of them the phrase, "If you want to get a bell, you have to hold the consciousness to kill me." It is the best direct proof against Kakashi. Naruto realized this more fully. It is because of the life and death struggle with Mizuki. Let Naruto have a more real feeling about the battle. Judgment, perception, and the ability to see one's own position, clarify the goal of the battle, as a qualified and even excellent ninja. The most perfect and fiercest battle. It often depends on a moment. The ninja who can do this is the most outstanding existence. And it must be able to be decisive in an instant. There must also be perseverance and patience. Fight with Mizuki. Naruto is fighting for his own death fight. And Kakashi's bell-robbing battle. Naruto relied on his own goal-oriented and inducing tactics. And these are all part of the combat consciousness. In turn, these two battles can be turned into necessary combat experience. Let Naruto become more handy in the next battle. To understand the enemy, but also to understand yourself. People who can't see their position are often rookie characters who can't survive 3 chapters. Since the relived life, Naruto naturally wants to live to the end, but also to be the only protagonist in this world. This world is wrong. And since there is an error, then it needs to be corrected. And Naruto has such confidence and ambition. Of course, you can also be said to be arrogant. But there is no doubt that this is Naruto's greatest goal from the source deep in his heart. Want to change the world? Then you must have the corresponding power. Which is important, fist and reason. Naruto has always believed that a person with no strength, his reasoning cannot be extended, and a person with strength and no reason is nothing more than a bullying and unreliable violence. Naruto does not want to be the former, nor does he want to be the latter. Or, Naruto just wants to be a man who has the strength to reason. Just like the original Hokage that established the Konoha village. Did Senjujima really influence the first-generation movie of the 4 ninja villages by his sincerity? In exchange for temporary peace? Do not. From Naruto's point of view, it's just that the first generation of Hokage is strong enough to make the other 4 ninja villages need to be afraid to unite, and then add the necessary benefits, the division of tail beasts, etc., and this is in exchange. Temporary peace in the ninja world. Both are indispensable. With only power, human beings will fight for profit after all, even if this fight may bring death. With only benefits, human beings will fight to satisfy the infinite greed in their hearts, no matter how much it costs. Therefore, after the news that Senjujima and Uchiha Madara were in the Battle of End Valley, it was reported that the two died one after another. The ninja war broke out, for the country, for resources, for the tail beast, and even more for the sake of the country. Dominate and so on. Naruto once believed that the original Hokage's path to establish Konoha village was correct, but the latter part of the road was wrong. What Naruto wanted to do now was to correct the wrong part of Senjujima. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? That's right, this is almost the same as Uchiha Madara's view Senjujima is innocent and stupid. However, Naruto will take a more realistic approach. It's not the same naive approach of Lord Madara, and it's still being fooled by others. And want to achieve this goal. Naruto needs more power. It is not only to consider facing these current enemies. It is even more important to consider Uchiha Madara, who is still waiting for resurrection in the underworld. Kagaiji, who is waiting to lift the seal. There may also be other big barrels that may arrive. As well as. It seems that peace is the biggest boost. But it is possible to become one of Naruto's biggest enemies now, Daitong Muyui, also known as the 6 Ways of Immortals. In the gap between the void, he still watched the old man in Shinobi. Naruto never ignored his existence. Especially when he has Ashura Chakra in his body, which is regarded as a rebirth of Ashura in a certain sense. Naruto also has great fear of this cheap father. God knows whether he will notice his own. A different view, which gave rise to the idea of directly destroying oneself and recorrecting the historical track. Of course, these are all nonsensical thoughts that Naruto once had at a certain moment. Leaving aside whether this dead six-day-o immortal has the ability to peek into the human heart, even if he did, he would not necessarily think that Naruto's own ideas were wrong. Looking at the original work, this six-day-o immortal is more like a bystander. The only thing that can be regarded as a firm goal is to not want to resuscitate his mother. The rest of the matter seems to be handled by the humans in the ninja world. Of course, all of these, they are all unfounded speculations by Naruto. The original plot can only be used as a reference to a certain degree, not to mention that there are still many huge loopholes and bugs in it. Just, the above. It's all the reason Naruto wants to press himself harder and make himself stronger quickly. Because it is not strong enough. So I can't be sure. But if you have absolute strength, do you still need to look forward to the future? Again. Who has the greatest truth? The truths taught by powerful people are the greatest truths. After officially becoming a ninja. Reflection of the night. Naruto further clarified his future path. And the necessary training plan during this period of time and so on. Make full use of your own plot profit advantage. Speed up the pace of becoming stronger as much as possible. In the future. Really control your own destiny. So as to realize the ambition in my heart. Chapter 51, The Goal. P.S. Ask for tickets, ask for collection, ask for rewards, ask for everything, thank you. One day, in the morning, outside Konoha village, somewhere in the forest not very far away. The blazing sun poured down on the earth. Through the layers of green shade. It also makes this forest filled with a warm atmosphere. And it is in this forest. At this moment, there are 4 figures scattered in different positions. And there are 3 figures among them. Taking a certain position as the center point, spreading into 3 angles, forming a circle, slowly approaching. Number 1 is already in place. Number 2 is also in place. The number 3 has reached the designated target, the mission target has appeared, do you want to capture it? Can you confirm the goal? Yes. It has been confirmed that it is the mission goal. How far is it from the goal? Less than 5 meters, you can do it at any time. Very good. Then follow the established plan, scatter and surround, and directly capture the target. Be careful not to let the target escape, but also to be careful not to injure the target. Ensure the absolute safety of the target. Yes. Then. Go. Yes. Swish. 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 Among the lush forests. Suddenly. A violent wind rose. 3 silhouettes flew out quickly. At the center of the split and flanking attack, a certain fat tiger cat, who was slightly resting on a tree trunk, squinted his eyes, suddenly leaped out from the 3 silhouettes. The moment he pressed for it, he suddenly woke up. Meow meow meow. The eyes opened quickly. The 3 figures approaching in the cat's eyes were reflected. The fat cat suddenly uttered an extremely deterrent shout, and the moment he would want to escape from here, he realized that it was too late. In less than a second, a blue figure intercepted the fat cat in advance. On the only way forward, when the road ahead was blocked, the fat cat's face showed an anthropomorphic expression of horror. After the next burst of hair, he wanted to turn around immediately and flee in the other direction. Whew! Very clever timing. Another golden figure was intercepted in advance at the angle of the fat cat's turning around. The body leaning forward slightly, with his hands unceremoniously grabbing forward, it effortlessly took the fat cat into his arms. Mission completed. The goal has been successfully captured. Then this moment, the other 2 figures also happened to fall on the side. These 3 figures are not other people. It was just a few days ago that he just passed the final assessment of Heiji Kakashi, and officially became the 7th class of Konoha Shinobu. 3 people such as Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. The tiger-patterned fat cat in Naruto's arms, which is still struggling frantically, is the mission goal of Class 7 today. And this fat cat with tiger stripes is the fat cat with a tragic fate familiar to almost everyone in the original book. It can even be said that this fat cat's life, the cat's life experience can be written as an adventure, and it is still the magnificent one. Naruto and others are not the first to capture the characters this time. This time, it will never be the last time. And looking at the fat tiger cat who wanted to escape from his arms, Naruto couldn't help but think of the fat cat's owner, the wife of the famous country of fire. Mrs. Shijimai, that horrible figure comparable to a beast. Naruto himself couldn't help but shivered, and once again looked at the tiger-printed fat cat in his arms. Naruto people can't help but show a touch of sympathy in their pupils. Only sympathy goes to sympathy. This is a task after all. Besides, Naruto is counting on the rewards he can get for the task. Regardless of the reason, it is impossible for Naruto to let go of the poor fat cat in his arms. Well, the tiger stripes on the body are sure, and the red bandage is there. That's right, you can be 100% sure that it is this fat cat. Kozukura got a little closer, and after carefully checking the details of the fat tiger-patterned cat in Naruto's arms, she nodded in satisfaction and said. Sasuke still looked cool and didn't say a word. Well, that's good. If it can be confirmed that it is the mission target, then go back to the village and hand in the mission. The employer must be anxious too. Heiki Kakashi, who had just walked leisurely from a position not far away, also glanced at the fat cat in Naruto's arms, and said in a lazy tone. And it was just when Kakashi's words fell. Naruto could clearly feel that the fat cat in his arms was struggling more crazily, more struggling, the slight jitter that was clearly visible with the naked eye, and the humanized look of fear that emerged from the cat's eyes. Naruto was stunned slightly, and immediately shook his head with a funny look. It's really a poor little cat. While thinking about this, Naruto used his hands harder. On the premise of ensuring that the fat cat was not harmed, the more he confined the tiger-patterned fat cat, the rewards for the tasks obtained can't be lost so easily. That's it. You know, Naruto now desperately wants to save more money. It can improve their food. You can even change this set of dirty clothes on your body in the future. Previously, I was limited by not having any money on my body, but also because there would not be any store in Konoha village that would receive me. Naruto has no way to change his clothes. Now it's different. After graduating from ninja school, he successfully became a shinin. Now Naruto walks on the street. Although there are still a lot of people who look at themselves with strange eyes, they even talk about why Naruto-sama wants to let him the demon fox became a ninja and the like, but on the surface, no ordinary resident dared to bully Naruto blatantly like when Naruto was a child, and he even had to show a little respect on the surface. Nothing, just because of Naruto's ninja status. And this era belongs to the era of ninjas. The ninja is not only a status, but also a symbol of strength. The ordinary people in Konoha village naturally dare not treat Naruto with their previous attitudes. The changes in the mood of Konoha villagers towards Naruto in the original work are also roughly divided into 4 stages. The first Naruto becomes a ninja, and the first Naruto becomes a ninja. The 2 Naruto shined brightly in the Zongnin exam. The third Naruto followed Jiraiya and invited Tsunade back to serve as the 5th generation of Naruto. The 4th defeated the incoming Nagato and became the salvation of Konoha in the eyes of the general public. The hero of Ya village was truly recognized by everyone in Konoha village, and laid the foundation for becoming Hokage later. These are mentioned in the original work. The Naruto in these original works may care, but Naruto in this life doesn't care at all. It's just that the current self can finally rely on the identity of a ninja without being rejected by the bright side. To buy all kinds of materials are also much more convenient. And Naruto, who has always wanted to change this pair of turtle clothes on himself. Naturally, you need to earn more rewards for tasks. Fortunately, I have funds to customize the equipment I want in the future. So, although I think this fat cat is pitiful. However, for your own money process, Naruto will never allow this kitten to escape. Chapter 52, The Opportunity You Want. And since being recognized by Kakashi, since he officially became Konoha Shinobu, he has performed missions in a team mode. During this time, the missions performed by the 7th class are all D-level, although compared to the general ninja village, the number of missions in Konoha village is more, and under the same task, the ninjas in Konoha village can get all the rewards. There are more ninjas than other ninja villages, not only in the amount of share, but also in quality. This is also one of the reasons why the ninja war broke out 3 times before. Of course, more of them also include the country, right, abundant resources, greed for the interests of tail beasts, etc. Although the remuneration is considered to be the highest on the same terms. But this is only a D-level task after all, finding lost items, caring for children, catching beasts, and weeding tasks. The rewards are really high, and they are not much higher. In addition, they still pick up the tasks in squad mode. According to Yukin's regulations, teams like Naruto led by Shangren perform tasks, regardless of whether Shangren participates or not. Anyway, the final distribution of rewards is 40% of Shangren, and the rest is Ming. People, Sasuke, and Sakura are assigned. So the money in hand is really not much. In addition, Naruto himself still has necessary expenses. Naturally, the reward for the task now can be 1 or 2 or 1 or 2 more. The fat cat in his arms is already a duck that is already cooked and about to be delivered to his mouth. How can Naruto let it fly away again? After all, the time should be almost the same, right? Under the leadership of Kakashi, on the way back to the Konoha Mission Release and Collection Center of the 7th class of 4, Naruto's mind could not help but emerge from the original story about the country of Nami. Naruto must not remember the specific time. But this point after capturing this fat cat, Naruto still remembered very clearly. The most important thing is that this task is not accepted through the normal mode. The original work is similar to Naruto's stubborn entanglement before being followed by the 7th class. In this life, although Naruto also wanted to receive this task, but he would never use the nonsensical way of the original deity in the original book, without mentioning the question of whether or not he is ashamed. Naruto is not such a persona now. Take this posture. You can't be watched by all the staff and look at it with suspicion. On the way back here, Naruto is also slowly wondering in his heart what way he needs to be able to accept the seemingly C-level but actually A-level tasks in the original book. There must be risks. If you don't cut it anymore, it is the famous Funin 7. In terms of strength, it is also the top existence of Shangnan. The girl who was painted insisted that he was a boy, who would use an ice shield, and the boy named Bai was even more powerful than Naruto and Sasuke at this stage. But precisely because of this, Ming Talent wants to receive this task even more. Because when there is no disparity in strength, a certain risk, or even a life-threatening danger, is more likely to stimulate a person's potential, especially after experiencing the life and death struggle with Mizuki. Naruto can truly experience this kind of battle. What does it mean for a ninja? Fight the strong. Only then can you truly achieve the purpose of sharpening yourself. Make yourself stronger. The ninja itself is always on the tightrope of life and death. Not to mention that Naruto himself was originally a special existence, wanting to live a comfortable life? Don't be kidding, the chakra of Ashura, the orphan of the 4th generation of Hokage, also has 9 tails sealed on his body. No matter what it is destined that Naruto cannot avoid the maelstrom in this world. Besides, Naruto himself I don't want to avoid it. As long as you dive in, you will have the possibility of realizing your ambitions. And the worst result is nothing more than death. As Naruto who has died once, it is deceptive to say that there is no fear, but Naruto has the consciousness to face death. This time, the mission of Nami no Kuni is the one that Naruto is bound to win. The mission is not just for the reason not to cut it anymore. That rich and enemies Cardo is also Naruto's goal. To achieve his goals in the future, the necessary funds are indispensable, and Cardo is undoubtedly indispensable. It is Naruto's best goal at this stage. Although it may involve the name of the country of Poland, and even some nobles in the country of fire. But for Naruto, they are all trivial issues. Yo xi. It's decided. Try it later. Can you win the task of protecting that drunkard? Looking at the Konoha Mission Center close at hand, Naruto took a deep breath and made up his mind inwardly. Ah! My beloved little tiger, I finally found you. You worry me to death. Baby! Don't run away next time. In the Task Transfer Center, a body shape and appearance are all in line with Naruto's previous expectations. It can barely be said to be a middle-aged woman who is a noble woman. After seeing the fat cat in Naruto's arms, the arms that are thrown away are completely inconsistent with that body shape. With a quick pace, he came straight to Naruto, grabbed the fat tiger-printed cat from Naruto's arms, and hugged it tightly to his chest, as if he was trying to rub the fat cat into himself. Her arms were normal, and this Mrs. Shijimaya was still struggling to squeeze the fat cat in her arms with her round face. And looking at the tiger-patterned fat cat with an unlovable expression. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although it had been predicted, Naruto almost didn't control his facial expression after seeing such a beautiful scene on the spot. You don't see that Sasuke, who has always been indifferent, can't control the corners of his mouth at this moment, and he lifted a little. It makes sense. After seeing this scene, even Sasuke feels a bit pitiful for the fat tiger cat in the arms of the famous lady. The owner of the stall. Isn't it the most normal thing for this cat to want to run away? The Sakura who was standing behind Naruto shrugged her shoulders, showing an expression that she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and whispered. No wonder that cat wants to run away. Whoever changes it, can't stand it. Hey! Although Kakashi behind him could not help but a little bit of laughter. But the good ninja qualities still made Kakashi hold back a smile, and lowered his voice to remind Haruno Sakura in front of him. Haruno Sakura also remembered that the employer was still there, and put out her tongue with a little Hauran expression. It's really the same rice that raises 100 kinds of people. Seeing Mrs. Shijimai who left under the protection of the guard after confirming that there is no problem with her beloved little tiger, she just paid the remaining task rewards, Naruto couldn't help shook her head again, and thought to herself. Thanks to this, you can become the wife of the Fire Country daimyo. Does that daimyo have multiple tastes? I think of certain scenarios. Naruto shuddered once again, shaking his head vigorously, clearing the bad images from his mind. On the side, Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a strange look. Chapter 53, Take the Initiative to Fight For. P.S. The new book needs a recommendation ticket and needs to be collected. Thank you. And it was also after Mrs. Shijimai hugged, or sandwiched, her pet and left. The 3 generations of Hokage sitting at the top also opened the task record book in their hands again, scanned the registered tasks inside, hung up his old guy, and slowly spit out a puff of smoke before slowly speaking. Well, the 7th class has just completed the task of searching for lost pets. Then, the task of the 7th class is to help in the neighboring town. Seeing the moment when the 3rd generation of Hokage reopened the task book, Naruto knew it was his turn to act. Haven't waited for the 3rd generation of Hokage to say the last sentence. Naruto interrupted the words of the 3 generations of Hokage and said directly. 3 generations of Grandpa, can you give our team a C-level mission? All are D-level missions, not challenging at all. Very straightforward words, this is also the most suitable way that Naruto can think of. It's straightforward, and Naruto believes that as long as he responds rationally and makes his reason clear, the 3 generations of Naruto will definitely give himself and others a C-level task. For the opportunity, let's not talk about the 3 generations of Hokage. He must know the strengths of himself and Sasuke and others. The team itself has a fierce man like Heiji Kakashi who can perform S-level tasks without any problems. A C-level task is simply it's not a problem. In terms of mission level, most of the general C-level missions are missions that require blood, but basically the opponents are some bandits, robbers, or the private armed forces of some nobles, in other words at most to the point of a wandering ninja. You will never encounter an organized ninja. Such a task, even if it is not the other Kushinen and Tokunin in the 5 great ninja villages, is at least a level B or above. Therefore, a C-level task, Naruto is very sure that the 3 generations of Hokage will promise to give them a team. Anyway, Naruto rejected the nonsensical way of being so temperamental in the original book. Naruto, you idiot! When Naruto's words fell, Sasuke and Sakura beside him, including Kakashi behind him, showed expressions of surprise of varying degrees. On the first place, this hasn't waited for the 3rd generation of Hokage to say something. Ilika, sitting on the side of the 3rd generation of Hokage, was the first step. With a very worried and furious expression, he patted the table in front of him and pointed at Naruto. Shouted loudly. Do you know what a C-level mission means? Naruto, you just graduated from ninja school. What you need is accumulation and hardening, and accumulate a little more experience in missions, and then you can slowly accept missions above C-level. Now you are too young. C-level missions are not suitable for you at all, you have to understand this. Naruto. Very straightforward, worried and angry expressions. This is undoubtedly Chiguakuo's showing of Iruka's concern for Naruto. After all, from Iruka's perspective, Naruto and others are just a group of children, even if Naruto had just been in front of him not long ago, and killed the rebel who could easily defeat him, Mizuki. But it will not affect Iruka's own subjective view. That is the current Naruto and others. They must accept the D-level missions honestly and according to the regulations, and wait for further growth before they can accept the C-level missions. It is because of such concerns. This led to Ilika rushing to speak before the 3rd generation of Hokage, and after finishing speaking, Ilika realized that sitting next to him was not his usual colleague, but the highest leader of his village, reasonable, body because Hokage should handle more important tasks, can't stay in the task center to do low-level tasks such as publishing tasks, right? It can only be said that this is probably similar to the grassroots research visit under the top leadership, and it is probably like this occasionally. His rash opening was actually infringing on the supreme majesty of the shadow of a village. Basic superiors and inferiorities, but still need to have. Realizing this, Ilika immediately turned around and bowed to the 3 generations of Hokage on the side at 90 degrees. I'm very sorry. 3 generations of adults, I was rude. The 3rd generation of Hokage naturally knew Ilika's mind, waved his hand indifferently, and then turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, do you know why there are upper ninja, middle ninja, and lower ninja? And why are the tasks divided according to the ABCD 4 levels? In fact, there are S grades, but under normal circumstances, there are only post to A-level task. 3 generations of Hokage looked at the Naruto in front of him with a kind smile, and said gently. The distinction between ninjas and the division of task levels is to better distinguish the strength of each ninja and the difficulty of the content of the task. In this way, it is convenient for each ninja to accept the corresponding tasks of different difficulties, so as to better complete the tasks. For the 3rd generation of Hokage, there is no need to think too much. Naruto just spoke directly without thinking. And Naruto's very decisive answer, first made the 3rd generation of Hokage slightly startled, and then revealed a faint smile. Yes, you are right. Basically, every ninja village in Ninja Village is following this system to let the ninjas in the village receive tasks and complete tasks, starting with me, Ying, Shangnan, Zongnan, and Xianan. Corresponding to the 4 levels of missions. The A-level missions are in principle executed by Shangren, or the experienced Zongnan squad. For B-level missions, the squads above Zongnan must also be used. You can receive and complete it, and you can receive a C-level mission at most. However, this is still necessary for experienced ninja. Just like your teacher said, you who have just graduated only a few days ago are the most suitable tasks. It is a D-level mission, there is no particular risk. If you insist, clear the beast that destroys the farmland, there is occasional danger of injury, but the probability is extremely low. The ninja can be injured by the beast, or the beast has a problem. Or there is a problem with the ninja's brain. So, all you need to do is to accumulate experience. I say that, do you understand? Naruto. 3 generations of Hokage's seemingly muddy pupils showed a faint look of care, looking at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and said in a slightly solemn tone. Standing next to Naruto, Haruno Sakura also listened to what the 3rd generation of Hokage said, and nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice, then turned to look at Naruto aside. Look, Naruto and Naruto-sama have said so. Let's just do D-level missions. After we have accumulated enough experience, we will consider doing C-level missions. How about? If before the 3rd generation of Naruto spoke, Sakura still wanted to do a C-level mission, and then show off in front of Ino, now it has completely disappeared. After all, after graduation, it is not the same as in ninja school. Chapter 54, Perspective. Especially the previous battle for the establishment of the 7th squad. Let Sakura realize that, not to mention that compared with Kakashi-sensei, compared with Naruto and Sasuke, he is exactly like an oil bottle in the team. Of course, even the most one can complete it. The vast majority of C-level missions, not because of anything, just because ninjas are ninjas after all, not comparable to ordinary people, and most of the C-level missions just meet ordinary people and can meet the C-level wandering ninjas. The tasks are the most difficult C-level tasks, so even Sakura, normally speaking, can kill many thieves and bandits in a second, but this is only theoretical. After all, there is still no combat experience, mentality, etc., etc. Strength is strength, whether it can be displayed is another matter. Throughout the decades since the establishment of the 5 ninja villages, there is no shortage of those who have been hit by ordinary people. Examples of killing, these are all representatives of mentality and lack of capacity. The first time you see a scene in the first battle, you will be blank, and you will even stand still and be killed by someone. Just as there are theories, there are also real examples. Haruno Sakura is a flower that grows almost in a greenhouse, and it is weaker than ordinary flowers. The C-level mission may be a little reluctant. Fortunately, Haruno Sakura has such a self-consciousness, almost in the 3 generations of Hokage. When he fell, he had corrected his mentality, but Haruno Sakura didn't know that it was. This time, the special C-level mission was a mission that Naruto was determined to win. Yes, Naruto. You have to remember everything Hokage-sama said. Understand where you stand now, do you know it? Ilika on the side also followed the words of the 3rd generation of Hokage, looking at Naruto with a serious expression. Yes, I understand, Mr. Ilika, but we are no longer kids in ninja school. Mrs. Ilika, I think our team is fully capable of receiving C-level missions. D-level missions are for us. In other words, it doesn't make much sense anymore. If the chick keeps hiding in the nest, it will never be able to fly into the sky, right? 3 generations of grandpa. Besides, as far as I know, teacher Kakashi seems to be 5 or 6 years old. You just graduated from ninja school, right? And when we were the same age, I was already on ninja. Naruto looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and Ilika in front of him with a serious expression. He turned his head in the last sentence, looked at Kakashi behind him, blinked, and said with a light smile. And Naruto's words. It also made Sakura and Sasuke on the side each show a different degree of surprise. The 12-year-old shinobu? Graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 or 6. This? At this moment, Sasuke stared at Kakashi in front of him with a very surprised light in his pupils. Even Kakashi couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This kid? Kakashi shook his head a little bit amused, and he can really compare it with the reference object. Baby? Soaring in the sky. The third generation of Hokage sat in his place, and his slightly muddy eyes seemed to become extremely clear at this moment. Looking at the Naruto in front of him, the third generation of Hokage could not help but appear in the depths of his mind. The golden figure, the expression of emotion and remembrance that flashed away, the eyes became extremely deep at this moment. Mizumi, your child, has grown up. In the future, he will definitely become a Konoha ninja as good as you. The same smile, the same confidence, the same golden figure. At this moment, in the depths of the third generation of Naruto, the figure of the fourth generation of Naruto Minato Watergate appeared. Is that so? Okay, I understand your enlightenment, Naruto, but after all, you are not to receive the task alone. Your team is a whole, so I need to ask the other two people in your team. Opinion, do you two also think that your team's strength can receive sea-level missions? After the third generation of Naruto nodded to Naruto, he turned his attention to Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke who were aside, and asked in a gentle voice with a slight stern tone. Yes. And before Kozukura was still a little tangled and wanted to answer that it was not. The Sasuke on the side answered the three generations of Hokage with capable and decisive words. The extremely affirmative tone, and the faint trace of expectation and excitement that can be faintly sensed, made the Sakura on the side nodded helplessly. Deo, after all, the two members of his team, especially his beloved Sasuke, expressed their attitudes to receive the sea-level mission. Fortunately, there is teacher Kakashi, there shouldn't be any problems with a sea-level task. Although he was still a little uneasy, he saw Kakashi Heiji on his side. Most of the anxiety in Sakura's heart was also eliminated. In Sakura's view, it's a low-level task that can only be performed by shinobu. There should be no accidents like Kakashi. That's it, you did let me see your enlightenment. In that case, I will give you a sea-level mission. Looking at the three young subordinates in front of him. After the third generation of Hokage pondered for a while, he also nodded slightly, saying so with a more serious expression on his face. Master Naruto. And have not waited for the third generation of Hokage to finish. Ilika on the side showed an anxious look, stood up and said quickly. From the perspective of Irika, whether Sasuke, Sakura, or Naruto, or a group of children who stayed in the previous ninja school, are completely different from D-level tasks. C-level tasks are largely those who want to see blood include, but are not limited to, protecting caravans, the kind that only encounters robbers, destroying bandits, or cleaning up the underworld, or even destroying wandering ninjas who wander around the borders and other border areas, provoking troubles. Note that they are deliberately making troubles, even the kind of wandering ninjas that destroy local production. Otherwise, shinobu will basically turn a blind eye to these wandering ninjas. Of course, eliminating the wandering ninja is almost the most difficult task of C-level. Ilika knows that the third generation of Hokage will definitely not give it, but even so, even for other slightly easier C-level tasks. Because in most cases, the C-level mission is to see blood. Even killing is a very common result. Let's Yaren, who just graduated a few days ago, participate in such a task? Irika thinks it is very inappropriate. At this time, Irika had completely forgotten, or he had forcibly ignored Naruto's subjective will that he had already seen blood on the day of graduation, and almost used his own power to forcibly kill a Zongnin. Chapter 55, The First C-Level Mission. Of course, Irika knows very well that in the previous war years, too many Shinins who just graduated from Shinin village were forced to go directly to the battlefield. Kakashi graduated from Shinin school at the age of 5, and he was going to Shinin at the age of 12. Khan knows better. After all, this is something that most people in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world know. Konoha Beto's son also inherited the writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan, which was counted in that era. The above is the top genius Kakashi Heiji, who is also very famous in the major ninja villages. However, Irika believes that this is simply not comparable. Leaving aside Kakashi, even in general, it was the war years. If the village did not do this, it was very likely to lose the war, which would lead to huge damage to the village. Cannon fodder still has the effect of cannon fodder. Since the establishment of the 5 ninja villages, there have been only 2 ninjas who can ignore the threats of numbers. Those are the 2 perverts Uchiha Madara and Senjujima. The remaining ones? See what Yunrin calls the most. The strong 3 generations of Reikage. It is not the same as to die under the tactics of the crowd, so the cannon fodder at the necessary moment is very important. Moreover, Ilika can barely be regarded as a person in the end of the war. Naturally, it is clear that in the war years, those who were directly sent to the battlefield were almost killed in 9 deaths. There is no comparability in this. Therefore, Irika does not want Naruto and their 7th class to take the sea-level mission so early. How can I say that after 2 or 3 months, I have accumulated almost the task experience, and my mentality is more mature? It's just that, this time, Ilika has just spoken, and hasn't said anything yet. It was blocked by the 3rd generation of Hokage waved. Irika, Naruto and the others are no longer children in ninja school, but a qualified ninja from Konoha village. Although the words of the 3 generations of Hokage still seemed relatively mild, the indisputable tone that was revealed in it made Irika startled slightly, and after being silent for less than a second, he nodded silently and responded in response. Yes, I see, 3 generations of adults. Immediately afterwards, Ilika looked at Naruto not far away with a very complicated look. There were emotions and worries in his eyes, and he was more pleased. At this moment, Ilika really realized Naruto, who was protected as a younger brother by himself, has indeed become a big one. On the day when Naruto emerged from the depths of his heart, he did not hesitate to block his back in front of him, and Irika's expression also became even more softened up. You really have grown up, Naruto. Ilika thought silently in her heart. On the other side, the words of the 3 generations of Hokage fell. The Naruto standing at the forefront is obvious and directly exudes a touch of joy. Always as cold as Sasuke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth at this moment. Sasuke's inner thoughts are actually the same as what Naruto said just now. It's just because of his personality, he didn't say much, and he was a little reluctant. In essence, he repeated the past few days without any. The difficulty and gold content of the D-level missions are also bored. Sasuke also wants to take the C-level missions earlier, because there will be practical opportunities in the C-level missions, so that he can quickly become stronger, and today, Naruto putting it forward directly, Sasuke is in the middle of Sasuke's arms, and Sasuke is naturally going to follow the boat. Moreover, Sasuke also feels that the C-level mission is just a temporary transitional stage. After his strength is stronger, he will immediately take the B-level mission. Only when the strength is up, can he achieve the goal of tempering himself and making himself stronger. Then, the C-level task assigned to you here is responsible for clearing out the bandits' lair in the eastern border of the country of fire, somewhere near the country of Poland, according to the employer who issued the task, and the intelligence of the temporary investigation. It can be seen that there are more than 100 people in this group of bandits. Among them, there are no ninjas or samurai. They often raid past caravans, and they also attacked border towns and towns. Because of their lower strength ratings, the task is designated as C-level, which is just right for your 7th class, so it will be handed over to you to handle it. The 3 generations of Hokage opened the 2nd task book and found the task of clearing the bandits in it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who looked up, said so. A total of more than 100 bandits. It looks like a lot. But it also includes some old and weak women and children. Moreover, even if it is more than 100 mature men, even a squad composed of 3 shimonen can definitely be cleaned up with a more relaxed attitude. And the reason for giving the 7th class such a task? It is also because Naruto's previous words touched 3 generations of Hokage. The chicks must experience the baptism of wind and rain before they can truly soar above the sky. Now seems to be a peaceful world of ninja. The 3 generations of Hokage, as the highest leader of Konoha village, can easily smell the waves hidden under the peaceful surface. Konoha village has been going downhill in recent years. The older generation of ninjas has gradually become old, and the younger generation, the ninja hasn't really grown up yet. The Nine Tails Rebellion. The death of the 4 generations of Hokage. The Uchiha clan was destroyed. Hinata Hyuga was intercepted in the back. Yunrin village was persecuted, and there was almost another war in the world of shinobi, and so on. They are weakening Konoha bit by bit. This is undoubtedly the weakest period in Konoha village. Slightly accelerate the growth rate of the new generation. The 3 generations of Naruto think it is reasonable and correct. Since they all graduated from ninja school, it is indeed time to see blood. This is to prevent the appearance of the same strength, even the weaker ninja in the future. Body stiffness and unnecessary fear are always present. Bandits, robbers, underworld, and other clean-up tasks. It is the best way to exercise these rookie ninjas. With the current strength of the 7th class, Naruto can now kill Mizuki, who is Zongnan. It's not a problem at all. Moreover, there are elites like Heiji Kakashi, Shangren. No matter how big an accident is, it can be warded off. Naturally, there is no need to worry about it. And for this task released by the 3rd generation of Hokage, Kakashi, who is Shangnan, naturally has an indifferent expression on his face. Sakura was a little nervous. A bandit of more than 100 people? Is this very dangerous? Uchiha Sasuke's pupils flickered with a special glow of excitement. Since it is the task of destroying the bandits, it means that he definitely has the opportunity to fight. Although the opponent is just a bandit, not a ninja, Sasuke feels a little bit regretful, but this is definitely much better than the low-level and boring task of the D-level task. Sasuke is basically satisfied with this result. The most important point is that as long as the mission of their team can be successfully completed, they can receive C-level missions continuously in the 7th class, and even B-level missions are not impossible. Fight against real ninjas. This all can be expected. Therefore, at this moment, Sasuke's pupils are faintly flashing with excitement. Only Naruto's mood is different. At this moment, he really didn't know how to express his emotions. Almost when the 3 generations of Hokage's words fell, the corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly invisible. Chapter 56, Director, did you take the wrong script? What? Suppress the bandits? Indeed, this is a C-level task. And it's still a very iconic C-level mission. But this has nothing to do with Naruto's previously anticipated mission to the nation of Namibia. It made Naruto's heart suddenly feel like rushing past hundreds of millions of grass and mud horses, and suddenly there was a Spartan mood. Director. The actors are ready. The scripts were all distributed, and after opening them, you suddenly said that you want to change the plot? This is completely different from what we said at the beginning. Hey! You don't follow the routine at all. What about the bridge builder, the drunk who said that Dazna? What about the C-level task of protecting important people? What about luxury travel in Poland? God, what about Cardo? I'll take it. This chance of fighting with the ghost man again has slipped away in vain? At this moment, Naruto had only 2 capitalized words stunned deep in his heart, and he could no longer use other words to describe his emotions at the moment. Old man, you don't follow the original operation of the script. It's illegal. Do you know? You are like this. Be careful, I beat you up. Naruto looked at the 3 generations of Hokage in the first place, and the expression that did not seem to change at all, but deep down in his heart, he already roared loudly. There is a saying that Naruto really wants to rush at this moment. Going up, dragged down the old man in front of him and had the urge to beat him hard. If the story is good, it will change if it changes. Even if Naruto knew that his arrival was the biggest change, any butterfly effect would be normal. But this routine changes in this plot. It still hurts Naruto. There is an emotion called sadness spreading deep in Naruto's heart. Only now, Naruto is reluctant to accept it. After all, this is the sea-level task he requested. However, no matter how daunted I was, Naruto had to pretend to be happy on the surface. He asked for a sea-level mission, and the third generation of Hokage gave him a sea-level mission. According to common sense, he must have it. Happy expression, otherwise people will doubt you. The enthusiasm on the surface, the awkwardness in the heart, really only Naruto himself knows. As for the 3 generations of Naruto at the first place, naturally, they don't know the drama in Naruto's heart. Although he knows such a task, it is very easy for the 7th class, and there is a shinobu leader like Heiji Kakashi. But after all, it's going to see blood, and this time the mission involved more than 100 bandits. This number is not too small. After all, it's a peaceful age. Unlike the war, the 12-year-old ninja is already a complete ninja. It can be on its own, so after the 3 generations of Hokage have released the mission, they still have to explain in detail some other matters and key issues that need to be paid attention to. Including Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are also really listening. After all, this is the experience of the shadow of a village. For these rookie ninjas, it is a very important help. Then, I will leave the rest to you, Kakashi. After briefly confessing a few words, the 3rd generation of Hokage handed the mission scroll to Kakashi Heiji, who came up, and looked at Kakashi with a hint of deep meaning. Yes, 3 generations of adults, I understand. This time Kakashi did not have the lazy expression of any previous task, but took the task scroll from the hands of the 3rd generation of Hokage very seriously, and replied in a deep voice. At this moment, there is only one and only Kakashi. Can understand the meaning of the unspoken words of the 3 generations of Naruto, including Ilika on the side, did not understand what the sea-level mission means this time, let alone Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. This is not a simple one. The task of clearing the bandits is a mission that is extremely important and meaningful to rookie ninjas like Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and is extremely difficult to some extent. The 3 of them at this moment didn't realize that they would really enter the dark world of ninjas next. It belongs to the cruelty of this world. And the tools that a ninja should have. What kind of ninja is a qualified ninja? Few people in the peaceful age understand. But any ninja in the war years knows it. For the 7th class, whether it is the previous ninja school graduation exam, or the special assessment set by Kakashi, they are just the benchmark qualities and requirements for becoming a ninja. In order to become a real ninja, these rookie ninjas who have just graduated from ninja school also need to cross a special threshold, and for the 7th class, Naruto may also be said to have the qualifications. But Sasuke and Sakura did not. They all lack a certain quality condition that a ninja should have. And this is an important condition. Will be added in this task. The premise is that the 3 of them will participate smoothly and coordinate to complete this sea-level mission. In this case, the 7th class can become a qualified ninja team in Konoha Ninja Village in a real sense. Of course, at this moment they still don't know what is waiting for them. I just thought it was a normal and ordinary sea-level task. Naruto's mind is even still wondering, this time the mission is to be a little closer to Nami, whether it is possible to find a chance to slip to Nami to find Cardo, but this idea is only a little bit in Naruto's mind. Naruto gave up a little discouraged. Leaving aside the sea-level mission, this time is a squad mission, and Kakashi will follow him. I can't find 100% chances to sneak away, not to mention the fact that Kato's side can't tell and don't cut it for a long time. Hook up, and if you go there by yourself, isn't it a delivery? Thought for a while. In less than a second. Naruto can only give up this tempting idea. Or honestly perform this sea-level task. After you come back, see if you can receive this special task. Perhaps it was also because of the changes brought about by my arrival that caused this task to step back a little bit. Anyway, his team can already accept sea-level tasks. Don't worry too much. Naruto himself thought inwardly. Okay, you are all clear about the general content of the task. From here to the task point, it will take about half a day, plus the time to complete the task and return. It will take about a day. Each one will go back and pack the corresponding luggage. An hour later, gather at the entrance of the village, understand? After coming out of the task center, Kakashi turned around and looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura behind him. He shook the task scroll in his hand and turned into a lazy posture again, with a slow tone. Said. Although the mission this time has a certain particularity, it is only aimed at the Naruto trio. For Kakashi, a sea-level mission? Class B is nothing. That is, the A-level mission will bring pressure to Shangnin like Kakashi. For this time, Kakashi only needs to be prepared to a certain degree. Don't let these three little guys capsize in the gutter. Chapter 57, Set Off. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also straightened up immediately and responded loudly. Except that Sakura still had a trace of worry on her face. Even the two pillars, who have always been facial paralyzed, came out at this moment with a faint look of excitement. They can have a mission with actual combat experience. Such a level jump is definitely far beyond the previous D-level mission. Although it has not yet started, but Sasuke is already secretly determined in his heart that this task must be completed with the most perfect posture and impeccable way. Only in this way can his evaluation be improved, and then he can receive more C-level missions and even B-level missions. And Naruto quickly sorted out his mentality in this short period of time. To eliminate the thieves is to eliminate the thieves. For the time being, it is also a rare opportunity for actual combat. Just in this mission, I will further exercise some of my fighting skills. Although only some incompetent bandits. But it will certainly play a corresponding sharpening effect. Yo xi. Then, go. After Kakashi nodded, he waved his hand suddenly. Swish. 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 The three of them disappeared in place at the same time, and headed back towards their home. Just bring a set of clothes for a change, and some compressed food. Well, these ninjas are enough. By the way, there are sleeping bags. Remember, if you look at the distance, you will probably stay for one night. Just in case you can't get to the town. Back in the dormitory, Naruto quickly pulled out his backpack and packed all the necessary items he could think of. If you earn a little more rewards for tasks, you can go and customize your clothes. Looking at the orange coat that was stuffed in by himself, Naruto calculated it inwardly and muttered in a low voice. I have already said it before. Whether it is this life or the previous life when reading the original. Makes sense. For this orange dress, Naruto really feels very earthy. Before, there was no ability and no way. Now after becoming a ninja, have a stable income, and go to any store will not be rejected, this is the status of ninja. Naruto must change the orange clothes on her body. And you don't just buy it, you have to go to the store to customize it. Perhaps this time the C-level mission is completed, and the reward will be enough. Naruto packed his luggage and took a look at his house. Okay. Let's go. Naruto patted his cheek, walked out of the door with a vigorous look, and galloped towards the gate of Konoha village. Anyway, this is my first C-level mission. And you can leave Konoha village and go to a farther place. See a different landscape. Naruto said that he was not excited in his heart. It must be a lie. The gate of Konoha Shinobu Village. The customary gatekeeper duo of Konoha Village can also be regarded as the little supporting characters with the most plots in the early days of Naruto. Izumo and Zeit, 2 Nakanin. Then wait until Naruto has just reached the gate. In the range of Naruto's perception. Obviously, you can feel the moment when you are alone at the gate of the village alone. The bodies of these two Zongren tensed immediately, seemingly inadvertent, but in Naruto's perception, it was very obvious that all the attention placed on their body, different from the malicious perception in the Nine Tails mode. This is Naruto. A person's pure personal perception ability is similar to the special perception of a perception-type ninja. Naruto doesn't understand the principle either. He had it before he was born and had not yet refined the chakra, and after the chakra was refined, special it is the strengthening of the spiritual level that makes Naruto's perceptual ability more refined and accurate. He doesn't understand the principle, but Naruto feels that this is probably his own golden finger. If it can be used in the Nine Tails mode in the future, if the malicious feelings overlap, I don't know what the effect will be. It seemed that he was ready to violently subdue himself at any time. Next moment. Then there was Kakashi Heiji, who appeared behind Naruto. The moment I saw Kakashi's figure. In Naruto's perception, Shinobu's originally tight muscles in these two dragons also completely relaxed at this moment. Humph, no matter who it is, there is still almost no change at this time, it's just different from being capable and incapable. Naruto's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but in fact he sneered inwardly, thinking secretly. Yo, Naruto, you came quite early. Just like what I said before, Kakashi is always late for non-task and unimportant things, but when it comes to some necessary matters, even the simplest tasks, Kakashi always takes it seriously. After all, for a ninja, the task is where they are responsible. To complete the task assigned by the employer is the most basic and important requirement for a ninja. It's not just a C-level task this time. Including the previous D-level tasks that seem boring, not to mention the same boring execution, as long as the moment the task is received, until the task is completed and submitted, Kakashi will always be by the side of the 7th class. And looking at Kakashi, who is also simply carrying a backpack, Naruto turned around and smiled faintly, without deliberately pretending, let alone expressing exaggerated emotions. After all, it's the first C-level mission, I'm still a little bit excited, Teacher Kakashi. At this moment, Naruto is very faithful to show his emotions. Someone said such a sentence. A true lie is a lie with 99 truths. The same goes for putting on a mask and disguising yourself. If you want to deceive others, in many cases, you must first deceive yourself. When you do not think that you are pretending to be a moment, that is to reach the highest level of lies. Of course, Naruto does not have such a high level of false literacy. But as Naruto, who has been in the business world for several years in his previous life, and has even been deceived once or twice, there is still no problem with this level of verbal control and emotional expression. Moreover, after experiencing these 12 years after his acting training, even in the face of Heiji Kakashi, or even the 3 generations of Hokage, Naruto can easily retract and unwind. Into the play, out of the play. Only for a moment. Well, the C-level mission this time is indeed suitable for you. Work hard. Kakashi naturally cannot see through Naruto's disguise, or from the beginning, Kakashi didn't think Naruto was in disguise. He still looked at Naruto with a smile, or with a familiar look. Lazily said with a chuckle. Or it should be said that no one in Konoha village would think that Naruto was disguising. After all, this is the existence that has received the highest level of surveillance in the village from the moment of birth. If it can be disguised, doesn't it start from the moment of birth? Naturally no one would think so. Chapter 58, The Biggest Surprise. Or it should be said, the strictest monitoring of Naruto in Konoha village is after birth, from the age of 2 to 3 to 6 or 7. After all, it was at that time that children began to have self-awareness, and it could be regarded as the most important period. After all, this is a world where all 5 or 6-year-old children can go to the battlefield. And the reason why the third generation of Naruto allowed Naruto to enter the ninja school to study in the back is precisely because during that time, the results of Anbi's monitoring of Naruto were qualified, especially the third generation of Naruto through various observations and simplicity in the end. I also think that Naruto certainly has a certain resentment or even a trace of hatred for those in the village who reject him, but more still want to be recognized by everyone in the village. Especially the sentence "I wanting to be a great ninja and wanting everyone to recognize him" touched the heart of 3 generations of Hokage. He believed that Naruto did not deceive himself. Of course, Naruto's words are also not a lie. It's not just a lie. In order to gain the trust of the 3 generations of Naruto, it was also Naruto's goal. Then, when he was 6 years old, after entering the ninja school, the monitoring level of Naruto in the village of Konoha, or the third generation of Naruto, was lowered by 1 level. During that period, it was not so much surveillance as protection. This seems to be the same as in previous years. But in essence, it is a great change. Until this year, Naruto's graduation season has ushered in 12 years of disguise. Naruto has also gained the trust of the 3 generations of Naruto in a real sense, and completely removed the monitoring of Naruto by the directly affiliated Anbi. Although there is also a 7th class led by Kakashi, who is specially confessed by the 3 generations of Naruto, the most important reason. As mentioned earlier, Naruto is trusted. Of course, the more it gets to this moment, Naruto's heartstrings will become more tense. After all, there have been countless live examples to prove that the closer to the last moment, the closer the plan succeeds, the probability of failure and the risk are also the highest moments. Before the first phase goal of your plan has been fully achieved, Naruto will not have any degree of slackness and carelessness, referring to the aspect of pretending to be oneself. If the first phase of the plan is successfully achieved, Naruto can really live out what he wants, not like this ugly gesture. Kakashi, who was standing in front of Naruto, naturally didn't know that the son of his teacher, strictly speaking, his boss, would flash such thoughts in the depths of his mind at this moment. Kakashi at this moment is more or less when considering the next sea-level mission. As before, there is a certain deep meaning hidden in the sea-level mission this time. It was also when Naruto and Kakashi were thinking about their own affairs. Not long. It's almost the appointed time for assembly. The figures of Sasuke and Sakura also appeared near the gate. Sorry for being late, it took a little longer to pack up. The last Kozakura who came, looked at the 3 of Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke who were already waiting. He put his hands together and said with an apologetic expression on his face, as if he was speaking to the 3 of them. In fact, almost at the moment of speaking, Sakura's eyes were all on Sasuke, but he was the last to arrive. I don't know how long Sasuke has been there. If it's because Sasuke has been waiting for too long and Sasuke is upset. Kozakura has an urge to dig a hole to bury herself. Fortunately, at this moment, it seems that Sasuke doesn't look impatient. Sakura glanced at Sasuke secretly again, and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief in silence. Of course, Sakura didn't know it. It was completely because Sasuke didn't care about her performance, as long as she was not really late and didn't delay the task. With normal progress, Hara no Sakura is a dispensable existence for Sasuke. Sakura's small movements naturally did not escape Naruto's attention. It's just that Naruto doesn't care about this even more. Nothing, the time is just right. Instead, Naruto smiled softly and said in response. Well, for girls, Sakura, you are fast, and you haven't exceeded the agreed time. Kakashi on the side raised his eyebrows, seeming to have a little joking tone, and said with a smile. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Yes. With a light wave of Kakashi's right hand, a chill suddenly appeared. Tug. A handful of kunao piercing the village certificate plunged deeply into the wooden pillar on the right side of the gate. Swish! 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 A few figures standing out. Under the leadership of Kakashi, the 7th class, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and other 3 people galloped towards a location on the eastern border of Nami and Fire. And it was almost when Naruto and others had just left Konoha village under the leadership of Kakashi. The same is to successfully complete a D-level task, and go to the task center to receive the 8th class of the task again. At the request of Inuyasukaya, he was also promoted to Shinobu, under the acquiescence of the more confident Yuri Hong, and the 7th class. In the previous case, the 8th class also received a C-level task on this day to protect an uncle with a sloppy image to go to the country of Poland. If Naruto were here, he would definitely recognize it. This sloppy uncle protected by the 8th class. It is Naruto's previous special plot that triggered the Nation of Waves special plot, the so-called Master of Nation of Waves Dasna. The butterfly effect instigated by the passage of Naruto. Here is another change in the direction of the plot. The 8th flight only departed the next day, but embarked on an unknown road that may usher in death. Unfortunately, at this time, almost no one knows that in such a simple sea-level mission, there is a huge risk of being shoulder to shoulder and even faintly surpassing the A-level mission. As the only Naruto who knows that this mission hides a huge crisis. But it was also at this time that he was away from Konoha village to perform his first sea-level mission in his life. The speed of the ninja is not comparable to ordinary people. It takes a day for ordinary people to depart from Konoha village to reach the eastern border of the country of Fire and the country of Nami, while for a ninja, even if it is advancing at a normal speed, it only takes 5 or 6 hours to reach the same place. Regarding the sea-level mission this time, including the location and the bandits' combat power distribution, there are detailed introductions in the mission. This was originally the task of the Fire Nation military. Because the garrison just nearby was mobilized to perform other tasks. The local guards are unreliable. Therefore, this group of bandits has become more rampant recently. The nearby city lord did not intend to wait for the return of the garrison, and directly hired the ninjas from his Konoha village in the form of a task to eliminate the bandits. This is not just in the land of fire. It should be said that it is extremely common in every country that has a shinobu village. Chapter 59, Reality and Cruelty. The rewards for sea-level tasks are not very high, after all, they are only for ordinary people, and 100% of those above B-level have to encounter ninjas, and the high probability is still the ninjas in the ninja village. C-level and D-level tasks are really it's not worth mentioning. It costs a small amount of money to invite a small group of ninjas to eliminate the bandits or dangerous elements entrenched near your own town. For most of the city owners, this is definitely a very cost-effective business. If you let the garrison take action, let's not talk about the need for more time. The pressure of personnel, materials, etc. is enough to cause headaches for these city owners. Moreover, you should also consider if the army going to crusade has casualties. The follow-up pension issue is simply more troublesome. Therefore, as long as there is any trouble, hire a ninja from your own ninja village to deal with it. This has become a consensus among the major countries. This time, the sea-level tasks performed by Naruto and others are also the same. The previous city lord originally, I didn't like the garrison nearby to clear up the army, but now it is easier to spend a forsaken amount of money, which can easily be exchanged for peace in the jurisdiction. Don't mention how comfortable this lord is. And the 7th class led by Kakashi is naturally not clear about the doorway in the heart of the lord of the city, even if he knows it, he will not care. Anyway, the money is collected and everything is done in accordance with the rules, and it is still to help the fire. Kyuaking's suppression of the bandits is considered to be the security and protection of the people. This is a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Count from the start. It also took about 4 hours of trekking. Naruto and others also arrived at a mountain range about 3 or 4 miles away from the location of the bandits' lair recorded on the mission scroll at dusk. The location of a high point that is deliberately selected is first trimmed. After all, the 7th squad was just a squad that had just been established. This is the first time that Class 7 has received a sea-level mission. Of course, the completion of the mission is in the first place. But also with the help of a more special task this time. The further training of the 3rd class of the 7th class is not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of mentality and capacity. It's almost here. According to the scroll, it's the mountain in front, and there is a small valley in it. The camp of this group of bandits is there. Everyone, determine the location. Kakashi stood in the forefront position, looking at another mountain not far away, turned his head, and looked at the 3 Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura standing behind him. Yes, Teacher Kakashi. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura also followed Kakashi's line of sight, and the 3 of them also nodded slightly to the faintly visible valley, indicating that they understood. According to intelligence, there are 113 young and middle-aged men in this bandit den, plus women, children, and some elderly people. There are almost 200 people. The current time is 5 p.m., and the mission begins. The time is 3 hours later. When it is completely dark, the mission goal is to eliminate all 200 people, leaving no one to live. The old lazy or leisurely look that had completely disappeared from the face, at this moment, Kakashi's face was full of cold expressions. Looking at the 3 Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke in front of him, this said. There is no emotional fluctuation in his words. The words that fell seemed to freeze the time and space around him at this moment. Originally, Naruto was still complaining in his heart, where is it like a bandit's den, there are still young and old women, like a simple village Naruto. And Haruno Sakura, who is still worrying about whether she will be injured in the next mission. Even the 2 pillars have always maintained a high cold attitude. All 3 of them suddenly changed their colors at this moment and looked at Kakashi Heiji in front of him with an unbelievable expression. At this moment, the 3 of them looked into Kakashi's line of sight, as if they were not looking at their team. His guidance is on forbearance, but is looking at a certain monster. Eliminate? Leave no one to live? They? Suppress those bandits? Does it also include those old and weak women and children? If at this moment, Naruto and Sasuke can barely maintain a calmer mind. Kozakura on the side fell directly into a sluggish mood. It seems to be a second, and it seems to be eternal. Answer. Kakashina seemed to be a little impatient in the words that rang coldly again. Kozakura just came back to her senses. Haven't waited for Naruto and Sasuke to speak. Why? Shouldn't the task be like this? Teacher Kakashi. Only the bandits are to be wiped out. Shouldn't those old and weak women and children be protected? Teacher Kakashi, you must be wrong just now, right? Our task is to clear out those bandits, right? Kozakura had already looked at Kakashi with a very nervous and horrified expression in advance, with a very timid appearance, and there was a clear tremor that could be heard in those words, and the expression in her eyes remained. The last glimmer of hope. Kill. And it's going to kill people just after graduation. It's not that Haruno Sakura was not mentally prepared for this. The world here is a completely different world. What does ninja mean? Perhaps compared to Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura is relatively naive and even a little stupid, but even so, Sakura knows exactly what his profession represents. Ninjas are not a joking family profession, ninjas. It must mean that the battlefield is small or large. Sakura has been mentally prepared for murder. It's just that he came too early, a little bit suddenly. This was also the moment when Naruto asked to receive the sea-level mission. Sakura had obvious the reason for resistance is not only the lack of confidence in one's own strength, but also the fear of killing. But in the end, Haruno Sakura followed this last mission. This means that Haruno Sakura is very clear about the consciousness that she should have as a ninja. But this awareness definitely does not include the content of the mission, Kakashi said at this moment. Suppress the bandits. Sakura knows exactly what to do. Although there are hundreds of live lives, this is not only a mission requirement. The most important thing is that according to intelligence, these bandits have already looted countless caravans and even ransacked a dozen villages. They are full of evil. Criminals, kill these people. Sakura now has psychological barriers, and even some emotions that are difficult to accept for a while. After all, there are hundreds of people. But at least in terms of the bottom line, Sakura can still accept it. However, the mission goal far exceeded Sakura's expectations. Not just the bandit of more than 100 people. It is also necessary to completely kill those old and weak women and children, totaling 200 people. Kozakura was absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, Haruno Sakura hopes that this is just a joke made by Kakashi teacher and herself and others. Chapter 60, The Essence of Ninja. However, Sakura was destined to be disappointed. Looking at Sakura's hopeful eyes, Kakashi's expression did not fluctuate at the slightest, or it should be said that on the contrary, it became colder. The only right eye that showed it even showed an extremely sharp cold light at this moment. Kakashi's cold words resounded in the ears of the three of them again with the aura of awe-inspiring breath in Haruno Sakura's desperate eyes. Just kidding? Where do you think this is? What's your identity? Haruno Sakura. This is an official mission from the village. You personally receive the mission. The goal of the mission is to clear out this bandit den. As Konoha's ninja, this is an order. Kakashi looked at Haruno Sakura in front of him with an extremely cold look. The words spoken further shocked Sakura's spirit, making Sakura feel close to collapse, while looking at him. The Kakashi-sensei who suddenly became unfamiliar at this moment, Sakura's body gradually became cold and trembling at this moment. And do you think the old and weak women and children among those bandits are innocent? Those old and weak women and children are not looted. This band of bandits is not just recently appeared, but from other countries. Yes, Haruno Sakura, I repeat this last time, this is the order of the village. Your duty is to complete the order, understand? With the cruel sight, it seemed to be Kakashi who suddenly became terrified. It was like the shudder that I felt from the bottom of my heart. It made Haruno Sakura seem to have lost all her courage at this moment. Only in the next moment, it seemed as if she was aware. Haruno Sakura quickly turned to look at Sasuke and Naruto on the side, as if she was going from the two of them. Looking for the courageous, reignited flame of hope, Sakura believes that Sasuke and Naruto must support her. Such a task. It's wrong. It is unreasonable. Their 7th class should not accept such a task. Facing Kakashi who suddenly became scary, Sakura lost the courage to continue to refute, but she believed that as long as Sasuke and Naruto stepped forward, such a fallacy could definitely be corrected, and Kakashi-sensei would definitely change her mind. It is only the bandits who need to be eliminated. The remaining people are definitely innocent, and those people should be protected. Sasuke-kun, Naruto. However, Haruno Sakura is destined to be disappointed for the second time. When Haruno Sakura fell on Sasuke and Naruto with expectant eyes, she found that the expressions of the two did not seem to fluctuate much. Even the ugly expression appeared at the beginning, and the usual calm was restored in this short period of time. And looking at these two people, an indescribable panic surged from the depths of Kozakura's heart. What is different from Sakura? Almost after Kakashi's words fell, his head went blank for a short time. Both Naruto and Sasuke reacted immediately. What is the nature of this task? Or should I say what the nature of a ninja is? Why are ninjas born? Sakura doesn't understand. But Naruto and even Sasuke knew it. This is not peaceful, let alone an era of peace. Ninjas were born to kill. Maybe some people think, I want to be a ninja, I want to gain power, just to protect the most cherished existence in my heart, not to hurt other people. However, it is important to remember that once someone wants to hurt the cherished existence that you protect, then, you are bound to fight with it, whether you like it or not. Ninjas are free, but they are also not free. Born in this wrong world. No matter what your nature is, what is your original mind you want to pursue? After all, the ninja is stepping on the tip of the knife, always drifting between life and death, constantly killing people, or being killed one day. From ancient times to the present, the moment when a ninja appeared, there are hardly many ninjas who can end well. 1%? Or this data will appear very ironic. And the stronger the ninja, the harder it is to die well. Born in peaceful times with Sakura, they have been growing up in a greenhouse for the past 12 years. The biggest contradiction is that they are different from the weak flowers that quarrel with friends. Naruto and Sasuke are the ones who have seen the darkness of ninjas. One is that at the moment of birth, he witnessed the death of his parents and experienced the existence of a tragic childhood. One was a huge betrayal. His beloved brother became a rival, his parents were killed by his brother in front of him, and hundreds of people of the family were all beheaded. It was just that in that night, they became a lonely existence. For Naruto or Sasuke, if necessary, they can even sell their souls to demons. Holding kunao in his hand, moving forward, it doesn't hurt to spend all his life in the killing. If this is destined to be the way they are going, seems to be the same age. But in essence, Sakura cannot be compared with Naruto and Sasuke. Is this one of the costs of achieving one's goals? Naruto took a deep breath, thinking of self-deprecating in his heart. The hands hidden behind him still trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Sasuke pursed his mouth, and didn't make any response. It was just his face that had also become more and more cold. Kozakura's expression also turned pale at this moment. Yes, Mrs. Kakashi, I understand. With a little tremor, but Naruto, who was completely audible with an extremely firm tone, raised his head and looked at Heike Kakashi in front of him at this moment, half a step forward. The light that appeared in his pupils, the golden halo, also seemed to be dyed with a layer of scarlet color at this moment. The clenched fists, and the arms that were still trembling slightly, all showed Naruto's inner determination at this moment. There is nothing wrong with your choice. This is a choice that must be made. Moreover, Naruto is also very clear that Kakashi's words just now are definitely not deceitful. Not only because of the requirements of the task. It is even more because there is indeed no innocence in this group of bandits except those children, and since all the others have been eliminated, it is even more unreasonable to leave this group of children, even if they are innocent. But in this world, innocent? This is a very ironic remark. At the moment Naruto responded, Sasuke also stepped forward slightly, stood side by side with Naruto, and nodded heavily. Yes. Short and powerful, but also with a hint of trembling words. In the first murder. In the first task, the task of destroying more than 200 people. After all, it is impossible to maintain a truly calm state of mind, or it can be said that people who can maintain peace at this moment are really monsters, monsters on the psychological level. Of course, the seemingly calm too can also be seen from their subtle movements and pupil changes. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto were just holding on. Kill? Killed? If you really want to choose. In most cases, it can be said to be a cannibalistic world. No doubt. There is only one answer left for Sasuke and Naruto. That is kill.